Twitch を一旦配信止めてすぐリスタートしますので、Twitch の皆さんだけ一瞬切れますので、その点だけご了承ください。
なるほど、なるほど。
So I think we are, for the most part, good, but we will need to restart the Twitch channel. So we might drop out once and then come back on just for the Twitch channel.
それよりね、大惨事の中身がもう気になるっていう人で。いや、なんか違うの。最近なんかほら、メタバースっていう単語がね、日本でやたら流行ってて、結構ね、インタビューとか、なんか寄稿してほしいとかが多いんですよ。で、まあ、14の宣伝になればと思って受けてはいるんですけど。
People seem to have latched onto there was something going on, like a great tragedy that was happening in the emails, and people are wondering what that was. But like, I think people have been hearing about the metaverse starting up, and that word is just kind of becoming, it's catching on. And so there has been several like requests for interviews, and I figured like, well, if it was an opportunity to advertise for Final Fantasy XIV, then why not? And so I would accept those opportunities.
まあできるだけね、こう人によって今捉え方がまちまちだから、僕が考えるメタバースって何かっていうのをできるだけ正確に誤解なきように伝えようと思って、まあそのインタビューさせてもらった原稿がもう戻ってきたやつを修正してたの。そのやっぱりその僕が直接書いてるわけじゃないから、どうしてもこうニュアンスが変わってしまったりする場合があるので、まあそれを構成って呼ぶんだけど、まあそれをやって足りないなと思うとかちょっと加筆したりとかってやってて、まあね、結構な人数でチェックもして、ね、ここ分かりづらくないかなとかっていうのを結構やったんですよ。
Of course, with doing these interviews, I want to convey what my thoughts are on the whole concept of the metaverse in a very accurate and in a way that doesn't cause any sort of misunderstanding. And so I get to look at the content of what the article is going to say before we publish it, and I have the opportunity to review what is written, because sometimes a verbal response might not necessarily translate properly onto paper. So we are allowed to look at it and offer our edits to the editorial company. And so there were certain areas I was checking and I was adding to it if I felt that I was lacking in some of the wording. And man, I think at least several people were checking the content of the article.
ちょっと待った。Twitch がさ、ノー NFTs ってすごい叫んでんだけどさ、メタバースと NFT 全く関係ないやろ。落ち着いて。
そうそう、まず聞こう。もうちょっと面白い話だよ。
we're hearing things, we're seeing the comments in Twitch saying no NFTs, but just wanted to clarify, like NFTs and the metaverse are like unrelated to each other, and what we're discussing here is a bit more interesting than that.
14に NFT なんか入らないから、あとやめて。
There's no way we're going to be including. We're not going to be including NFTs in 14, so please, I think we can drop this subject. We need to calm down a little bit.
落ち着いて。
Y'all need to calm down.
で、まあそんなので770行ぐらいの原稿になってたんですよ。そしたら昨日ですね、昨日締め切りだったんだよね。そしたらね、入らないから330行にしてくれって言われて、ちょっと待ってよって。
びっくりした。
あれびっくりしたね。
閉じたもん、すぐ。あっと思ってメール閉じちゃった。
And so we were looking at this article, we were making sure that everything is good, and we were proofreading it, and then it turned out to be about 770 lines of text. And I believe the deadline was yesterday, so we were trying to get it done, but when we received the feedback, it was like, oh, I'm sorry, this article won't fit in the space allocated, so could you reduce it down to 330 lines? And we were all like, what?
Yeah, I just closed my email straight away.
昨日それを結局夜中までかかってなんとか330行348行ぐらいにして、もう俺の本文は削りようがないから、なんか他で削れそうなところは提案しとくから、あとは編集さん側でなんとかお願いしますっていう第三次があったんですよ。
And so I tried my best to narrow it down and I did my best, but like it was still 348 lines and I couldn't cut any further out of what I had said. So I returned it to the editor saying that, hey, I'm going to make some more suggestions of where you can cut, but I can't cut any more of what I had said. And so that was the issue that was happening behind the scenes.
まあこれはでもねしょうがなくて、実は僕ら長年やっぱりこうゲームインダストリーでインタビューとか取材が多くて、やっぱウェブ媒体、その紙があったとしてもウェブ掲載もありますみたいなので、文字数溢れてもまあ掲載の、なんだろう機会ってどっかにあるだろうから、フルバージョンっていう形でやれればっていうのがそれも全員にあったんですけど、やっぱりこう経済誌とか、その紙面とかになってくると、でやっぱりここまでこだわって構成する人があんまりいないんだろうなと思っていて、だからやっぱりこう今後はその文字数とかその1行あたりのこう文字数とかっていうのをきっちり事前に仕様を聞いた上で構成するならした方がいいかなっていうのが今回のまあ学びでしたねっていう。
I mean, I think it's the way we write articles nowadays, considering the game industry and the different interviews that are being held, and a lot of media nowadays, even if they have a print media, they typically have like a web version of whatever article they write. So if something doesn't fit in the print version, it could always be used as further content on the web version. And I think the team was kind of under that assumption for this interview as well. And so I think this was more like a financial paper that we had to interview for, and it was more like a print media. And I think there's just fewer and fewer places that have a very sort of strict limitation on how they structure their articles. And so it was definitely a learning point for me to understand how many characters and or how many letters need to fit in a certain line of text before I had went into it with our sort of edits.
そんな中、宣伝チームから今朗報が届きまして、調整版で問題なく受領いただけましたということで、ありがとうございます。
And it seems like we have approval with the updated version of the article. Hooray! Our edits were accepted.
で、まあもうテストなんでそろそろ終わんないとあれだけど、一個だけさっきね結構その NFT に対して NFT は反対だっていう声がまあ Twitch 中心に、特にね海外の人たちすごくナーバスになってると思うんだ。まあスクエアニックスの社長の松田が昇進表明みたいな形で今年の話を出したから、ちょっとやっぱりナーバスになってるなっていうところがあるなと思います。
And I do want to touch upon, I know we are doing just our test broadcast, so we need to end soon, but we did notice a lot of reactions from especially the Western users about the NFTs, many comments about how you are opposed to NFTs. I do understand that our CEO, Matsuda, had commented on the concept of NFT in his sort of New Year's greetings, in his messaging, and there may be a bit of sensitivity, a little bit of nervousness happening around the topic.
でまあはっきりさっきも言いましたけど、14でもう一切なんだろうゲームデザイン上そういうものじゃないので、
gonna comment on all this stuff very soon. This is awesome.
もし不安に思ってるんだったら
Just setting the stream up
そ
still.
の明言しておくのでやらないです。はい。
And I did mention it earlier, but based on how Final Fantasy XIV is designed, we don't intend on incorporating any sort of NFT element in the game at this point. So if anybody is worried or concerned about it, I can clearly state at this time that we do not have any intentions to incorporate that into the game.
ただ見てると NFT をいわゆるマイニングされたものをただ掘り返すものなんじゃないかっていうふうにやっぱ勘違いしてる人もすごい多いなとは思ってるので、まあ、今度その海外の何かインタビューで、吉田さんが考えるその14とは関係なしにね、吉田さんが考える NFT って何ですかみたいな機会があれば、しっかりその新しいビジネスモデルでゲームが面白くなる可能性があるものだとは思ってるので、ただそれに対してやっぱそれ専用のゲームデザインが必要だと思ってるんで、まあ、その辺一回こう詳しくというか、解説する機会があればね、話してみようかなとは思ってるんで、まずはねみんなが思うような悪いことはならないし、ゲームはまずねお金がどうこういう前にやっぱ面白いかどうかとか、まあファンであるっていうことが最優先だと思ってるんで、そこはね安心してもらいたいです。はい。
But looking at how people are reacting to the subject matter, there also seems to be a good amount of people who may have it misconstrued as something that this is like a mining effort, that's something that you are digging up. And there might be some misconception about what exactly an NFT is. And so I would love, if there is an opportunity to speak to the subject of NFTs in an interview or something that's probably, not probably, I'm sorry, in an interview that is completely unrelated to Final Fantasy XIV, because it is an opportunity for a new business model. And I do believe that the vehicle itself could potentially be something that makes the concept of a video game a little bit more interesting. But that being said, we would need a specific game design that would accommodate for that concept of NFTs. And so if there ever is an opportunity to go into it in deeper detail, I would like to sort of talk about it. And I think there's a potential of utilizing it without going in a wrong direction or like a bad direction. And with any sort of video game, I think before we even talk about the financials or like monetary discussions, I think we need to make sure that the game itself is fun and are there fans of the game? And so I think that's a very important piece that we still need to keep in mind with games.
さあ、というわけでまあ簡単に言うと14に NFT が入ったり来たりしないので安心してねって話なので以上です。じゃあテスト終わって少し休憩したら本番行きましょうか。
はい。
But yeah, again, no NFTs in FF14, so don't worry. But yeah, I think that's it for now. We will take a little bit of a break and then we will get into the main part of the broadcast.
はい。
Alright, so the letter live will kick off in 15 minutes, 11 a.m. 本番はこの後15分後、11時、午前11時から始まりますので、一旦このまま2人に戻りますが、そのままページほっといていただければ始まりますので、また後ほどお会いしましょう。So, we are going back to the cover image, but see you in 15 minutes. では一旦失礼します。
はい。
See you later.
Okay, hello. Oh wow, so didn't expect them to actually touch upon something interesting in the uh, pre-show there. That's cool. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the first of this thing that we decided to call Final Fantasy XIV and Chill, which is literally just casually playing Final Fantasy XIV while, in this case, watching the letter from the producer, live letter. Nice. Move the camera a little bit. There we go. The live letter. See, is it 68? I think it's 68. Yeah. No idea if this is gonna be popular or fun or anything, but that's the plan at least. Just kind of did this as a spur of the moment fun thing. The actual live letter starts in 10 minutes, and yeah, no NFTs in Final Fantasy XIV. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. That's the kind of stuff we want to hear. I mean, we don't agree with Yoshi that there's potential in NFTs and games made for them, but you know, on the scale of like things that the video game industry people have said about NFTs, that is still on the better side of things. And ultimately, like when it comes down to it, it seems like Yoshi P himself is not at all interested in NFTs, and he was more talking, you know, in a general sense about what he's thinking the CEO might be talking about. But like the definitive, like no NFTs in Final Fantasy XIV, beautiful. That's what we want to hear. So we're gonna finish setting up a little bit more stuff. We're just gonna want to fix the lighting a little bit. It's a little dark. We haven't really streamed much from this little corner that we now have to stream from. Although we have getting a somewhat pretty backdrop at least with the pride flag there and like the 1.0 collector's edition, which the shadow is now fully covering, so you can't even see it really. The 1.0 collector's edition is actually the 2.0 collector's edition right next to it. So gonna fix up the lighting a little bit, and then we're gonna start playing. And we don't know, maybe we'll have one of our free company friends join in on a voice call. Maybe we won't. We'll see. This is just we're just flying off the seat of our pants here, and yeah, see you in a second. Okay, and there we go. Much better lighting. Not perfect, but better. Let's see if I can just rotate that. There we go. And yes, we're wearing our Damn Daniel, Fun Daniel t-shirt, of course. No, what the hell? No, not server disconnection on stream. It's the worst time to have a server disconnection. What? What? Well, that's not true. Well, gotta fix that real quick. But yeah, gotta just bring over the letter focus for now. Oh, that doesn't really work. No, that's where the chat will be. So let's put it there. That work? Yeah, that works. And we can remove the pre-show text. Okay, so that was awkward. Maybe it's possible that like. Oh yeah, no, that does make sense actually. Hold on. I'm gonna fix that immediately. It is true that our... Where's my security token? This is an Andrea stream right here. Like, nothing ever goes as it should. But yeah, this might actually be completely accurate. We've lost track of like our subscription due to the free weeks that were added when Endwalker had its server issues. Hold on. There. Let's see. Yeah, we completely lost track of like just how how many days we had left till we needed to fix this. Because we've been paying with Krista, which is the like Mog Station currency. Because that's the only way you can pay with PayPal. Well, that or if you have the Steam version, that also works. But we don't use the Steam version. So just gotta fix this up real quick. But because of that, it also doesn't like automatically renew. So that was a little embarrassing. There we go. Server account registration complete. I should probably up the audio volume on. Okay. There we go. We're back. If you wonder why we're going beneath the desk, it's to plug in our laptop. Okay. So this live letter is going to be the next 10 years. It's going to be a roadmap for what the plans are for the coming decade of Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is 12 years old this year. It started with this one. It won't be like a 6.1 style. Oh, they're back already?
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
Hello everyone. 第68回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレターライブをお送りいたします。Thank you very much for tuning in to Final Fantasy XIV Letter from the Producer Live number 68. 皆さんに自己紹介お願いします。Please introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. 皆さんおはようございます。そしてこんばんはな人も多いですね。Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。そして本日進行を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルこと室内です。よろしくお願いします。My name is Toshiro Muroichi, also known as FFXIV. You are a global community producer here. I will do MC stuff for today's live letter. はい、そして、本日はですね、本日の、PLL も、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送でお送りいたしますので、我らがあゆみさんがスクエニアメリカオフィスから入ってくださっております。So once again, today's letter live is fully bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have a special member from Square Enix America office. あゆみさんです。おはようございます。
おはようございます。スクエアニックスアメリカの徳武あゆみです。通訳を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。Hello everyone, this is Aimi from the Square Enix Los Angeles office. I'm going to be supporting for the translations today.
はい。で本日の、PLL はですね、このセットアップをご覧になった方もいるかと思いますが、吉田さんが話したことは、あゆみさんが通訳してくださいます。で私が喋ることは私が自分で、翻訳しながら進めていきますので、で私からは大して重要な話は出ませんので、私のことを翻訳し忘れてるなというのはスルーしておいていただければと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。So today's setup is Yoshida-san explain things in Japanese and then Ayumi-san will do Yoshida-san's voice in English and I will translate myself. はい、そして今日の PLL はですね、前半戦はFinal Fantasy XIV の新たなる挑戦、次の10年に向けてということで、吉田さんからいろいろご説明いただきます。そして後半はですね、休憩挟みまして後半は、フォーラムで事前に募集しました、パッチ 6.0 をプレイしてみての、Q&A セッションをお送りしたいと思います。So today's letter live has two major parts and then first half is the kind of presentation by producer director Naoki Yoshida, which is where we are and where we are going for next 10 years. And then we have a taking break, and then latter half is the Q&A session based on your gameplay of 6.0 expansion.
はい。
はい、ということで、始めてまいりたいと思います。
ですね、私がこっちを見てるとき、
はい、
こうなってるときは皆さんのコメントを見てるときなので、今日こういうシチュエーションすごい多いと思うんで、ご理解ください。
So you might see me turning my head sometimes when I'm speaking, but I'm actively looking at the comments that people are making as you watch the stream. So you may see me turned this way, but I am still participating. So just wanted to let you know.
まあちょっとね、日本のコメントでね、この手の通訳放送はテンポ悪いんだよなって言ってる人いるんですけど、まあグローバル全体でねお届けしているので、吉田の長い話をですね、あゆみさん一生懸命ね通訳してくれてるんで、そこはね、それを言われると我々ちょっと悲しくなるんで、そういうまあファンフェスのステージぐらいで思って見てもらえると嬉しいかな。
And we do see some comments about how translations kind of drag on the pace. It doesn't feel as quick, but Amy is here to try to facilitate communicating Yoshida's comments. It makes us sad if you're disappointed that it's in 2 languages, but perhaps if you look at it like a FanFest stage event where we have the Japanese and English, maybe that might help it make it more fun.
あとコメントで今日は 6.1 はがっつりじゃないんですかっていうのもあるんですが、So we see some comments. Do we have any further updates for 6.1? So 6.1 がっつりってことだけはないんですよね。
そうですね、パッチ 6.1 の内容と紹介に関しては、
はい
3月4日
はい4日です
に、パッチ 6.1 特集パート1の PLL をやる予定なので、6.1 のまあでも今日ちょっと出ますけどね、6.1 の詳しいところはそっちに譲ります。
So yeah, today's broadcast is not literally going to be just about 6.1. We may touch upon it, but then the details are going to be explained on another episode of the live letter on March the 4th. This is JST, but we will go into details at that timing.
あとはまあなんかこう重大発表的なねニュアンスで取られてるけど楽しく気楽に行くので、皆さんもですね緊張せず気楽に今日は見てもらえると嬉しいです。
And some people might be bracing for a very important announcement when we talk about today's broadcast, but that's not the intent. We would love for you to just relax and just have fun with the broadcast.
面白いですよ。
なんかこういうこと言うたびにさ、よしやめんのみたいなの出るんだよな。ついにこう俺さ、でもいつだっけ、新情報発表会でさ、言ったばっかだよね。ライフワークだって言ってるんで、そういう話じゃないんですよ。
I understand we were talking about like the future of Final Fantasy XIV, but every time we mention something like that, people are like, "Oh no, is Yoshida going to quit?" And no, I think I told us when we were doing our announcement showcase in February. It's like 14 is my life work. It's not like I'm going to just up and leave suddenly.
もうそんなんで嘘つきってやるの嫌だから、なんだろう、そんなね自分の去就をね重大発表しますみたいなねことは言わないですよ。
ちょっと恥ずかしいね。
うん。
I don't want people to be going around saying, "Oh, you're such a liar," because I mean, I'm not the type of person who would make these kinds of like my personal announcements on a live stream. So.
さあでは、やっていきましょうか早速。前半だいたいね2時間ぐらい、後半も多分2時間ぐらい使うんじゃないかなと思います。なのでご飯食べたりですね、今日土曜日なんで飲める人はお酒飲みながらとかでも全然いいので、楽しくいきましょう。
So we're looking at least for the first part, we're looking at about 2 hours broadcast. And so just you're free to do like you have dinner or like eat lunch as you're watching the broadcast. It is a Saturday, so if you want to start drinking early, you're more than welcome to do so.
さあ行きましょう。では、画面切り替えてもらっていいかな。
はい。
はい。じゃあ早速いきますが、改めて今日お話しする内容のトピックおさらいしておきましょう。
Here we go.
Okay, so jumping right in, let me go over the topics we will cover.
で、まず一つ目はちょっとですね、まあ14これまで、正確にはね11年やってきているので、まあちょっと振り返りを最初にね、皆さんへの感謝も込めて、やりたいと思います。
First topic, of course, it's been about 11 years to be accurate, how long 14 has been going on. So we'd like to kind of do a little bit of a retrospect, just convey our thanks to our players and look back on everything.
でまあそれを振り返った上でですね、まあちょっとこの先じゃあさらにもう10年は僕続けたいと思ってるんで、まあ、この先10年さらに14を発展させていくために、まあ、新しい挑戦やっていきますよといろいろそこについて、まあ、どんなことやっていくのかというのをお知らせしたいと思います。
And then once we do look back on our past, then we look forward to the next 10 years. Because as I mentioned, I would love to continue having Final Fantasy XIV for yet another 10 years. So there are many different things that we want to do in order to continue expanding Final Fantasy XIV, many challenges that we want to take on. So I want to touch upon some of those items in today's broadcast.
でここまでいったら1回休憩を挟んで、放送の後半として3つ目、パッチ 6.0 行月のフィナーレ、プレイしてみて何かありますかというので Q&A 事前に質問募集していましたので、それに対していろいろお答えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And then once we do that, we will have a break in between, and then it'll go into the latter half of the show where we kind of asked the players, what did you think after playing 6.0? And so we will do a bit of an Endwalker Q&A.
We submitted questions for that. We doubt they will be actually. We doubt ours will be answered. It could be thousands of questions.
We're seeing comments like, oh, 10 more years, huh? Is Yoshida going to kick off his living dead?
まああったよね、確かにね。吉田の量産を開始しましたとか、クローンの吉田が誕生したので紹介しますとか、そういうのじゃねえかって書かれてましたね。
But yeah, I think I've seen comments similar to that, and like people saying, "Oh, we have mass manufactured Yoshida clones."
なぜか私はもう完了してますよって書いてあるんですよ。
そう。
Yeah, then I say I've done already. So.
では早速いきましょうか。まずはまあ正確にはね11年なんですけど、大きくくくってまあ10年ここまで皆さんとねやってきたのをちょっと振り返っていきたいと思います。
Okay, so jumping into the timeline here, of course, accurately it's 11 years, but like we'll call this the 10 years of Final Fantasy 14.
まあいろいろありましたね。まあ2010年サービスを開始して、その12月に運営体制ね全部開発も、一新して、僕はここから参加ですね。
So first, 2010 was when it all started. Many things that happened caused us to sort of reconsider the development structures, and there was a lot of changes that were made in order to kind of reboot the title. So this is when Yoshida joined into the project.
で2011年の2011年の10月14日に、まあ、14日が縁起がいいだろうっていうので申請をやりますよという発表してますね。
And then 2011, October 14th, we were thinking 14th must bring us good luck. And that's when we announced that we are going to have Final Fantasy XIV Reborn.
海外の皆さん詳しいよね。あゆみさんもインタビューにいてくれたと思うけど、9番を遊びたいので9番のサーバーを復活させる気ありませんかって、クラシックファイナルファンタジー14やる気ありませんかって、ナイトメアって答えたやつみんな覚えてて、ナイトメアってすげえ言ってんのコメントで。
I love how the comments from the West are, I love how they know all these details. And I'm sure Amy had sat into the interviews as well, but people were asking about, oh, are you going to make an FF14 1.0 classic like WoW Classic did theirs? And Yoshida answered, Nightmare. And so people are calling the time of 1.0 in Nightmare. It's awesome.
で、まあ、2012年の11月11日にですね、時代の終焉トレーラー公開とともにですね、一旦申請の準備のために Q14 のサービスを、終了させていただいてます。
And of course, in November 11th of 2012, we titled it The End of an Era, and we sort of closed the service for the original version of Final Fantasy XIV.
まあ、9番からねやってくださってる方も結構いるし、9番の捉え方って結構まちまちだとは思うんですけど、9番のラスト付近はそれはそれでまた独特のゲームデザインの MMO として結構ね好きだった、面白くなったんだよって言ってくれる人たちもたくさんいて、まあ、僕らシャットダウンするのを決めながらも作ってたところに対してそういうね評価をもらってたりするのはとてもありがたいことなので、僕らもすごいね実は励みになってました。
And of course, people who have been playing since the original 1.0 may have their different opinions about how the game had played. But there were people who thankfully acknowledged how 14 was starting to shift, and they did take notice about how the game design was unique, despite we were looking to sunset the original version. And so it was wonderful that people acknowledged that, and that was very encouraging for us as a team.
ちなみに9番から今日視聴してくださってる方で914からやってるよって方、どうですか？手を挙げてもらってもいいですか？
So if I could have people in the comments, by show of hands, I don't know how you raise your hands, but like anybody who's been playing since 1.0, the original Final Fantasy XIV, we would love to see who's been with us since then.
めっちゃい
す
るな。
ごい There's a lot.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
すごいありがたい。
That's amazing. Thank you guys.
まあここからねあと10年お互い健康に気をつけて楽しんでいきましょう。
But yeah, we're looking forward to the next 10 years. So yeah, let's all take care of our health and keep going. That's awesome.
で、2013年ですね、ベータテストをやりながら、2013年8月27日についに新生オルゼや正式サービス開始することができました。
So moving on, 2013, we start our beta testing for A Realm Reborn. And then August 27 of the same year, we were able to relaunch as A Realm Reborn.
振り返るとですね、2011年の3月ぐらいから一気に新生14の設計だけ5人ぐらいで設計をスタートして、2011年の6月から6人のプログラマーがコードを書き始めたのを覚えてるので、実質そこから2年2ヶ月で新生リリースしてるので、もうちょっと驚異的今振り返ると。
And looking back, it was 2011 in March. We started at least doing the framework, just the design structure first. And it was a very small team that worked on it. It was 5 people who started on the base framework. And then starting June of that same year, 2011, we had 6 programmers starting to write code. And considering it took about 2 years and 2 months to relaunch, that's just incredible.
で、念願だったですねファンフェスっていうのを2014年の10月からですね、スタートすることができました。今でも覚えてます。
And of course, by 2014, October, we were able to hold our very first fan festival. That was something that we really wanted to do.
初めてやった北米のファンフェスの基調公演でステージに上がった時の大歓声でですね、もう足が震えて
I still remember it today. The first time we did our fan festival, and we started out in the North America region. And when I took the stage to do my keynote presentation, and just the cheer that I received from the audience, man, my legs were shaking when I was up there.
で初の拡張であるヘブンズワード、2015年の6月にリリースして、その後の8月に、全世界累計登録者数が500万人を突破したと。
And then next, we were able to launch our first ever expansion pack, Heaven's Word, in 2015 June. And then soon after, we reached 5 million registered players.
でこの辺りはですね、我々開発チームもですね、高難易度高難易度って言われてよしやっちゃうぞって言ってもうキリッキリなのをやったらですね、いや難しすぎんだろってなってですね、我々もいろいろな失敗を繰り返しつつですね、今につながってる本当重要な時期だったと思います、ここは。
But this is around the time when people were starting to clamor for higher difficult content, and the dev team got so excited about, oh yeah, you want difficult? And so we gave you a really, really tough content, and people started complaining now about, oh no, this is too difficult, Yoshida, this is too difficult. And so we were trying to find that balance. It was trial and error trying to get to that nice balance. But I think it was really important that we're making that conversation.
あれでね、僕は人生の格言の一つをね学んだんですよ。プレイヤーの皆さんには、いやーちょっと簡単だったなって言われるぐらいがちょうどいいんだなと。
And it was then that I learned this very valuable lesson, which is, I think it's best to keep the difficulty where the players would walk out of it saying, that was pretty easy.
で、グレンドリベレーターを 発売したのが2017年6月で、この辺りからようやくこうバトルコンテンツ以外の、そのもう14の世界に住むみたいなことをより具体化していけるようになったのがこのぐらいの時期で、それがね、功を奏してですね、登録者数がこの時点で1000万人突破と。
And then, of course, Stormblood released in 2017 June, and we started looking at various other types of content aside from battle and combat, content that would involve the feeling of living in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. And I think that really struck a chord with people. People were resonating with it, which thankfully got us to our registered player number up to 14 million players.
思い出されるグレンのリベレーター初日のね、ラウバーン透滅戦。
すごかったですね。
And I still remember when Stormblood first launched, Rauban Extreme in the Niners.
ありましたね。
I think we all remember that.
あの失敗があってね、今の安定したキューイングシステムがあったりするからね。
But I mean, even with that failure, we learned from it, and we were able to build a much better queuing system.
そしてですね、2018年になると、全世界登録者数が1400万人を突破して、2019年には、1600万人を突破と。ありがとうございます。
So I'm sorry, this is where we hit 14 million is 2018 August. And then moving on, we reached 16 million players by 2019 May. So thank you so much for all the players that are staying with us.
そうして続けてですね、2019年に、漆黒のヴィランズを発売し、その年末にはですね、全世界累計登録者数が1800万人を、突破となりました。
And moving on, we released Shadowbringers in 2019, and soon after, we surpassed 18 million registered players.
数字に関して言うと、単純に数字だけをこう見ていくと、そのなんていうの、増えるペースっていうのがばらついてるように見えるのかもしれないんですけど、実は体験したことのある人が増えれば増えるほど、新規が当然減るんですよね、パイが決まってるところから新しい人を呼ばなきゃいけないので、だからここまでの数字になってるのにさらに数百万増やしていくっていうこと自体はとてもすごいことで、これは本当ね、開発運営チームの努力もそうなんですけど、マーケティング PR チームが、コミュニティの皆さんと一緒になって達成してきてる数字なので、本当にこれはね、誇らしい数字だと思ってます。
And looking at the numbers, it might seem like there's no real, like, nothing of note. Oh yeah, the numbers are just increasing. But if you consider this, if we have a certain number of people already playing the game, and if we have a single pie that we're taking numbers out of, like, you would expect the numbers to start going down. But it's interesting that we see more and more players join us even after all these years. We are seeing millions signing up. So, of course, I really want to acknowledge the development team, operations team, but also the marketing and PR teams working with the community to kind of promote the title and get the word out. So I'm very proud of their achievements.
そして2021年、去年ですね、12月2日にはですね、全世界累計登録者数が2500万人を突破し、ちょっと昨日の数字とかは見てないですけど、全然まだ上がってってると思うので、で12月7日ですね、すいません、2週間ほどちょっと遅延をさせていただくことにはなってしまいましたが、行月のフィナーレを発売して、ハイデリンゾディアーク編完結というところまでこぎつけてこられたなと。
Of course, 2021, which is last year, we surpassed 25 million registered players. I did not see yesterday's numbers, or like as of yesterday's numbers, but I do understand that our numbers are still increasing. And then afterwards, I know we had to delay the release by about 2 weeks. Again, apologies for the delay, but we were able to release Endwalker, and finally we were able to conclude the overarching story of Heidelin and Zodiark.
まあ長かったようで僕は結構あっという間の11年でした。でも本当にね、世界中のプレイヤーの皆さん、光の選手の皆さん、メディアの皆さんもね、関係各社の皆さんにも本当にものすごくこんなに支えてもらうタイトルは他にないだろうと思うぐらい支えていただいてここまで来れたので、改めて本当に感謝をお伝えしたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
And it feels like a long time, but man, these 11 years went by very quickly for me. And all of our Warriors of Light, our players, members of the media, all of our supporting partner companies as well. There were just so many people that supported us throughout this all. So I do want to take this opportunity to convey my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. So I sincerely thank everybody.
はい。あとは本当ね、開発チームにも、本当に厳しいスケジュールでやってきてて、実際実は拡張パッケージそのものの開発期間って1年とか、下手すると1年切ってたりするんで、本当に頑張ってきてもらいました。
And I also want to acknowledge the development team as well. They were always working against a very harsh schedule, and even developing some of our expansion packs. Sometimes we have only about a year or even less than a year to get through all of the tasks that needed to get done. So I really want to show my appreciation to them as well.
さて、ではこれを踏まえてですね、ここまで歩んできたその11年、9番の状態を考えれば、これ以上ないぐらいの成功をさせていただいたと思ってます。ここはあんまり言葉を隠さずに成功できてると思ってるので、それでいいと思ってるんですけど、ここまではある意味もう過去になったので、ここからさらに次の10年また挑戦を続けていきたいと思います。
And looking at the trajectory here and the path we've walked down, I think I want to consider this a success from what we had taken and what state it was in when we had first taken on the project, and to bring it to where it is now. I'm not ashamed to declare it. It might be a little awkward in the Japanese, but I believe it is a success, and I think it's a good thing that we've gotten here. But now that we have gotten this far, all of this is now in the past, and so we want to look to the future. We want to see what kind of challenges we can take on.
というわけで2つ目のセクションである14の新しい挑戦と題してですね、今後どういうことをやっていくよというのをお伝えしていきたいと思います。
So for the second part of this presentation, as you see, it is entitled Newfound Futures. So I would like to discuss what we are intending to do.
まずですね、僕としてはですね、社長からやめろって言われるか、やめろって言われても抵抗するとは思うんですけど開発チーム運営チームからやめろって言われるか死ぬかぐらいの以外では14をやめる気がなく続けていきますんで、この先もぜひ皆さんよろしくお願いします。
And me personally, as Yoshida, unless the CEO says, Yoshida, you need to leave, and even then, I think I'm going to fight him. Or if like the development team, the operations team want to kick me out, or if I, God forbid, die, those are the only extreme cases I would even consider leaving the 14 project. I want to continue working on Final Fantasy XIV, so your continued support will definitely be appreciated.
というわけでですね、まず今回その10年さらにこう14をせっかくねここまで日本初のそのサービスでこの規模まで来れるってなかなかあることじゃないので、この先の10年に向けてまずは 7.0 をめがけて、新しいことに挑戦していこうと思ってます。
So of course, with this title, and considering that this game was launched from a Japanese development studio and being able to expand to this global scope, it's a rarity, I think. And so my next goal, my future goal, is now looking at 7.0 and leading up to that, what can we do?
コメントが
うん
7.0 って言ったかで
大丈夫大丈夫。もうシナリオ会議の1回目やったから、
これを
合宿やったから、7.0 はやるよ。
People are already speculating about, oh no, 7.0 confirmed? Well, I mean, we are already talking about scenario for 7.0. I'm not afraid to say that we do intend on doing a 7.0.
まずここに向けてちょっとコンセプトを話をさせてもらいます。まずその一つ目がこちらになります。
Now, that being said, I do want to establish what my thinking is and the concept behind what we're trying to do leading up to 7.0. And this is the first point.
まあこれ具体的にどういうことっていうのはこの後ちゃんと、お話ししようと思います。
And of course, I will go into detail as to what this exactly means.
Hello, Alfonso.
そしてですね、7.0 に向けて、チャレンジとしてですね、
So
こちら、
not much.
第1次グラフィックスのアップデート。
There will be no NFTs in Final Fantasy XIV.
And then next, again,
And
leading,
they
up
chronicled
to 7.0, and one of the challenges
the first
we want
11
to
years.
focus on
And this is the
is
first new
our
content we're talking about.
first graphical
Graphical
at least
update, oh
the
damn.
preparation and the development for it.
まあ、なんで第1次ってついてるかっていうのも後でね、この項目の掘り下げでちょっとお話しようと思います。
And of course, when we dive into each of these different points, I will touch upon why we are calling this the first graphical update.
まあ一応先に言っとくコメントが結構多いんで7.0 で PS4 が遊べなくなるってことはないです、それはないのでお約束しておきます。
I do want to clarify though, because I am seeing a lot of comments wondering about this. This does not necessarily mean that we are ceasing the support for PS4 as of 7.0. So I do want to clear that out first.
Good, then probably won't
そしてで
get
す
a
ね、
new
今日3
PC
つ目、
either.
せっかくなのでパッチ 6.X シリーズでどんなことをやっていくかというのもお知らせします。
And then the third point, I mean, since we are here, I would like to take the opportunity to cover what we are planning to do throughout the 6.x series as a sort of roadmap.
Nice, nice.
はい、では各項目、詳しくよりお伝えしていこうと思います。
Diving into the details.
まずコンセプトの一つ目ですね。一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG へ、さらなる進化をしていきますと。
So our first concept, an even better RPG, alone or with friends.
これ何かというとですね、読んで字のごとくなんですけど、そのファイナルファンタジー14一応ジャンルとしては MMORPG って呼ばれてます。
So I mean, it is what it says, of course, but yes, I understand that Final Fantasy XIV as a game genre would be categorized as an MMORPG.
そこでですね、僕この11年ファイナルファンタジー14をやってきて、世界中のプレイヤーの皆さんとイベントだったりファンフェスも含めてですけど、本当たくさんのゲーマーの人たちと話をしてきました。
And of course, throughout the 11 years of doing Final Fantasy XIV, we did various events, gaming events, including Fan Festival, and I had the opportunity to speak with different gamers.
そこでですね、あとそのマーケティングチームに市場調査とかをしてもらって、これね定期的に拡張のたびにやってるんですけど、やっぱりそこで出てくる答えっていうのが、なかなかブレイクスルーできないなっていうのがあったりします。
And of course, I would have my marketing teams perform market research as well. And this is something we regularly do when we start to plan for upcoming expansion packs. And with the information that we receive, and there's always like a question that we never seem to find a way to break through.
2つあって、1つはファイナルファンタジーシリーズ大好きなんだよ、すごいファンなんだ、全部やってるよ、ただし11と14以外ねっていうのがめちゃくちゃ悔しい。
So there's actually two, and one of them is we see there's a lot of players that love Final Fantasy and many that claim they've played all of the Final Fantasies except for 11 and 14, which is very frustrating.
まあ、11もね今かなり、アップデートをかけてかなり大部分ねソロで遊べるように快適に、してますが、14はさらにその先へ行きたいと思ってます。
And of course, we are paying attention to Final Fantasy XI players as well, and we've made various updates. I think it has become very solo friendly recently, but with Final Fantasy XIV, we want to go
We'll see
beyond
about that when we do
あと
our
はこう
11
もう一つはですね
playthrough this summer
オン
or
ライ
whenever
ン
we
なんだ
get
よ
to
ね
it.
めんどくさい、人と遊ぶの嫌なんかこう人間関係作るの嫌っていうのがですねやっぱりナンバーワンなんですよね、そのプレイをしない理由っていうところで。
The second point we are trying to reach a breakthrough is people who comment about, oh, online play, I don't want to deal with having to play with other people. I don't want to develop relationships online. And that's actually a very large reason, if not the number one reason, many players kind of hesitate playing 14.
だから10年かけて MMORPG っていうジャンルじゃなくて一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG っていうジャンルにしたいと14を。
So what I want to do here is spend the next 10 years and break out of that MMORPG category. I want this to be an RPG that can be enjoyed alone or with friends.
まずなので、
Expanded trust system then probably.
7.0 でまでの間、
Yep.
フェイスシステムの大規模アップデートっていうのをやっていきます。
Well, awesome.
So, as a lead up to 7.0, or until that time, we will continue to make updates to the trust system.
パッチ 6.1 から 6.5 までの5つのメジャーパッチで全メインクエストの必須 ID と4人用の透滅戦を全てフェイス対応します。
So as it says here, trust compatibility for all main scenario dungeons and 4-player trials to be added in patch 6.1 through 6.5.
まあ順次なのでね、パッチ例えば 6.2 とかを見ると中途半端なところまでしか対応されてないとかいうことがある可能性は高いんですけど、それにね怯えているといつまで経ってもできないので全部一気には不可能なので、もうなのでこの 6.1 から 6.5 つまり 7.0 までの間を次に飛び上がるためにもうどんどん順次やっていくという期間に当てさせてください。
That means we can delay our replay
And
of Final
so,
Fantasy
of
XIV.
course, these are going to be incremental implementation. And so you might look at, say, patch 2 point something and 6.2, and you might notice that maybe not all of the dungeons have been supported with a trust system compatibility. But if we are afraid to make progress and be just in the middle of work in a certain major patch update, we won't be able to make progress. I think it's impossible to do everything at once. So we are trying to address this as we can, and we're looking at this as a preparation for 7.0. And so we would like to ask for your understanding as we lay these foundations.
その第1弾となるパッチ 6.1 では新生オールゼア編のうち、2.0
Well, awesome.
範囲
Okay.
を全て対応しま
Yeah,
す。
so we will planning a
So
new
the
game
first
plus.
implementation, patch 6.1, will make a Realm Reborn, and this is just patch 2.0.
We were planning a new game plus
and the
playthrough
scenarios become trust compatible.
this year.
そして
We're gonna wait
です
for
ね
that in that case.
それに伴って一部初期のですねメインクエスト ID とか、透滅戦もリニューアルします。
And then further improvements will be made to some low-level main scenario dungeons and trials.
でちょっと注意なんですけど、蒼天のイシュガルドに入ってからの8人透滅戦ストーリー上に出てくるあれらはちょっとやっぱりコストを全見積もりしたんですけど、どうしてもこう 6.1 から 6.5 までの期間では対応しきれないので、8人の透滅戦に関しては 7.0 以降順次対応していくつもりです。
You may see the disclaimers on the bottom, but for the 8-player trials, especially those with the Heaven's Word expansion. I'm afraid we are unable to update it at this time. We tried to calculate all the cost and the resources that it would take for us to address all of this within that sort of 6.1 through 6.5 timing, but I'm afraid we would be unable to allocate the resources for it. So we will get to it after 7.0. Yeah, these updates will be considered for 7.0 or later.
まあもちろん皆さんご存知の通り、その通常のねマッチングがなくなるわけじゃないので、あくまでストーリーを一人で進めていきたいっていう人のための機能なので、レベリングルーレットだったりねマッチングっていうところはそのまま継続していくので、そこはご承知おきください。
And of course, we don't intend to do away with the regular matching systems. Your leveling dungeons and queue matching and duty finders will still be active and available. These trust compatibility is primarily for those who have a strong desire to play through these story dungeons on their own.
で、ですね、8人透滅戦は今回行月のフィナーレでハイデリン透滅戦でテストケースとしても含めてやったんですけど、やれることはなんだろう確証を得られたんですけど、まあ、相当やっぱりコストがかかるっていうのと、ギミックから調整していかないといけないっていうこともあって、まずは数の多い ID から優先させていただいてます。あとはね8人なんで責任半のかかり方がちょっと減るんでやっぱり、まあここは逆にマッチングの面白さみたいなところも味わってもらいたいので、一旦7.0 以降にさせてください。
Of course, with these 8 people trials or 8-person battles, we did try it out with the Mother Crystal trial, and we were able to see success as like a test case, but it did require a lot of resources for us to build it. And then if we were to start applying that system to existing dungeons, we'd have to adjust the mechanics so that it would accommodate for the trust system. So at this time, we made the decision to move forward with just the instanced dungeons. And with an 8-person trial, I think that sort of reduces the responsibility per person going into the match, hopefully. So we're hoping that players would still jump into like a duty finder and hopefully get the enjoyment out of matching up with random people. So at this time, we are unable to address it within the 6.1 through 6.5 period, but we are looking to it for 7.0 or later.
でちょっと注意なんですけど、
はい、
まあどうしてもフェイスっていう呼び方をすると、暁といけんのかなとか名のある NPC といけんのかなってイメージがちょっと強いと思うんですけど、ストーリー上こうそのマッチングでしかいけないからこそ、じゃあ俺は他のことをやってくるみたいなのでこうみんなちょっといなくなったりとかしてたと思うんですよ。あれまで全部変えるはさすがに無理なので特に序盤とかは冒険者ギルドのメンバーだったりとか、暁の光のなんだろうこう光の加護を持っているであろう他のメンバーみたいなイメージで組むケースが多いです。
And I want to make another point of caution here. Whenever we say trust compatibility, I think the thought that, oh, can we go into this dungeon with members of the Ascians or any sort of named NPCs? And some of these story dungeons have key players kind of leaving the scene, like where the Warrior of Light goes into a dungeon and say somebody goes up and say, oh, I'm going to take care of matters over there. We can't have them come back just to join you in the dungeon. So in those cases, especially the earlier dungeons, you will see your trust members as like members from the Adventurers Guild or maybe other people who have the Echo accompany you in these dungeons.
ただまあキーになるストーリー上のキーになるポイントで
I kind of figured they would do something like
まあ
that.
こいつはやっぱ
I kind of figured they would like maybe try to involve the Grand Company system or something, because you know there's the Grand Company command missions that work like that. Yeah.
やっぱりニーズヘックと対峙するときはエスニアも行って欲しかったなみたいなやつは、できる限りそういうシチュエーションはなんとか対応していこうと思ってるので、一部ねストーリーもちょっと変更する部分があるかなとは思います。全部は無理なんで、はい、そこはご了承ください。
But that being said, there are certain key points in the story where we do understand players might have a very strong desire to have particular NPCs accompany you in a dungeon. So in some extreme cases, and not extreme cases, but like some key points, the team will make some adjustments. We may have to change a part of the script so that it'll make sense for the character to join you. An example I can come up with off the top of my head is probably the Nidhogg battle. I'm sure a lot of people would have thought like, oh, it would have been nice to have Estinian join as part of the Trust NPC. So we're considering having that available. So there may be some content that accommodates for certain NPCs to join you. I'm afraid we can't address all of them. We can't make it happen with all of the dungeons. So your understanding on that would be appreciated.
そしてですね、ごめんねちょっと長くて、
That's awesome.
6.1 特集パート1の時にまた詳しくお話ししようと思いますが、新生オルゼアの後半って結構今のレギュレーションと違ってしまってるこうダンジョンとかが多いので、かなり手が入ってますいろいろ。
And of course, with the details of 6.1, we will have a dedicated live letter for that, and I will delve into details at that time. But I do want to mention that much of the content, especially in the later half of ARR, differ in how the regulation is set up. So there are changes that have been made.
まあ例えばトトラクとかの、ドゥーンってなってヘビースローがかかるヘビーがかかる床とかなくなってます。
For example, like when you go into the Thousand Miles of Totorak, and you step on those like poison floors, and all of a sudden you are hit with heavy or slow. We're actually getting rid of that.
あとはちょっと Q14 から申請するのに急いで作ってちょっとライティング良くないなとかいうところのダンジョンもちょっと絵的な調整もそれなりにやってます。
And there are also some aesthetical changes that we wanted to make. There were certain areas of the earlier part of FF14 when we were trying to quickly just relaunch as a Realm Reborn. So there were areas where lighting may not have been 100% to what we would have been satisfied with. So we went back in and adjusted those as well.
そしてですね、まあ他にもですね、8人パーティーバトルの一番最初であるビットアッティン教習戦なんですけど、なくなります。
And then one of the first 8-person party battles that you encounter, I believe, is Camp Westwind. And I want to mention that we are doing away with that.
皆さん大ショックを受けておられます。
Wait, you're getting rid of Cape Westwind?
帝国の盾としてね、武人として身を挺してやってきた、ね、帝国将軍の一人、まあ将軍ではないけど正しくは8人でフルボッコはいかがなものかということでですね、ちゃんとコストをかけてですね、クエストインスタンスバトルとして、生まれ変わりますので。
That makes sense.
Considering Litatine is like the shield of the Garlean Empire. I mean, he's technically not a captain, but like, I mean, he's like a very prominent figure. I think it would be very humiliating for 8 people to come in and just beat him up. So we actually allocated the resources to rebuild that battle so that it's going to be a quest instanced battle that you go in.
まあ他にも内閣外閣と呼ばれている8人ダンジョン、あれらもですね、今回すべて4人用 ID に作り直してあります。
And then of course, the Praetorium and the Castrum Sorry, I can't pronounce it. Meridianum. That's very long
Meridiano.
bases that you need to go. They were
Meridianum.
originally 8-person content,
Castro
but
Meridiano.
we are going to be changing it so that these are 4-person instant dungeon,
Oh,
instanced dungeons.
なのでアルテマウェポン戦も切り出して4
Goodbye,
人用として
MSQ roulette.
シナリオモードを作ってであとラハブレアが憑依したサンクレットさんを8人でただひたすら無言で殴るっていうのもストーリー用のクエストインスタンスバトルとして作り直してるので
大好評です。
はい。
And so your battle with Ultima, or the Ultima weapon, will be changed to a 4-person battle. We are adjusting the scenario mode for that. And then where you go in and silently beat up La Habrea, aka Thancred being possessed by La Habrea, is also going to be adjusted so that it's like an instance during a story quest.
というわけで、まあそんな風にコストもですね、レギュレーション、今のプレイフィールにできるだけ近づけられるように、いろんな改修をしつつですね、パッチ 6.1 から 6.5 にかけて、4.x までの ID ですね、全部対応していこうと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
So, yeah, in a nutshell, we are going in and making many adjustments so that it fits with kind of follows suit better with how the game feels at this time. So throughout patch 6.1 through 6.5, we will be looking at the various content up to the 4.x series, the different instance dungeon to make adjustments.
さあ、ではこのセクション以上で次へ行きたいと思います。
Okay, so moving on to the next section.
2つ目の新しい挑戦ですね。この、6.1 から 6.5 までの期間、
some people are whining
までの期間を
about
使ってですね、まず
14 not being a
まあ貯金
real
をやっていく
MMO
上で
anymore.
第一
It's like it's optional solo content. For you in the type of content that people complain about getting in Duty Roulette all the time, so you're like people are just whining about anything.
Long-term or like preparations for long-term operation of the game, and we want to be doing this in the background, but we'll be preparing for our first graphics update.
ただ、まあ、なぜ第一次グラフィックスアップデートと言ってるかっていうと、まあ2時も3時もあるんだろう もしかしたらってことなんですけど、なぜかというともうここまで11年運営してきてるともう尋常じゃないリソース、グラフィックスアセットが存在してます。
So the reason why we named this the first graphical update, and that's of course to imply that there will probably a second and or third after this, but our game has been in operation for about 11 years, and considering all the graphical assets we have produced, it's an insane amount.
やっぱり一気に極限まで上げようとすると絶対コンバートミスがあったりとか、そもそもコンバートの物理時間が足りなくてもうデザインチームが無理です絶対できませんっていう答えになってしまうので、まあやれることを一回やって引き上げたらまたその状態で安定が見えたら次もやってっていう形でまあその第1回目が
Sorry, I keep muting the stream when talking, but we actually have some people running through ARR now for the first time who are friends of us, and this is just going to help them a lot. You know, it's good stuff, and it's optional. It's like people who complain about optional things, like boggles my mind. Like,
same time, and so what we're trying to do is address these in phases so that we can test out certain elements, see how they work, and if it seems to be stable, we move into the next phase. And so I think with our first graphical update, this will be like the first time we start testing some of these elements.
4K グレープスでめっちゃ吹いたんだけど
4K
I saw a
grapes.
comment.
4K
Says,
grapes.
4K grapes. Thank you so much for that. That was hilarious.
あそこに 4K とかねなんか40万ポリゴンとかかけてるとそれこそ Q40 みたいにキャラクター全然表示できねえぞってことになっちゃうのでまあちょっとこれから詳しく説明はしますよ。
That's hilarious, but like imagine spending so much resources just to get the grapes to be 4K resolution, and imagine spending 400,000 polygons just to depict a piece of fruit. We won't have enough resources to render our characters on screen. But let me go into the details.
そのグラフィックスアップデートは一気に、7.0 での投入を予定してます。
So again, these graphical updates are intended to be implemented in 7.0.
まあその次期拡張パッケージまでの間っていうのを、まあ、僕らのそのグラフィックスのアップデートのシェーダー追加したりとか、いろんなものを追加していくテスト期間だったりプログラム期間だったりそれに合わせたグラフィックスアセットのコンバート期間というふうにさせてください。
So until 7.0, this will be, again, our preparation period. So this is where our team will be testing out various additions to the graphical elements, including different shaders. We'll probably need to write more programs. This is where when we're going to be doing our asset conversions, etc.
でここが重要なんですけど、あくまでやっぱりマルチプレイのゲームであるっていうのをぜひ覚えておいてほしくて、やっぱり画面全体の美しさ、9番から申請した時に感じていただいたように、やっぱり総合的な美しさ、世界の美しさっていうのを追求していきますよと、コンセプトとしてはね。
And of course, one key point that we want players to understand is that this is still a multiplayer game, and so we want to strive for the aesthetic quality of the overall picture and looking at the sort of beauty or the element, aesthetically pleasing sort of overall picture.
だってこうまさにね発売されたホライゾンのさクオリティでさ動くと思われたら困るわけだよ。あれで俺たち300人とか描画しなきゃいけないんでいやできはするんだけど、みんなの PC 動かないよ。確か
に。And I see games like Horizon Forbidden West, and I don't want to get people to think that we'll raise our graphic quality to that. It's amazing, yes, but imagine having to render 300 different characters on screen at the same time at that quality. And it's not physically impossible, but then I don't think it's going to run on anybody's PC.
そこは覚えといてね、みんなね。
So please keep that in mind.
ここをね、なんか勘違いされるのが一番怖い。
That's the scariest thing for people to kind of misconstrue.
で、当然なんですけど、アニメーションとか、まあその世界全体、画面全体の美しさっていうところにやっぱりアニメーションとかライティングシステムっていうのも大きく寄与していると思うので、このあたりもアップデートしていきます。
The art style
is, and of course, considering the sort of overall aesthetic, animation is going to be a key element we're looking at. Lighting is another element that we want to adjust as well.
まあ例えばアニメーションに使っている、よくねメモリがって言われますけど、メモリの割り当てをちょっと増やすことによって今までより長尺のこうエモートモーションが作れるとか、あとまあそのライトの数が増えることで実は潰れていたバックグラウンドのディティールがより見えてきて、リソースに手を加えなくても綺麗に見えるみたいなところもあるんで。
So what we mean by different updates to animation and lighting systems is, for example, I know people would automatically start talking about, oh yeah, memory issues with animation. So if we revisit some of the allocation of the memory for animation, it might allow us to create emotes with a longer animation loop, or with lighting, they're just having more lights than we had originally set up would allow for details that would have been sort of washed out or like not visible because of insufficient lighting to kind of show up. And so that will allow for an improvement in the graphical quality without us even having to adjust the elements that are already in the game.
Yeah.
まあ重要なところです。
はい。
スタンドアローンのゲームクオリティにはなりません。これをですね、皆さん頭にすり込むためにもですね、寝る前に必ず一度復唱していただきたいぐらい。
And again, very important point. I want to stress again, the new graphics will not be comparable to those of standalone titles. This is again very important. I want you to remember it. I want you to repeat it before you go to bed. That's how much I want people to remember.
まあとはいえやっぱりグラフィックスいろいろ手を入れてパフォーマンスというかね、
I'm glad to be
処理
clear
は
about
より
this.
動作が重くなりはするので、7.0 では最低動作保証スペックの条件がまあ変わるのは確定です。
はい、
ただできるだけ多くのスペックにね対応できるっていうところはこれまでのポリシーでもあるので、捨てずにやっていきたいと思ってます。
So that being said, we do want to update the graphics for sure, and so that means your processor might require more power in order to render these graphics properly or like efficiently. So we will probably have to update the system requirements for your machines and your PCs. We will try our best to accommodate for as many models of machines to accommodate with the changes, but we do want to make you aware that it is pretty much guaranteed that we will have to update the system requirements.
でやっぱり気になるプレイステーション4なんですけど、この 6.X 期間中に、先行投入すると思いますけど PS4 版の最適化をやっていきます。
And I know people are wondering about PlayStation 4 support as of 7.0. I think what's going to happen, and this will probably be done prior to the launch of 7.0, so sometime within the 6.x series, we do want to optimize the PS4 version for sure.
で、さらにですね、まあ PC 版にあるようにグラフィックスオプションのカスタムっていうの PS4 版少ないんですけど、あれを増やしてですね、新しいその描画とか入れるとやっぱ重くなる部分があるので、重くても綺麗でいいやという人はオンにしてもらえばいいんだけど、まあオフにしてそのフレームレートを優先するみたいなことができるようにしていくので、PS4 のサポートっていうのも少なくとも 7.0 のタイミングではしっかりやりますので。
So, and on top of that, there are various graphical configurations that you can set up on the PC version. Like you can customize some of the like display options, and we understand that it's a bit lacking in the PS4 version. So we do want to implement options in the configuration so that you can select like prioritize frame rate, or if you want
let me give my characters more scars.
If you're okay with performance kind of dropping slightly, but still have the graphics performance, then you can select that option, whatnot. So I do want to assure you that we will continue supporting for PS4 at least until 7.0.
Oh.
What people's reactions are. Some people think, oh, is that me?
そうそうそう。なんかさ、多分ね、これじゃないよね、多分みんな求めてるの。
I don't think this is what we are looking for. This is not what we would desire.
なんか疲れた吉田って書かれてる。
Some people are saying this looks like a very tired Yoshida.
そう、なんか違うでしょ。
Yeah, but it kind of does feel awkward.
Okay.
まあここまでリアルにはならんす。
So we
Photorealism is not the goal. Thank you.
To make it look this real.
まあいわゆるフォトリアルを追求していくとグラフィックスアップデートってこっちに行きがちなんですけど、おそらくファイナルファンタジー14の世界やキャラクターが気に入ってくださってる方って多分こっちを求めてはいないと思ってます。
Trying to get onion boots in Labyrinth, by the
Some
way.
games, of course, their intent is to lean towards that photorealistic depiction, and people tend to lean in this direction. But I think for those who enjoy the aesthetic of Final Fantasy XIV, this is not necessarily what we want to begin with.
では、今そのグラフィックスアップデートって実はテスト開発もスタートさせてるんですけど、テストスタートしてからまだ1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいなんですね。
So with these graphical updates, we are already starting testing actually, and it's been about a month and a week.
なのでその1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいテストをして、まあこれだったらもう今出してもまあいけるだろうここまではと。まあこれ以上を目指すんだけど、まあ少なくとも一旦お見せしてもここまでは間違いなく大丈夫だよあると 7.0 でっていうのを用意してきたんでちょっと見ていきましょうか。
And so we are still very early in our testing stages, again, about a month or so testing, but we do have results that we're seeing that is, of course, we're going to aim higher than what we're going to be showing you, but I think it's coming out pretty nicely, and we are relatively confident. So let us show you some of these images.
こちらがですね、テスト期間1ヶ月目のサンプルです。キャラクターですね、まず。
So from first month of testing, so this is one of the samples.
これ左が今で、右がテクスチャーをハイレゾリューション化してます。髪の毛も含めて。で、あとシェーダーを、1枚入れてます。
And so what you're seeing is the current image on the left, and then on the right, we've made the textures high resolution, and we've added a layer of shaders.
あと、セルフシャドウって言って自分の髪の毛の影が顔に落ちた時、まあその自分のオブジェクトが自分に影を落とすのをセルフシャドウって言うんですけど、そこも調整してるので結構ね、セルフシャドウ実はすごい気になってて、カットシーンとかでも。
And one thing that we did pay attention to was the self shadow, or whenever there's like an object that drops a shadow on yourself, especially if you look at the bangs and the shadow it casts underneath it. That was something that I was kind of I wanted to address looking at the cutscenes in the past.
でまあこれ1ヶ月目のサンプルなのでもっと上目指せるとは思ってるんですけど、動作保証あまりにも重くならないっていう意味では、今一旦お見せできるのはここまで、まあ、この上さらにいろんなことをやった上で最適化していって、まあ、やれるより高いところは目指していこうかなと思ってます。
So of course we do want to strive for even better, but at this time I think from 1 month of testing and making sure that the game itself runs properly, I think this is what we can show at this time, and then we'll continue to test and we'll continue to sort of improve and then apply optimization.
まあいわゆるヒロシと呼ばれてる彼でやるとこんな感じです。
Of course, our Derplander.
でちょっとミコッテのサンプルです。
Here's a sample of the Mikote.
まあ戦月賞のボケ具合が、まあなくなったり、髪の毛の柔らかいそのカールの印象とかってちゃんと出てるのと、まあセルフシャドウがボケてないんでね、綺麗にかかるようになります。
Of course, you may notice the face paint. The war paint is a lot crisper now. And then, as mentioned earlier, self shadow is nicer. I think it's brings out the softness of her face.
まあこれがだいたい1ヶ月目だっていうのをぜひ認識しておいてください。
Again, just to remind you, this is after testing for about a month.
It's nice. It keeps the general feel of
まあこの方向性で良さそうよね、やっぱりね。みんなのコメント見てると。
looking at everybody's comments, it seems like we are on the right track in terms of like the direction we want to take it to.
そうですね。Yeah, it looked like so.
でララフェルがね一番難しいんですよ。
And the Lalfell was actually quite challenging.
なんかリアルにするところがなくて
There are no areas really to make it quote unquote realistic, you know.
まあでも髪の毛綺麗になって、目の周りはものすごく鮮明になって、まあキャラメイクしておけばねもちろんいろんなパターン作れるとは思うんですけど。
But I think the hair has definitely gotten more defined, and then the eyes has become very crisp, and it looks a lot more alive, so to speak. And
The eye is
with being
really
able
nice.
to character create, I think it'll allow for players for a broad range.
そうね、肌の感じをどこまでなんだろう本当にツルツルにするのかララフェルは、こう少しそうは言ってもちゃんと肌っていう感じを出すのかは、結構ね調整が難しいところだとは思ってるので、ただ皆さんが求めてるであろう方向性は理解してるつもりなので、しっかり種族ごとにですね調整しながらいきたいなと思ってます。
And it's still a challenge to figure out how do we depict the surface of their skin. Like, do we make it completely like flawless, spotless, or do we actually give it some texture to make it look like skin?
That's a very tricky thing.
We want to believe that we understand what the players are looking for, but it is something that we still need to kind of explore.
まあなんて言ったってね11年も皆さんと一緒にこのゲーム作ってきてるんで、
そうですね。
皆さんが求める方向は理解してるつもりではあります。はい。
But again, we've been with you guys for about 11 years at this time, so we want to believe that we understand what the players are looking for.
ですいませんちょっとテスト1ヶ月目ということでですねキャラクター
You
サンプ
can
ルとしては
never
以上にな
understand
ります。
what players are
また
looking for.
なんだろう途中でねファンフェスのタイミングとかあればまた途中経過とかね、お知らせしていけたらなと思ってます。
So yeah, because we are still in the early stages of testing, as for character samples, that is all that we have at this time. We're hoping that we can continue to update everybody on the status. Perhaps maybe next time we can do it at like a fan festival or something.
They could have like some kind of complexion slider, not complexion slider, but like
第一次グラフィックスアップデートでキャラクターに関する表現のアップデート項目をお知
a
らせ
way
して
to
い
like
きます。
change your skin from being like
Okay, so just
pristine
wanted to
baby
recap
face
all of the
to
different
more rugged.
elements that we look to update for our first set of graphical updates in terms of characters.
まずですね全体的にテクスチャーを高解像度にしていきます。
Come on, come on, come on, come on,
髪とか
onion
肌とか
boots.
それから今日ちょっとねご紹介できてないですけど装備品のテクスチャーの解像度も上げていきます。
Ah,
So first one would be higher resolution textures, which includes hair, skin, and we weren't able to show any examples today, but we do want to improve the textures of the gear as well.
there's a lot of low res gear that definitely
で
needs
さらに
updating.
ですねこれはシェーダーと呼ばれる、処理になってくるんですけど質感の表現というのを向上させていきます。例えば肌、それから装備品の金属部分あと布って、
Yeah,
布
we
用
were
のシェーダーっていうのが
thinking
実はあって、
Oblivion.
Q14 には入れてたんですけど重すぎて外してるんですね。そろそろいけるだろうということで布がもう少し滑らかに布っぽく見えるっていうシェーダーなどを今、研究トライしているところです。
And then the next item, and this is relating to various shader processing, which is improved material qualities, of course, skin, metal, and fabric. It's interesting because in the 1.0 or like the old version of Final Fantasy XIV, there was a shader or like a process that was just applied to fabric so that
Yes.
it would look the texture quality would look like fabric, but it was too heavy of a load on processing, so we had to remove it in the relaunch. But we're testing various ways to see if we can apply something like that to make fabric a bit more, well, smoother and more fabric-like.
1.0 fabric was gorgeous.
Researching and trying out various methods.
そしてですね、キャラクターに対してのライティングとシャドウの強化というのもやっていきます。特にね、見栄えに直結しやすいこうセルフシャドウに関してはすごくずっと気になってたんで。
And then again, lighting and shadow, better lighting and shadow effects, especially for the player's shadows.
まあさっきもお話しましたけど、できるだけプレイヤーの皆さんの今のキャラクターに持ってるイメージっていうのが変わらないように、綺麗になったな俺のキャラって思ってもらえるようにしていきたいと思ってます。
Did not pay attention to the game there.
Of course, again, our goal is to make it so that the overall appearance of player characters will be altered as little as possible. We want you guys to see the graphical updates and think, oh wow, my characters become pretty.
で注意点が2つあって、はい、まず1つ装備品、信じられない数のアセットがあるのであれを 7.0 までに全部コンバートするのは不可能です。
So 2 points of caution. The gear, we mentioned about updating the material quality of gear, but you know, there's an incredible, unbelievable amount of gear available for all of our player characters, and considering we'd have to convert them all, we will not be able to get through converting all of the gear by the 7.0 timing.
Mute the game temporarily there just to show what we are doing in the game. If you want to, so like we have, oh wow, terrible lighting. Oh well, we have the onion helmet. As you can see, from the 1.0 collector's edition. And we also have like the entire gear set except for the boots. So we're trying to get the boots.
ちょっと優先的にできる限り対応をして、またパッチ 7.x シリーズで徐々にその古い装備っていうのも新しい仕様に少しずつこう対応していけるようにっていうふうに思ってますので、ちょっと数年がかりで全体が上がっていくことにはなるかと思いますが、よろしくお願いします。
But we understand that there are certain glamours that people use often, so we want to look at those and try to get those done with a higher priority in terms of like which to get to. And throughout the 7.x series is when we will address the rest of the previous
also playing
equipment
with this
or gear. So I'm afraid it will take at least a few years to address all of the different textures.
あと NPC です。今回ね、プレイヤーのキャラクターみんなクオリティアップするじゃん。バーンって。NPC 全員も無理だと思っていて、7.0 までには。
The other thing are the NPCs. I know we talked about updating the player characters and the graphics on those, but I'm afraid we're not going to be able to address all of the NPCs by 7.0.
まあ申し訳ないんだが、クオリティの高くなった NPC とまだなんと順番が回ってこない NPC っていうのが出てしまうと思うんですけど、ちょっとそれも許していただけると助かります。
So I'm terribly sorry to say this, but you may start seeing NPCs that have gone through the graphical updates and those that have not gone through the updates. But please, your understanding would be appreciated.
これをね全部やれって言うと、いやもうじゃあグラフィックスアップデートやめましょう、無理です無理ですってなっちゃうんで、ちょっとちぐはぐっていうのが出ちゃうタイミングがあるとは思うんですけど、それをやっぱり承認していかないといつまで経ってもできないと思ってるので、ちょっと許していただけると。なのでちょっとイルベルドはまだ後でいいかみたいな。
And if I were to tell my team that, okay, we need to do everything, then people are just going to throw in the towel and be like, no, this is impossible. So I'm afraid there will be times at which not all of the NPCs will have gone through their graphical updates, and it might look a little disoriented or disjointed. But if I don't allow for that to happen, we won't be able to get to it. So again, if you could forgive us for going through that, that would be appreciated. Like, your bird might not get his graphical update as quickly as maybe like the Sultana, but
テレジアデレジはっていうお声が結構あるんですよ。ただですね、残念な、なんとテレジアデレジってプレイヤーのなんだろう、キャラメイクで作られてるんで、僕らが手を下さずともあいつ勝手にクオリティ上がってしまう可能性が高い。
Some people are asking, oh, but what about Telegy Adelegy? And I realize his expression is part of the parts that you can select when you're creating your character. So because we're updating the player character facial parts, Telegy Adelegy is going to have his graphical updates already. So he may be an exception to those NPCs.
まあというわけでプレイヤーベースで組まれてるものはね、必然的にそうなるんですけど、まあナナモさんとかはね、やった方がいいかなとは思ってるんですけど、ちょっとまだ精査まではしきれてないので、ちょっとそういう状態が出るとは思うんですけど、よろしくお願いします。
So yeah, any characters that are built based on facial parts or body parts that are available for players to utilize will probably be updated simultaneously with like the player character graphics. But there are certain key NPCs that we're also looking at. Maybe the Sultana, but we have yet to sort of assess, and we will continue to sort of explore the options.
で、まあちょっと今日お見せしたのは繰り返しになりますが、テストをスタートしてまだ1ヶ月ちょっとのデータなので、さらなるですねクオリティの向上に向けて他の種族も含めてですねテスト続行していきます。いずれ装備とかもねこんな感じになるよというのもお見せできればと思ってます。
But yeah, again, what we showed you was only about a month or so of testing. So we're hoping to provide you with more updates as they come in. Perhaps the other races, perhaps we can provide you an update with gear, etc. in the not so far future.
で、そうだな。あとは結構コメントであったんですけど、装備の干渉なんとかしてほしいって、あれは正直どうにもならないです。物理エンジンを入れて計算でかわすしかないんですけど、それをやるとやっぱ動かなくなっちゃうと思うので、あとやっぱり装備の干渉を許可してる僕が、もういいとこれは割り切ってくれって言ってるから今のペースでそのアセットギアが報酬が装備がリリースできてるっていうところもあるので、努力はしますが根本的にオフラインのゲームのようにはならないので、そこはすいませんご了承ください。
And I'm also seeing comments about can you do something about like gear or equipment or like player characters like body parts interfering with the graphics of gear, equipped gear. And I'm afraid that is something that we cannot address fully. We would have to put in a physics engine in there, and that would cause for some of the characters to kind of not move properly anymore. And plus, I, as the director, have allowed for those imperfections to my team. I'm afraid we're just moving on with it, or else we won't be able to keep the pace in releasing these different gear and the different designs that is available. So I'm afraid we are unable to address it fully to match something that of a standalone game. Sorry.
さあでは次はですね、ちょっと BG、マップに関わるところもテスト1ヶ月ちょっとのサンプル持ってきました。
Okay, we have more samples though. This time it's for various backgrounds and like map elements.
まずこれは単純に、テクスチャーとかに何も手を入れずに配置できるライトの数を増やすっていうテストのサンプルです。
So this first image is a test of just simply the number of lights we can place in a certain scene without it touching any of the textures or surfaces.
Okay.
配置ライト数をですね複数増やすとこんな感じになります。
More light points
So
does
we
a
just
lot.
added a few more lights in a particular scene, and what you see is in the right side of the image.
ライトがですね、
wait to see the
遠くに
Crystarium
左側ね、
and
1灯しか焚けないので、ちょっと見てほしいのは
It'll make
手前側にあるデス
with these
ク
updates.
に影がほぼ落ちてないのが、右側
Okay,
複
come
数
on,
ライトによって
boots.
ちゃんと影が出るようになってる。
No, those are royal shoes.
So
God
if you look
damn
at the
it.
one on the left, we were only able to place one light source in the scene, but in the picture on the right, we were able to place multiple lights to give it a more realistic look. And as you can see, the desk is now casting a shadow.
まあ当然分かりやすく上の方にライトさらに1灯追加されてるので、まああそこまで作り込んでたのにライトが当たらないことによって全部黒で潰れちゃってたのが、まあ、しっかり見えてくるようになるので、これね多分プレイじっくり見ていないとというか受ける雰囲気が変わるので、これによって。
And of course, I think one of the key changes that you can see is because we were able to place a light directly on top, you're able to see some of the details that would have been kind of hidden behind a shadow. And so I think with allowing for more lights to be placed, it will
it looks really
kind
nice.
of give you a better impression of some of the atmosphere in some of these locations.
でさらにですね、こちら今の現在の状態のティターニアですね。
Oh, Titania.
Next, you see Titania in their current state.
でこれは
Pronoun correction there.
シャドウの
Nice.
テストをお見せします。
So this is where we tested out how shadows appear.
まあ影に使ってるテクスチャーの解像度と計算を上げていくので、
Oh,
これぐら
that
い
is
くっきり見えていくようになる。
gorgeous.
So this is where we tested the texture as well as the calculation formula behind how we're displaying the shadow underneath Titania. And we believe that we were able to improve the quality and the resolution up to what you see on the right image.
さらにですね、これ複数ライトも置いてみてるので、もう今の14だと左の環境しか作れないんですけど、複数ライトをさらにカラー変えたりしていくことで、右のようにね、かなり複雑なライティングの絵作りっていうのができていくようになります。
And as you can see, we have multiple lights again in this updated picture, and then plus we put some colored lighting. So the background is exactly the same, and it was actually quite intricately built, but by having these different sort of lighting available to shine on it, you can see the complex details that was part of the structure.
ちなみにこれ左のティタニアのストーリー的には左の雰囲気がいいなって言ってるコメントがあるんですけど、はい、実はこの状態をさらにグレードアップさせたバージョンを BG チーム作ってきたんです、サンプルとして。ただ開発者目線で見ないと分かんないからライトの色を赤とかにして複数ライトが混ざってるっていう環境を作ってくれって言って僕がわざわざデザイナーがセンスよく統一してきたものをバラしたんで、デザイナーのセンスじゃないので、これね僕のプレゼン用だと思ってください。デザイナーの名誉のために言っときます。
用ですね。
はい。
One thing I do want to clarify, because somebody pointed out they liked the look of the original Titania, where it has that sort of mood with all the muted colors. Yoshida I want to point out that this is the developers actually brought to me an example of what improved graphics would look like with that stayed within the color palette of the original picture, but that's very much in the developer's perspective, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference of what has improved. That's why I had requested my designer to intentionally place red lights, something that's more obvious, just to show an example. So don't worry, this is not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to like destroy the atmosphere. The designer was very mindful about keeping the tone of the story, but I wanted a more like overt example. So just wanted to clarify that.
でここでちょっとね特に注目してほしいのが画面の奥上の方に見えてるステンドグラスのあたりをちょっと見ていただきたいんですけど。
And one part that I do want to point out, if you look at the upper part of the image, where the stained glass is,
これ左と右マップのポリゴンは何も変わらないんですね。テクスチャー解像度も変わってないです。
So just reiterating that we have not changed any of the polygons that are in the map layout. We did not improve any of the textures here.
なのでライトを変える複数置けるようになるだけで、実は BG アーティストたちがこだわって作っていた箇所っていうのがより明確にちゃんと見えるようになるんですよ。左は全部影で潰れてるんですけど、もともとちゃんと凹凸あるんですね。
And so this is what I'm trying to show with this image is that by being able to place multiple lights in a scene, we are able to showcase the details that our background artists have put into the structure. So above these stained glass, you might see these sort of like tiered sort of molding on top. And the picture on the left, it makes it unnoticeable because it's kind of drowned in the shadows. So by being able to place multiple lights, we're able to accentuate those details that our background team has put into the structure.
ちなみにバックグラウンドアーティストたちはライトの追加をやっていこうって言ったらめっちゃ喜んでました。
So when we were talking about adding multiple lights, the background team definitely had a very strong reaction to that.
よかった。
さあで次はですね、こちらは金属表現を、その質感を上げますというサンプルになります。
So next sample we want to show you is how we depict like the texture of the metal.
こちらもですね、デザイナーの趣味というよりはですね、悪趣味なぐらい変えてくれって言ってるので、それをご承知おきください。
And of course, this again is supposed to be an example, and so I asked my designer to make it very gaudy at this point. So please understand, it is not necessarily the designer's choice.
まあもともとやりたかったけどシェーダーがなくてできなかったので、まあこれぐらいゴールをちゃんとやっていきますよと。
So up until now, we didn't have the proper shaders to apply, but we would love to improve the look of metallic surfaces. For example, gold here.
すごいですよね。
コメントで吉田の家じゃんって書いてあるんで。
Better metal shaders would make
仕
such
事
a
してない
canvas
わ。
look a lot better too.
People are saying, "Oh, is this Yoshida's house?" I was like, "No, if I were that rich, I wouldn't be working."
これ怖いもんで、今まで我々が左を金だと信じてまいりましたけど、なんかもうブラスにしか見えないですよね。Yeah, actually, we trusted left side screen is gold up until now, but now it only see brass, not gold, no more.
まあこういう形で金属の、質感強化っていうのもやっていきます。まあこれはねとても分かりやすい例じゃないかなと思います。
Thank you for that. But yeah, again, we're trying to make improvements to the material quality, so the look of metallic surfaces as well.
さらにですね、続いてはマップに使えるメモリっていうのも、上限を上げてあげようと思っているので、それによってですね、より多くのオブジェクトが配置できるようになっていきます。
Gonna get a look at the shadows on the stairs
And
here.
next was to look at the memory resources allocated to rendering a particular area on a map. And I'm looking to raise that sort of cap so that we can place more objects in
Okay, now
a
we're doing
particular
object
field.
counting. Okay.
まあこれ左側が現在よくちょっとマトシャと出会ったりするところですけど、こんな感じになってます。これ現在ですね。
So the left side, you may remember your first encounter with Matsuya.
でそれがですね、今回このぐらいまではいけるだろう
Oh
と。
damn.
And with testing, we are seeing
Oh, you
that we
haven't
can
bothered at
possibly
all.
place more objects like
Thank you for
these.
joining. Take care and sleep
左
well.
と比べてですね、やっぱりまず注目点としてはその1枚のループで作られてたその階段状になってる部分っていうのが、それぞれ素材違いをしかもこう組み合わせで ずらして配置したりすることによってこう
Come
使
on,
い込まれた
Onion
感
Boots.
とかより出せていけ
God
る。こ
damn
のあたりは
it.
ね実はすごく大きいと思います。
And so in the left, you may notice that it's just a repeat layered on, like a repeat layered on top of each other. But in the updated graphics, you can see that we are able to place objects not exactly like on top of each other, but like you can shift it by a little bit. It'll allow for a more realistic depiction of the area has been in use. So this is actually quite it helps with like the immersion.
であ
Yeah.
とはその床ですね。実は床の上にもう一枚テクスチャーを重ねてブレンドさせることでですね、床のこうひび割れだったり、細かい今だとねメモリがないので巨大な床を1枚張ってどうにかってところなんですけど、そこをさらにこう質感上げていけるようになる。
And then the floor or the ground with the graphical update would be able to add another layer on top to give it more texture and kind of blend it in. So like cracks in the ground. Previously, we wouldn't have enough memory, so we would just have to paste one giant floor and deal with it. But with the graphical updates, I think we'll be able to improve on the texture quality as well.
そしてですね、続いてからちょっと BG でお知らせする最後になるんですが、
Next is, I believe, the last set of samples that I've seen for the background elements.
こちらです。我々開発チーム最大の敵、自動草って呼んでるやつ。
So this is one of our pet peeves, arch nemesis, I should say. These are like these automatically generated grass.
これがですね、カットシーンのチェックをやってるとですね、割り込んでくるんですよ。自動で生やされるんで。多分カットシーン作ったスタッフの時には生えてなかったんでしょうけど、僕がチェックする時は生えててですね、このジャギジャギがすごい入ってくるんですよ、カメラに。
And this is so, it takes away from cutscenes when it barges in. I'm sure when the cutscene team is creating the composition, they don't see the grass because this is just automatically generated after the fact. But sometimes it's like so close up and it's so pixelated, and that pixelation it bothered me very much.
今回もね、実はちょっと裏話ですけど、まあエルピスでヘルメスにね、メーティオンにせがまれてエルピスの花をこう見せるシーン、夜空でねあるじゃない。でヘルメスがこう仮面を外す、あそこがですね、何度チェックしてても自動草が入ってくるんですよ。で頭にきたんでもう BG 班で頼んでこの辺もう草生やさない設定にしてくれって。
あ、なるほど。除草剤を撒いてしまったんですね。
So one behind the scenes comment I wanted to make when I was looking at the cutscene in Elpis, sorry spoilers, but Hermes, when he's talking to Meteon about, oh, I want to show you the flowers in Elpis, and he removes his mask, the grass automatically generates. And it gets in the way. So I got so mad. I told the background team, like, can you make it so that you don't have grass being generated in this part of the ground?
でそれがですね、今まだテスト中ですが、こんな感じになります。はい。
But that will be updated hopefully. Again, we're still testing, but this is a sample image of what it could look like.
でまあ種類もね複数持てるようになるので、これね草原から上は何も手入れてないんですよ。向こうに見える木とか全く今のままなんですけど、まあこんなに変わるですよね。
So, and plus we are able to generate a variation of different grass or plants. And so while we haven't added or modified anything in the background, like the trees and the field in the background have not been modified, the look of it is different because of how we can process these automated grass.
これはですね、自動草そのものを入れ替えるので、申請から行月まで全ての
なるほど。
マップで自動で生えてる草がきれいになります。
And for this update, we will be replacing the system that generates these grass or plant life. And so this should be applied throughout all of the areas from A Realm Reborn throughout Endwalker.
さあ、ではバックグラウンド実はねまだあるんですけど、ちょっとどんな表現バックグラウンドを上げていくかというのをお知らせしておきます。
We've done various other testings in terms of background elements, but allow me to summarize again.
まず先ほど、サンプルでも見ていただきましたライト配置数の追加、質感凹凸表現ね、雰囲気の強化っていうのがこれによって、行われます。
So again, we are going to be doing additional lighting points, so improved visual quality, depth, and immersion.
そしてですね、影の高解像度化、影のテクスチャーを高解像度にすることでですね、ちらつかなくなったりですね、影がよりメリハリが効くようになります。
God, fixing shadow flickering is...
shadows, and so we'd be improving the texture of the shadow and how it's depicted so that it will allow for like flickering, decreased flickering.
ちょっと嘆きの海のマップを思い出していただきたいんですけど、あそこ実は雰囲気を宇宙空間にするために、ライトの距離をすごい遠くして、全体の暗さをこう締めるようなことをやってるんですけど、結果そうすると影がものすごく長く表示されるんだけど、テクスチャー解像度が低いがゆえにすごいじらついたりボケたりする箇所が結構多いんですよ。ただ雰囲気を優先したんで我慢してたんですけど、そういうところもですねより綺麗にちらつかずに影が出てくるようになると思います。
So if you would recall Mare Lamentorium and how we were trying to depict or make it seem like you're in outer space and make sure that the lighting had been placed in a very distant location so that we emphasize that sort of darkness that surrounds you. Because of that, whenever you're on the moon, your shadow gets to be very long, but because the shadow textures were not optimal, you would see frequent areas that would cause the shadows to flicker or it could get blurry. So with the graphical update, we're hoping to improve so that those shadows would come out a lot crisper.
そして質感表現の向上です。これもシェーダーでですね、金属とか布とか、まあそれ以外のちょっとシェーダーも今検討してます。
And then, of course, improve textures, which includes metals, fabrics, and we're also trying to consider what other elements can we improve.
そして最後にご覧いただいた自動配置植物の強化、高解像度にしたりですね、あと植生をね、種類を増やしたりしていきます。
Lastly, more and better auto-generated greenery, which is increased resolution, variety, and etc.
で画面全体にフィルター効果として非常に重要なアンビエントオクルージョンっていう機能だったり、フォグ、いわゆる霧をこう重ねるみたいな、それをフォグって呼ぶんですけど、これらに関しては今テストをしてるんですけど、まだちょっとサンプルをお見せできない状態です。
And we're also considering other effects or filters that would apply to the overall screen, including ambient occlusion and fog effects. Now, those are still being tested, but we couldn't produce results that we can present at this time.
めちゃくちゃ雰囲気出るし、めちゃくちゃクオリティ上がるんですけど、画面全体にパフォーマンスの影響を与えるものなので、慎重にテストをしてしっかりこれだったら大丈夫だろう、その皆さんが極端に PC を買い替えたりとかしなくても、あとオプションでねちょっと切ることで軽くできるとかっていうのをちゃんと用意した上で、ここまでやれますよっていうのをちゃんとお見せできる。まだちょっと1ヶ月じゃそこまではいけないので、ただこれらも強化はしていきますので、また続報をねお待ちいただければと思います。
And we totally understand that it will give it a different sense of atmosphere, or it would really improve the mood if we had those kinds of textures applied or those filters applied, but it does affect the overall performance of the game. So we will need to test it very carefully for sure. So we want to explore our options, but we also want to make sure that we are at a state where we're comfortable and not requiring for so much resources that players would have to like update their PC to an extreme, or be able to provide an option to shut it off if you want to optimize your performance. So I'm afraid we're not able to show you anything as of like a month or so of testing, but we're hoping to bring you updates further down the line. So yeah, if you could please stay tuned for that.
さてでは、グラフィックス第1次グラフィックスアップデートの、今日お伝えできる範囲としては、ここまでとさせていただきます。
Okay, so in terms of the graphical updates and the preparations that we're making for it, I think is all that I have for today's presentation.
さあでは続いて、3つ目なんですが、引き続き多くのアップデートこれまでと変わらずですね適切なスケジュールでお届けしていきますよというお話です。
So yeah, we will continue to provide regular updates on an appropriate schedule.
せっかくの機会ということでですね、ちょっと 6.1 から 6.5 まで現状決まっているものでお知らせできそうなものをお知らせしておこうと思います。
So I would like to share information that we know that we're going to have from 6.1 through 6.5.
Okay.
まずパッチ 6.1 なんですけど、こちらでリリースタイムが読み切れないと思うんですけど、皆さん4月には出します。はい。
Okay.
So 6.1 series. I understand that it's still kind of hard to see when it's coming, but we are looking at April at this time.
April. Okay.
当然ですが、メインクエストのアップデートっていうのは 6.1 から 6.5 まで新しい冒険をお届けしていこうと思います。
Of course, part of those updates will include the updates to the main scenario. We will have a new story with each patch installment.
そしてですね、全世界から帰ってこいと言われていた、事件や紳士ね、ついに帰還でございます。ヒルディブランドの行月編が、始まります。
Of course, we've heard many people ask for him to come back. This gentleman extraordinaire, Mr. Hildebrand, will be making his return.
新しいサブクエストシリーズとしてですね、タタルの大繁盛商店というのが、連続として始まります。
And then, of course, a new series of side quests named Tataru's Grand Endeavor.
ちなみにヒルディブランドが最後に目撃されたのはパッチ 5.3 で実装された漆黒決戦ノルブラントでエリディブスによって召喚された中に確率でたまに出てくるんでね、あいつID の中に、あそこですね、最後に目撃されてるのは。
I believe the last time Hildebrand was seen was in patch 5.3, the Hero's Gauntlet, and this is a random occurrence, so you may or may not have seen him. But when you are doing your Warrior of Light battle, he is one of the people that is summoned.
さあ、どんな冒険とかね、珍道中になるのか、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
But yeah, we hope you enjoy whatever odd adventures that he gets into.
どんどんいきます。パッチ 6.1 まだまだあってですね、アライアンスメイド、ミソロジー・オブ・エオルゼア、12神にまつわる物語ですね、スタートします。
Dragon Song Reprise.
Continuing with patch 6.1 updates, we will have our Alliance raid, Myths of the Realm, part
Ultimus
1
Bane unveiled.
implemented.
Oh.
This is going to delve into or touch upon the mythos of the 12 gods.
そして新 PVP のクリスタルコンフリクトというのが、スタートして蛮族クエストアルカソーダラ続編があって、ゼツは本当お待たせしました、レイド大好き勢、本当お待たせしたんですが最新ゼツリリースします。
And so next is a new PvP, the Crystalline Conflict. We will have a new Beast Tribe quest, or like a new tribal quest, Arkasodara tribe quest in their dailies, and then a new ultimate content. Thank you so much for your patience. Our new ultimate duty will be implemented as of 6.1.
ゲームはねアルテマになりますが、もうバランスチェックも終わっていて、結構むずいですよ。
And of course, we will finally be reopening the Unreal battles. Ultima's Bane will be what's coming for the next battle. We are currently testing this out, but it's quite challenging.
アルテマウェポンってもともと結構初期に時間のない中で作られていて、IL が結構みんな上がってるんで、いろいろギミック無視できたりとか、被弾してもそんなになんですけど、レベル90でバランス取り直してきっちりアイテムレベル確定させたらね、やっぱ面白いしやりごたえあるなこれって感じでした。
Of course, when we first designed the Ultima weapon fight, it was done in a rush. And then by now, I think people have raised their item level. So even if you take damage, it's not as bad. But with the Unreal battles, we have adjusted the boss fight so that it matches that of a level 90 player. So, and we've kind of finalized the item level. So testing it out, I enjoyed it. It was a very interesting battle, and it's very challenging for sure.
でも今ちょっとコメントであったんだけど、蛮族クエストっていう蛮族っていう呼び方やめたいなってコメントがあって、確かにそうだね。ちょっと考え直そう。メモっといてもらっていいかしら。はい。表現変えていきましょう。
There was a comment about the Beast Tribe quest, and it seems to not be very favorable to call it that. I know we're trying to shift it to say tribe quests, or like we're just calling it by the tribal name in the English, but we are going to try to figure out a better way to phrase it.
そして絶なんですけど、まあめっちゃ調整続いてるんですけど、多分一番難しいと思うんで、やる方は覚悟をしておいてください。
And I want to backtrack a little bit to the ultimate duty, the new ultimate duty, and we're balancing right now and making adjustments, but it's quite difficult. So if you're up for a challenge, that's fantastic. But yeah, it's going to take some. It's going to again be challenging.
絶は 6.11 かな。
Oh, I'm sorry. Ultimate would be not 6.1 but 6.11, so it's probably not at the same time as the major patch.
メインシナリオをやったり、ハウジングの抽選に応募したりとかすると思うので、2週間空けて出す予定かな。
We are hoping that players would enjoy the main scenario first, and then 6.1 is also when we open up the Ishgard housing. So I'm sure people will want to sign up for like housing plots. So we're going to wait 2 weeks after the launch of the major patch and then release the ultimate duty.
まだまだあってですね、6.1、さっきお伝えしたメインクエスト ID のフェイス対応 2.0 範囲やって、
カスタムデリバリーミリオンズ
ID もちょっとグラフィックスの調整とかいろいろやってます。
So continuing on with the 6.1 series updates.
New calling card style
main
UI.
Quest, the trust system for A Realm Reborn patch 2.0 main scenario dungeons.
そして新しいリワードシステムとしてですね、キャラクターカードっていうのの、システム実装が、ドーンと始まります。
And then a new calling card style UI. So this is going to be a new reward type system that we plan to start implementing.
まあこの辺の詳しい内容は、
Oh, so like a player card?
3月4日からのまたパッチ 6.1 特集パート1、パート2の方でお伝えしていきます。そしてお待たせしたロスガルの、新髪型対応がスタートとなります。
So for this calling card style UI, this is something that we'll cover in our next two live letters. There's one definitely planned on March the 4th, and we'll do like a 6.1 feature part 1 and part 2. So we'll delve into details at that time. So next item would be new hairstyles for Hrothgar. Thank you so much for your patience on this.
そしてハウジングイシェガールドハウジングが開き、お父様取引はなんとアルフィノ・アリゼのお母様であるアメリアンス編となります。
The next two items is the opening of Imperium or Ishgard housing, and then custom deliveries. You get to meet with Alphino and Alizé's mom, Amelians.
新 PVP はいつですか、またちょっと PLL で詳しく言いますけど、6.15 を予定してます。はい。
We had a question about when is the new PvP going to go live. Again, we'll cover this in the upcoming other PLLs, but we are looking at 6.15 timing for that.
それ以外にもですね、透滅戦など多数のものが、透滅戦名前言えないですけどありますんで、ぜひご期待ください。ここまでが6.1 のざっくり概要です。はい。
And of course, new trials, we can't say what, but other assorted updates are planned for the 6.1 series.
そして続いて 6.2 ですが、こんな感じになってて、一番の注目はやっぱり、お知らせしていた、無人島開拓が 6.2 からスタートになります。
New Criterion Dungeon?
So next up is the 6.2 series.
Oh,
this is
I
one
don't
of
think
the large,
6.2.
like the anticipated content, I believe, is the Island Sanctuary. That's when we're going to start opening this up.
昨日全体を一通りチェックしましたけど、めちゃくちゃでかいんで規模、だいぶね組み上がってるんでもう。
I had the opportunity to check the overall sort of content yesterday, and it's quite large scale, but I think it's coming along nicely.
またちょっと今日は時間がないのであれですけど、詳しく説明する機会は取ろうと思いますが、基本的には外の世界と全く異なるそこだけで完結できる遊びになってますし、ゆっくり本当にゆるくやれるので楽しみに待っていただけると嬉しいです。
So I'm afraid we don't have the time to cover it today, but we will take the time at another opportunity so that we can explain the details of this. But it is going to be a different sort of area that you can enjoy, and it's a very self-contained sort of content that you can enjoy.
で2.x 残り新生オルゼアの 2.x シリーズのメインクエスト ID を全部対応し、想定編にも突入します。あとは武器強化コンテンツの新しいシリーズをスタートしますとかですね。
So going back to the earlier bullet points, we will be applying the trust system for the 2.x main scenario dungeons, maybe partially into Heavensward. It says here.
そうだ、もうね多すぎて入れてないんですけど、ミラプリの拡張もね 6.1 から第1弾始まるんで言っときます。そういうの。
Oh, we also want to mention we will be expanding on Glamour's Glamour ミラプリのごめんなさい、ミラプリはグラマープリズムの方でしょうか。言えない感じですか。
第1弾はプレート増やすをやっていく、まず第1弾。
So Glamour related updates. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure how to phrase it, so I squeezed it out of Yoshida-san. We will be addressing and expanding upon Glamour plates as part of the first Glamour related updates in 6.1 series.
ちょっと全部書ききれないけど、いつもの討伐透滅戦のノーマルと極があるとかいうのは、いつも通りやっていくので、その辺は書かれてなくてもあると思ってもらえると助かります。
And of course, we will have whatever content that you can expect in a patch update, so like new trials, etc. It's not written here because we couldn't fit it all in the slides, but yes.
収納数増やすトライもしてるから、ごっそりどっかのタイミングで増やします。
And we're also looking at like how to expand upon like the number of sets stored. So we're hoping to find an opportunity to do that update, like not an overhaul, but like an update on that as well.
そしてですね、さりげなく書かれてる新しいこの 6.2 から新しいバトルコンテンツ、タイプが全くこれまでと違うコンテンツを今開発中です。
And then the fourth bullet point, it's just kind of snuck in there as part of like the updates, but it's a new thing that we're trying to do. It's a dungeon with variable difficulty.
これ難易度可変ダンジョンって今開発コードネームなんですけど、1人から4人でチャレンジできて、1人で行く、2人で行く、3人で行く、4人で行くっていうので、自動的にそれに合わせて難易度がコントロールされるっていうチャレンジ型のコンテンツになります。
And so the code name that we're using here is like Criterion Dungeons, but so you can attempt this with 1 to 4 people, and what makes it variable is that if you go in, depending on the number of people you go in with, so 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, the difficulty sort of varies. It will automatically scale, so it's like a content where players can sort of challenge themselves.
Okay.
まあこちらも組み上がってはきてるんですけど、まだ調整いろいろチェックやってたりするんで、まあ6点に近づいてきたらしっかり特集していきたいと思います。
It is coming along nicely, but and we're still performing checks on the content. So please stay tuned for new information as they become available when we can talk about 6.2.
そして 6.3 になるとですね、メインクエストの ID フェイス対応が争点編をここで完了させる予定です。
And then moving into 6.3, so we continued to add more trust NPCs. We should be able to address the remaining main scenario instanced dungeons in Heavensward.
でかいのはですね、世界中からですね、ディープダンジョンシリーズの新しいのがやりたいという、お声をたくさん頂戴していたので、今企画をやっている最中です。6.3 で、ディープダンジョンシリーズの第3弾実装予定です。
And then players from around the world had asked about when do we get a new deep dungeon. And so we are in the planning phases at this time. We're hoping to launch the 3rd in the series of deep dungeons at 6.3 series timing.
そしてですね、すでに、開発スタートして進んでるんですが、Z シリーズの第5弾を、6.3 でリリース予定です。
And then we are already starting to make plans for this, but we do intend on adding one more ultimate duty. So this will be the 5th one in the series.
そしてですね、6.2 でリリースされた、無人島開拓のアップデートももちろん行っていきます。
And then of course, because we will be opening up the Island Sanctuary as of 6.2, at 6.3 series timing, we will continue to update it.
でまあ、4と5はちょっとパッチ 6.4 と5はまとめてのご紹介になっちゃいますが、この4と5でグレン編のメインクエスト ID のフェイス対応を全部終わらせて、まあ、これで、ストーリー上に登場する ID は、全部対応が終わる予定です。
Okay.
And then next page covers both 6.4 and 6.5 series.
So the trust system is playing single player, effectively. So it's AI partners instead of party members in dungeons and trials. And so far you've been able to do that in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. But they're now adding it back into the old expansion packs as well. So it's basically for players who, you know, have skipped Fantasy XIV because it's an online game. And also just making it easier for people to get through the story content. They offer this thing called the trust system, and it's a thing they had in Final Fantasy XI first, where you bring NPCs with you into dungeons and trials. That's basically it, really. There's like an advanced version of it called the Trust Avatar system, where you actually like level up your single player party. And then you can bring like NPCs that, you know, shouldn't be in those dungeons technically. You can still bring those into the dungeons and such. for fun. So like you can bring like Alphino and Alice into the LPIS dungeon, for example. That's what the trust system is.
This is going to happen, but we do intend on doing it. We will share more information when we are going to do like a patch specific like updates live stream. Please note that even if it's not written in the document, it doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. So yeah, there might be information that we're still in the planning phases and we weren't able to solidify at this time. So we will continue to look at the various existing content and provide updates when we can.
まあなんかパッチ情報を出すとみんな細かいところあれはどうこれはどうってやっぱなっちゃうね。まあ皆さんが思ってることは基本的にやってるんで大丈夫ですよ。
I see that people in the comments are talking about various granular areas of patch updates, and I think it's safe to say that things that we know people are expecting in a regular update will more than likely be included. So I want to make sure that yeah, don't be worried.
まあアルカスソーダラの次のはどうなるの、種族ってどうなるのとかもう全部決まってます。ちゃんと毎パッチやっていくので、まああれかなこれかなって思いながら待っていただけると嬉しいです。
And the tribal quest beyond Arkasodara is I'm sure a mystery, but we have a plan. We do have like which group to focus in on, and we do want to have content available per each of the patch. So it'd be great if you could wait or not wait, but like speculate, kind of imagine which tribe will we be focusing in on.
あとゴールドソーサーも予定してるんですけど、4になるか5になるかまだ決まってないんでちょっと待ってください。
And we do intend on making Gold Saucer updates, but we still haven't determined if it's going to be 6.4 or 6.5, so that's why we're not mentioning it at this time.
さあというわけでまあ変わらずですね、もりもりでやっていきますよというお知らせでした。
But yeah, just wanted to go through all of these roadmaps just so that we know that we plan to continue providing very hefty updates.
ただですね、一個皆さんにこれを踏まえてですね、ちょっとお知らせをさせてください。
But with that being said, allow me to make one announcement.
メジャーパッチのサイクルについてです。
And this is regarding the major patch cycle.
Okay,
これまでですね、申請スタートからですね、まあずっとできるだけこの 3.5 ヶ月に1メジャーパッチ配信っていうのを、まあ目標に掲げてやってきました。
It's gonna be a slower rollout.
So of course, since the relaunch as A Realm Reborn, we've tried to keep this pace of one major patch update per every 3.5 months.
でこれをですね、本当申し訳ないんですが、2週間プラスしてですね、
Yeah.
4ヶ月にさせてください。
Makes sense. Makes perfect
And
sense.
I'm terribly sorry to ask you of this, but we need to extend it by 2 weeks, and so we want to change it so that it's one major patch every 4 months.
でこの2週間って何かっていうとですね、まあ我々開発内では実装期間っていうのと調整期間っていうので大きく2つあるんですけど、この実装期間にプラスあと1週間、それから調整期間にプラスあと1週間の時間をいただいて、まあ、マイメジャーパッチを 3.5 ヶ月でなんとかやってきたのをちょっと4ヶ月、まあ、プラス2週させていただけると助かります。
So of course we have periods of our development cycle where it's development and then implementation, and various adjustments, fine tuning that we do. So those 2 weeks that we ask of you for your patience is 1 week for additional implementation, and then 1 week for, or 1 week additional for fine tuning. So that makes it that 3.5 months now turns into 4 months.
でですね、夏季休暇期間とか、まあ、我々やっぱりサマーバケーションスタッフに渡したりですね、年末年始やっぱり家族とねゆっくり過ごしてほしいっていうのがあるので、まあ、夏季休暇期間とか年末年始の場合には、まあ、これにプラス1週間ねさせていただくことがあるかなと思います。
And in addition to that, we do have breaks, like summer vacation or summer holidays, New Year's holidays. I'm sure people have family that they would visit over the holidays, and so for those holiday seasons, we might see an additional like 1 week's not delay, but like 1 week's time added as well.
まあ、やっぱりここまでその前半の10年間っていうところでもお伝えしましたけど、相当みんなの開発チーム運営チームのモチベーションっていうところに頼ってやってきたところがあるなと思っていて、まあそれは僕自身のこう稼働の高さも含めてなんですけど、まあ休みたいというよりはやっぱり適切にみんな健康で健やかに開発に取り組むことでよりクオリティも上がっていくだろう。でもまあ事実足りてない、無理をしてきたっていうところもあるので、ちょっとそれが理由になってます。
As I explained in the first half, when we were looking back at our first 10 years, we really depended on the motivation of each of the developers that are on the team, and me included. I was moving around and very hands-on with my team, but looking at our schedule and how we work, I do want my team to be healthy and be able to sort of maintain a good level of quality because they are taking the necessary breaks. And
this
to be
is
honest,
why
there
I'm
were
so
areas
happy
where we might
to
not
pay
have
for
performed
FFXIV
as
and like
well as
additional
we should
services in
have,
it.
because some of us may have been pushing too hard.
Yeah,
so
because like they
that's
take
the
care of their
reasoning
dev
behind
team.
why we want additional time.
That is so
非常
rare
に
in
皆
the
さん優
AAA
しいコメント
industry.
いただけてるんで、とても嬉しい。特にスタッフの健康とかね気遣っていただけてるんでとても嬉しいんですけど、まあ、これまで 2.0 からねなんとか 3.5 ヶ月でこうやってきたこの実装10何週調整何週みたいなのでまあやってきたんですけど、ちょっとね比較を持ってきました。
And thank you so much for the kind comments regarding our staff and making sure that you're showing your concern to our staff members. It really warms my heart, and I'll make sure to relay that. But considering what we've been doing in terms of providing an update every 3.5 months since 2.0, and we work with a schedule of like such and such weeks for implementation and whatnot. So we put together this comparison chart for you to take a look.
まあこれまで、企画、開発、調整、デバッグっていうのを、まあ、3.5 ヶ月でやってきてたんですけど。
Of course, our development largely is broken down to planning, development, adjustments, and debug. And this is some of the numbers that we've pulled up.
まあ、パッチ 3.3 の時が左の列、5.3 の時が右の列です。
So the column on the left is patch 3.3 series timing, and then the column on the right is patch 5.3 series.
まあコンテンツ数がねそこまで極端にってわけじゃないんですけど、やっぱジョブ数がまずね11だったのが18になってたり、ボス数が作ってるボス数がもう17から23って増えてるんですね。これ当然調整コストめちゃくちゃ増えてるんで。増えましたな。
So, I mean, the number of content, like types of content, may not have varied over the years. But if you look at, say, like the number of jobs, from patch 3.3 11 jobs, we've now jumped up to 18 as of 5.3, which means a lot of different balance adjustments for those. Number of bosses have gone from 17 to 23.
もちろんね、開発スタッフっていうのも皆さんからいただいた月額課金で、まあ、どんどん採用してどんどん増やしていて、チーム規模も当然上がってるんですけど、じゃあ人が増えればそんなに簡単に僕ら工場製品作ってるわけじゃないので量産が上がるかっていうとやっぱりそうではない。トレーニングも必要、経験も必要。やっぱりそんなスーパーエースたちが中川とか須藤とかがバンバン育っていくわけじゃないので
Of course, with our development team, thanks to the support via monthly submissions or subscriptions from everybody, we are able to strengthen our team. We were able to hire additional staff. And so our team has definitely grown, but I mean, we're not in a factory manufacturing, we're not an assembly line. So we require training. We require for our staff to gain experience. Not everybody is a super ace player like Nakagawa or Sudo.
例えばこの開発チーム、運営チーム三角形だとした場合に、この三角のスケールはめっちゃ大きくできるんですよ。
はいはいはい。
だけど結局上の方に行くと、どこまで行っても最後は頂点はディレクターとかプロデューサーってなってくると、ここがやっぱそんな簡単には増えないんで、まあ、何でもかんでもたくさん調整もチェックもせずに出すってわけにもいかないから、まあ、吉田を別に分身させろとかその培養して増やせばって考えもなきにしもあらずだけど、ちょっとまだテクノロジーがそこまで追いついてないんで。
So if you would imagine our sort of team, I guess, our staff, or how we're organized as like a giant triangle. And of course, we can always scale the triangle to be larger, but I mean, it's still a triangle, so the tip is very small. And when you get to like the director and producer level, I mean, we train fantastic people, but like it doesn't grow in numbers as much as like when you scale the lower part of it. And there still requires a lot of adjustments that need to be applied on the things that we do create. And of course, it would be awesome if we can create like multiples of Yoshida. Maybe if we can clone him or like, I don't know. But still, it is quite a challenge.
吉田にハイデリンキックして分割しようって言われてるけど、それ薄くなってんじゃん1吉田。
一気に14個に。
Somebody's saying, perform the Heidelin kick on Yoshida and sunder him, then we'll have 14 of him. But then, wait, no, but he's sundered, so he's like thinner. Like you have a diluted version of him.
いやいや、まあでもね、例えばそのカットシーンの数字なんてね、2時間25分トータルだった自動送りしていくと、まあ、パチコートだと4時間30分になってるんですけど、まあ、当然ですけど、そのいただいた利益で人も増やし、いろんな会社さんにお願いして腕のいい人たちにたくさんカットシーンを作ってもらってるんですけど、どうしてもね、ディレクションする側っていうのの人数は限られてくるので、それでももう倍増近い感じですし。
And if we look at the cutscenes,
Yes.
We went from 2 hours 25 minutes to 4 hours and 30 minutes. And this is like if you let the dialogue
want to get
autoplay.
access back to my retainers.
But I mean, we have brought on many talented people onto our teams, but we still require somebody to look at the product that they create, and there needs to be a director that makes sure that we're aligned.
もうなんか面白い、もうなんか能力の薄い吉田ただのやからやんけって
comments still going on about Sundered Yoshida, like, well, but what if he's like that's like a low quality Yoshida? It's just a man.
まあというわけでですね、これからもちょっと今日お伝えした内容 7.0 に向かっていろいろやっていきます。パッチの物量というのも頑張ってまた作っていきますし、クオリティとか調整というところも妥協なくねまた進めていきたいと思うんですが、まあその分ですね、ちょっとこれまでのパッチサイクル3.5 ヶ月にプラス2週させていただいて4ヶ月っていうサイクルでですね、ここから先まだまだ楽しみお届けしていこうと思ってます。
But yeah, we are making various plans leading up to 7.0, and we still want to continue bringing you the different patch updates. And so, with the different elements that we implement, as well as the balancing that we do, the fine tuning, we don't want to compromise any of that. That's why we do want to continue producing the patches to the quality that we hold ourselves up to. So we do want to ask for that initial 2 weeks so that we will have the 4-month patch cycle. But we will continue to bring you regular updates.
まあ本当にあと10年やっていけばとてつもなく長い旅になると思ってます。皆さんとね一緒に今度は20年歩んでいこうってことになるかと思います。
And we strive for another 10 years. This is our goal. And I'm hoping that we will get to a point where we will be celebrating, or like we will be looking back at our journey in our 20th anniversary.
まだまだやりたいことね、チャレンジしてみたいことあります。驚いてもらえることやっていこうと思いますので、ぜひこの先もですね一緒にまたボティン作っていただけると嬉しいです。はい。
We do want to do more, take on more and more challenges, bring you more surprises. So I want to continue building this together with you all. So yeah, it would be great if you could continue to keep with us.
はい、では前半。
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is all about the first half of today's Letter Live. 今日の前半、プロデュースされたライブの前半戦はここまでとなっています。
1個忘れた。ね、DC トラベルはいつが結構多くて、今のところ予定 6.18 かなで予定してますんで。
Sorry, one more thing. We did see a lot of comments about, so when is data center travel going to be implemented? We are currently looking at 6.18 timing for that.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. ではこの後休憩に入るんですが、ですね、今日は後半戦は、通訳は別の方にお願いすることになっておりますので、あゆみさんがここまでとなります。So before going to break, because we have another person for translation for the Q&A part. So that's it for あゆみさん today. So あゆみさん、皆さんに一言ご挨拶お願いします。
はい、長い間お付き合いいただきありがとうございました。Thank you guys so much for your patience as we navigate through all of this. But yeah, I will see you guys at another opportunity.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much, あゆみさん。
まあ僕がね安心してこうゲームシステムの話っていうのを全世界の皆さんにこういつもの調子でお届けできるのは、本当にあゆみさんの高い翻訳スキル、特にね僕の性格を把握した上でのやっぱり、トランスレーションがねもう長くなりますのでね、僕らもコンビを組ませてもらって、なんで本当に助かってます。いつもありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ここどうやって訳しましょう。
吉田さんは Yeah, because Ami-san really knows Yoshida-san's characteristics very well, so we are very relying on Ami-san's translation for when he explains the game systems or mechanics. So thank you very much, Ami-san again.
Thank you.
はい。では今から休憩に入るんですが、1時40分再開。So we want to restart the latter part of the Letter Live at the 1:40 p.m. Japan time, which is in 20 minutes. Okay. でですね、今日の休憩の音もご紹介したいと思います。So during the break, we have 2 videos today for you to enjoy.
20分あるから1本ならいいやと思ったら2本あんのかよ。
Yeah, we have a 3-second digest preview of all the songs from the upcoming Endwalker soundtrack, and a time-lapse video of mosaic art we created live using screenshots that we were submitted by our players during another broadcast、2本ありまして、1本目は、先日つい最近公開しましたエンドウォーカーのサントラが出ます。それの、3秒ダイジェストの全曲紹介の、トレーラーがありますので、そちらをご覧いただき、その後ですね、これも先日ご紹介しましたが、別の生放送企画でモザイクアート、皆さんからお送りいただいたスクリーンショットでモザイクアートを作るという企画がありまして、それのタイムラプスビデオがありますので、そちら2本続けてご覧いただいて、また1時40分から再開したいと思います。はい、それでは休憩です。ビデオをご覧ください。どうぞ。
Echo sing away. Running out of things to spend poetics on. Oh, this one is so good. And it's over. Yes, Flow's band version. Welcome. First off, to whom these live lives usually last like 4 hours. Not sure how long the second half will be. It might only be 1 hour. The first half just concluded. So the second half starts in 15 minutes. And Thomas, what you missed was first they just went through like the first 10 years of Final Fantasy XIV, how they went from 1.0 to, you know, now. And then they talked about like the immediate developments coming. So like, first off, they're going to start implementing a trust system for for older content. So you'll be able to do all the main scenario quest dungeons in single player, and as well as all the 4-player trials, not the 8-player trials, but the 4-player trials. They're also going to change Cape Westwind into a solo instance, and they're going to change Praetorium and Castle Meridianum into a regular dungeon. So ARR is just completely being reworked. And part of the reason they're doing the solo thing is that they've seen that there's still a lot of players, of like Final Fantasy fans, that are like, oh yeah, like I play every Final Fantasy game except 11 and 14 because they're online multiplayer games, you know? And 11 has solved this by just making all the content more accessible to single player. Like, that's actually where the trust system started. And, you know, finding ways to, like, level without having to, you know, need a full 16-player party and all that stuff. I think it was 16-player parties in 11. It's been forever since we played it. So they wanted to like make it more accessible for people who, you know, might not want to play online games that much. It's still going to be, you know, an online game, but that's one of the reasons they're adding those. As well as just, you know, it's going to make it easier to just get through the storylines in general, because you won't have to rely on like duty finders and it's also better for like us players who are already in the end game. So it means that we won't have to replay the old dungeons as much through duty finder either, because people can now run those in trust if they want to. That's cool. They're also doing a graphical update, which will be like reworking textures, shadows, lighting, stuff like that. Lots of just like updating to all the assets and in ways that like we just keep the art direction the same, but make it more high fidelity. And they want it to be very clear that they're not saying that like, oh, it's not going to look like you know, a AAA single player PS5 title. Like, don't expect that, because it's still the same game and all these things. But like, you know, it's going to still look a lot better. And they showed various examples of like how it will look better. So like softer shadows. The grass is no longer going to be this really low res sprite pixelated mess. Stuff like that. It's hopefully gonna look good. And then they talked about what content is coming, of course. So we're getting Hildebrand. Hildebrand is coming back. A new quest line called Tataru's Grand Endeavor, I think it was. There's going to be a Dragon Song Ultimate. And Ultima's Bane Unreal. And then Island Sanctuary, as we talked about, that's coming in 6.2. Alongside Ishgard Housing. God, what else did we talk about? Oh, custom deliveries for Amelians. So that's Alpha and Alice's mom. What else was there? More Glamour plates. various quality of life updates, and there was a bunch of things that they like announced that we don't really know what it will be yet. For example, something called the Criterion Dungeon, which is going to be a series of 3 dungeons at least, of like some kind of like dungeon series where like the more players you bring in, and it's up to 4, the harder the dungeon is. So you can play it in solo, or 2-player, or 3-player, or 4-player. But they didn't detail what that will actually be yet. They also stated that they will be changing the rollout of patches. So like since Aram Reborn, they've tried to stick to a new main scenario content patch every 3.5 months. But they will change it to 4 months from here on, so that they can have a bit more time to, fine tune and implement things. In general, they want to be clear that, like, while they make the game for us, they also want to make sure that they don't like get to a point where they are like enforcing crunch or overwork and stuff like that. That's actually like one of the things that we really appreciate about this game, and why we're so happy to like support it, because they are so adamant about being against overwork, against crunch, against these horrible ways that so many other AAA companies handle their dev teams. Like, they are not allowed to do overwork on the game. Like, they're not allowed to clock in overwork, and they're still able to put out this amazing game. So clearly you don't need to have that stuff if you manage your team properly. One thing, this wasn't meant to be announced, but right at the start of the stream, they noticed that they were like checking the chat, and Yoshi P mentioned that he was interviewed for some kind of like metaverse thing, and that made people write like, "Oh, please no NFTs in the chat," and Yoshi P actually decided to respond to this and stated that they will not be putting NFTs in Final Fantasy XIV. There are no plans to do so. He doesn't think it would be viable. It's not happening. Like, no. He said that, like, he didn't outright say that he, like, dislikes NFTs. It seemed like it, honestly, but obviously he can't say that, considering his CEO is super into them. But what he said was essentially like, "Oh, there's potential in NFTs in games developed for them. But Final Fantasy XIV, no. Like, it won't get NFTs." Which, thank you. Thank you, Yoshi P. So that's basically it, I think. I actually look back at the write-up of stuff here, if there was anything major that we missed. See. New hairstyles for Rothgar. Ishgard housing was actually in 6.1, not 6.2. Okay. Something called the calling card, which they weren't really clear on what that was. A new PvP called Crystalline Conflict, new Akasadara tribe quests, Myths of the Realm, Alliance Raid, of course. That sounds like it, and you're welcome, although we're not a sir. Let's see. Yeah, the stream will start back up again in 4 minutes. I'm attacking the wrong target. We're trying to get onion boots. Because it's the only piece of the onion armor that we don't have. So we've just been playing Labyrinth of the Ancients on loop the entire stream. And we haven't gotten a single drop, but we're 4 dragoons this time, so I bet it will drop now. Now that we run, now that no one, now that other people can steal them, it will probably drop. I like that artwork. I think I've seen that before. Yeah, that's new. It's gorgeous. It's all player characters, right? It's not like NPCs. Yeah. That's neat. Yeah, and they're in the AF5. AF6. No, AF5. AF5 outfits. Guessing that's the Reaper one on top? We don't have Reaper at 90 yet, so we haven't actually seen that one. I wonder if we should do a Final Fantasy II stream tonight as well. If we should skip that. One hand, it's almost 6 AM. On the other hand, we're not tired, so. I guess it depends on how long this second half runs. So we do want to keep playing FF2.
はい、戻ってまいりました。
はい
第68回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。So welcome back to the Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live number 16。で、後半戦は、ここからのお時間は、Q&A セッションということで、行月のフィナーレをプレイした経験から皆さんに質問をお送りくださいということで、事前にフォーラムでお送りいただいた質問をもとに吉田さんに答えていってもらおうということになっております。So for latter part of the today's letter live, we gathered lots of questions of all of you from the global players on official forums based on your gameplay through the Endwalker. So we have Yoshida san to answer your question. ということで吉田さんよろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
で、後半戦ですが、通訳にはローカライズチームのケイトさんにお越しいただきました。So for latter part, 吉田さん 's voice will be covered by ケイトさん from our localization team. 皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
はい、ローカライズのケイトです。よろしくお願いいたします。Hi, I'm Kate from the English localization team.
イエ
まあ緊張してると思うんでね、
はい
でまあちょっと注意点を3つね、言っときます。まずですね、今回行月のフィナーレをプレイしてということでですね、設定に関わる質問とかすごい多いです。なのでネタバレ炸裂しまくりなので、クリアしてねえぜっていう人はですね、ちょっと、後日クリアしてからご覧いただきたいです。
Okay. So first of all, Kate's probably pretty nervous. Yes, I am. So we'll distract from that by talking about something to watch out for. If you're about to watch this session, please know that we have a lot of questions about the plot and lore of Endwalker. So if you have not finished Endwalker, you're going to get spoiled. So maybe come back to this later when you're done.
でもう一個はですね、設定間違いがないようにですね、今回いただいた質問はですね、私、ちゃんと石川夏子と小田万里とですね話し合っておりますので、ちょっとたびたびちゃんとメモを読む可能性がありますので、下を見る可能性があります。
It's always cool having more queer people.
And also, I'd like you to know that in order to not make any mistakes when talking about this complicated lore, I did talk to Bonnie Oda and Natsuko Ishikawa before coming here, and I made a lot of notes. So if you see me obviously reading off a paper, I'm checking to make sure I don't mess up.
でですね、3つ目なんですけど、ケイトさんをね、意外とご存じない方が多くて、ちょっと、まあ、今回ね、まず、まあ、ここちょっとあなたが翻訳してほしいんですけど、はい、まずね、ローカライズチーム、ものすごい稼働をしてですね、めちゃくちゃギリギリのギリギリまでハイクオリティにね、努めようとしてくれたので、まずまあ、どうしても日本語チームがこう言われやすいんですけど、本当にローカライズチーム主力を振り絞ってクオリティ叩き出してくれたので、まずそれのお礼を言いたいです。ありがとうございます、本当に。
はい、じゃあ、I take a translation for this part, and then for the localization team, they did their super hard work until very, very last minutes. I mean, until the launch of Endwalker. So, I mean, we tend to receive lots of the appraisal voices to the Japanese team, but Yoshida-san would like to take this time to thank you to all the localization team members. Thank you very much.
でですね、特にね、ケイトさんの場合、まあ、北米の皆さんがね、よくね、こうレディットとかで講師ってなってるんだけど、漆黒のヴィランズも、行月のフィナーレも、ケイトさんがメイントランスレーターなんで、英語は。
So also, Yusa-san would like to address one thing that I mean, since Shadowbringers, especially on Reddit, people are excited about, hey, Koji, yeah, he's great, Koji. But the truth is, since Shadowbringers, that Kaito-san is the person who is taking the lead of the English translation.
Oh, hell yeah!
もちろんね、Kojiだって作詞協力だったりとか、まあ、ケイトさんが悩んだ時にKojiが相談に乗ってたりとかっていうのはしてるから、別にチーム離れてるわけじゃないんだけど、今メインほら、第3開発事業本部もう一個 FF 作ってんじゃん。まあ工事はちょっとそっち側もねなんで、はい。
So I mean, Koji is still in the team, and then he is actually doing the supervising, and then Kesan take lead, and then Koji is still doing the writing of lyrics of some songs, and then sometimes Keito-san is asking Koji for his advice. But I mean, as a whole of the business, development. BU3, Creative Unit 3. I mean, they are working on the other Final Fantasy title, and then Koji is kind of busy for that one. So, I mean, he is still working with us, but I mean, the main portion for him is something else.
いや、ほらね、こういうことを言うと、ほら、主力は16かとか言う人いるけど、漆黒行月とクオリティ下がってないでしょ、全然。なんでまあ先に言っちゃうとね、まあワーワー言うからあんま言わないようにはしてるんだけど、まあ一丸となって第3全体で14も16も作ってますって思っておいてもらえると嬉しいかな。
はい。So yeah, why we didn't say this? I mean beforehand. I mean when we say this beforehand, I mean we know some of you are saying, hey, the BU3, I mean the dev team are working more on 16, and then I mean 14 is left over, but that's not the fact. And then entire team are working both on 14 and 16. I mean that's the thing. So and then the both Shadowbringers and the Walker has a super high I mean comments and then appraisal. So I mean she's actually doing very well.
はい、
はい
というわけでじゃあ質問パートに入っていきましょ
はい、それでは質問 Q&A の方に行きたいと思います。
はい
So let's move to the Q&A. So the first part is scenario and lore stuff. 最初はシナリオ設定に行きますので、ネタバレの方向でございますのでよろしくお
う。
願いします。
お願いします。
So the first question is システムを説明します。
はい
私が英語で質問を言って日本語で質問を言います。
はい
その後吉田さんが日本語で回答したものをケイトさんが翻訳してくださいます。
はい。
So let me quickly explain how it works. I read the question in English and Japanese, and then Yoshida-san answers in Japanese, and the Keito-san translate it into English. Yep. Okay, the first question is, I'm wondering what Azim was up to during the final days. Did they hear about what was going on from Bina? And how did they end up parting ways with Emmett Silk and Hitodeas? Will we learn more about Azim in the future? 古代世界を襲った週末の際、アゼムがどのように過ごしたのか気になります。ベーネスから週末のことを聞いていたのか、エメトセルクやヒトロダイオスとどう別れたのか、今後アゼムについて語られることはあるのでしょうか。
So the question there was what was Vena and Asem up to, and Hifledes and Emiselk up to when the Sundering took place.
So what the Azem who took over the seat from Vena did during the final days is a secret.
で、まあいずれ語るかもしれないし、語らないかもしれないです。ここは決めてないです。ただ何をしてたかはある程度は決めてます。はい。
So we do sort of have an idea what they were up to, but we're not sure if we'll have a chance to talk about that in the future.
で、ただまあ皆さんさ非化戦だし、まあもしかしたらねアゼムの分割された魂なのかな、みたいな予想も立ってると思うんですけど、まあその皆さんだったら仮にまあ告げられたとしたらどう行動するかっていうのを想像してみれば大体まあ近いんじゃないかなみたいな気はしますけどね。はい。
However, I also think because you are all the warriors of light yourselves, probably what you imagine when you think, okay, if I was Azim, what would I have done if Vena had told me this? That's probably pretty close to the truth.
ほらね、ハウジングしてたかとかさ、麻雀かなとかさ、そのお使いに走り回ってただろうなとか、いろんなコメントがあるじゃない？だからまあきっとまあその中に近しいものがもしかしたらあるのかもね。
For instance, we have people saying, I don't know, play around with housing, like do some mahjong. If you think so, then yeah, that's probably what happened.
はい、
はい、ありがとうございます。
以上です。
では次いきます。Moving to the next questions. Why did Xenos dream of Armorod's final days? Also, how did he come to be a Reaper and learn to manipulate his avatar in time before 6.0? なるほど。ゼノスが以前
Okay, so minor point. Really just wanna brag. See the books above Kate's head? They're these. This is the unending journey, the entire dialogue of the main scenario quest line, the first 3 expansions in Japanese.
Remember is that Xenos' father is Varus and his grandfather is Solus.
で、ソルはまあそもそもエメトセルクなので、ゼノスはエメトセルクの血縁者、まあひ孫に当たるのかな。
So if you think about it, you know, Solus is Emmett Selk, which makes Xenos a direct descendant of Emmett Selk, like his grandson or so.
でこういうなんて言うんだろう DNA の特殊性って、まあ、必ずまっすぐ受け継がれるわけじゃなくてこう突然こうなんだろう思い出したかのように発言したりすると思うので、まあ、その辺をイメージするとちょっとなんとなく見えてくるんじゃないかなとは思います。
If you think about, you know, how sometimes when things are passed down through DNA, they don't appear in every generation, but eventually it suddenly remembers. If you think about it like that, maybe you can sort of understand what happened here.
でまあ漆黒秘話の中にも、本当サイドオブサイドのストーリーですけど、まあヒントがあるのでちょっとクリアした今ね改めて漆黒秘話とかを見直してみるのもいいかもしれないですね。
Obviously, this is a side story, but if you look at our Tales from the Shadows, You may find another hint in there, so perhaps right now is a good time to go reread those stories.
でリーパーになってアバターっていうのはね、まさかこの質問が来るとは思ってなかったとても良い質問なんですけど、なんか話せないです。
As for how Xenos became a Reaper and got to use his avatar, I didn't actually imagine anyone would ask this right now. It's a very good question. Unfortunately, I am bound to silence on this matter.
いや考えてなかったわけじゃないですけど、話せないです。話せないものは話せない。
It's not that I've not thought about this, but I absolutely can't tell you right now.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. Okay, so next one. I'd be interested to know how the unsundered Ascians, Zora Blair, Elidibus, and Emetselk, avoided being kicked into 14 pieces by Hydelin. オリジナルと呼ばれるアシエン、ラハブレア、エリディブス、エメトセルクだけがハイデリンキックを逃れ14分割されなかった理由が知りたいです。
テキストをちょっと思い出していただきたいんですけど、物語行月の最終盤でエメトセルクが、この時代まで私を残したのはっていうセリフをまず言ってるんですね。
So if you think back to the text, towards the end, Emetselk did imply that Vinal let him live on purpose.
なのでそのハイデリンがかつて放ったその光の一撃っていうものには、エメトセルクならギリギリかわせるだろうなっていう、加減が入ってます。
So in fact, she did intentionally leave a tiny flaw in her sundering attack, a crack that Emetselk, being Emetselk, could find a way to wiggle through.
これね、なんて言ったらいいんだろうな。加減って力を加減してるのとはちょっと違って、意図的にこれを使えばっていう、ニュアンスだと思ってもらえればいいです。
It's sort of like, yes, it was a very powerful attack, but intentionally, she chose to do it in this fashion.
ただシナリオ中でも語られている通り、その光の一撃ってハイデリンにとっても本当にギリギリ視力を振り絞っての一撃だったので、加減までしてる余裕はなかったので、なんとか彼ならやってくれるだろうっていう賭けみたいなもんですね。
So we said this in the actual game as well, though, which is that, when Hydelin did this attack, it was a very strong attack. It was the limit of her power, so she couldn't really fine-tune it. So, as intentional as this was, when she did her big, massive light attack and sundered the world, she couldn't guarantee that Emetselk would live. She was kind of making a gamble.
でその光の一撃が放たれる時にエメトセルクは、その場に居合わせたラハブレアとゾディアークの核から抜け落ちてきていたエリディブスらしきものと協力して一時的に次元の狭間に逃げることで、それをかわしたっていうことになってます。
But in fact, what happened was at the time that Hydelin performed the sundering, Emetselk was with Lahabrea and Elidibus-ish. It was the Elidibus that had come out from Zodiark, so a little bit different from the original version. But nevertheless, he had those two, and he joined forces with them. And then that's how they escaped into the rift without being sundered.
エリディブスはね、ゾディアークの核から抜け落ちてきた時に記憶もいくつも失ってるし、この辺りちょっと漆黒秘話でもフォローされてますけど、5.3 のラストでね、エリディブスも失ってるものが多いっていうこともあって、ただ居合わせたオリジナル3人が協力してたっていう感じですね。はい。
Yeah, I mean, you may recall, if you've read Tales from the Shadows, that Elidibus, when he came out of Zodiark, he had sort of lost some of his memories, some parts of himself, and that's sort of the point in 5.3. By the time he dies, we sort of know that, he's lost a lot as well, just like Emetselk. But yeah, that's how the Unsundered got out, was by working together.
その3人だけ世界に放たれた頭割り攻撃から頭割りに入らなかったって言われてるシェアダメージ。
How is it just the three of them that managed to do this from this thing that busted the entire world into 14 pieces? Well, good question.
ありがとうございます。では次です。Okay, next question. Are there sundered Ascians other than Fandaniel or Black Master Ascians of lower rank still around? I'd also like to know which Ascians those two red masks that Gaius carries around belong to. なるほど。
Oh,
フ
we're
ァ
actually
ダニ
not
エル
talking
以
about
外の
that.
転
Okay.
生組アシエンや黒い仮面のカイアシエンたちはまだ残っているのでしょうか。あとできればガイウスに駆られた赤仮面のアシエン2人が誰なのかも教えてほしいです。
細かいなと
ですね
ころをしっかり見てくださってますね。転生組のアシエンはまだ確かにまだ何人か残ってるかもしれないですね。
That is a really good question, and wow, you guys are paying close attention to this game. But yes, I do think that there are probably still some of the sundered blast mask wearing Ascians around.
ただその転生組のアシエンが、何人か残ってたとして彼らが現象世界にいるのか、共存世界のどっかに身を潜めてるのかっていうのに関してはちょっとまだ分かんないですね。
But those sundered Ascians, however many of them there are, we can't really say whether they'd be in the source or in one of the reflections.
ちなみにガイウスが持ってたその仮面はウルテマとデュダルフォン
Oh,
As for the other part, the masks that Gaius carries around, they once belonged to Ultima and Dudalaphon.
oh.
ただ仮面を持っているだけで、果たして本当に倒されてるのかどうかっていうところはまだ何とも我々は言ってないので、そこら辺はまだ推測しておいてもらえるといいかなと思います。
However, just because he has the masks, that doesn't necessarily mean that he vanquished them. So you'll have to come up with your own theories as to what has gone on there.
そのアシエンを倒すっていう方法って、これまで何回かね描いてはきてると思うんですけど、その辺ともこう重ね合わせて可能性とかを考えてもらうのもちょっと面白いのかもなとは思います。
We've had a lot in the story so far about what it takes to truly defeat an Ascian. So maybe think back upon those things when you're theorizing.
はい、ありがとうございます。では次いきます。Next question. In your mind, in Yoshida-san's mind, how much time has passed during the story spanning from 1.0 through Endwalker? I want to know how many years older the Warriors of Light is now. 吉田さんの中では Q14 から、行月のラストまでで劇中ではどのぐらい年月が経過した想定でしょうか。非化線が14の世界でいくつ年を取ったのか気になります。なるほど。言われてみれば。
これね実は特にはイメージしてないんですよ。でトレーラーをその字コンテ文字のコンテを書いて、このぐらいのその風貌にしてほしいっていう時ってなんとなく現実の経過時間、拡張だと2年か2年半に1回とかっていう間で皆さんと同じようにそのヒロシと呼ばれてるウォリアー・オブ・ライト代表もいろんな冒険をしてこうなってるだろうっていう予想で作ってます。
So to be honest, that's really hard, and I don't have a particular figure in mind. When we're making the trailers, when we're coming up with the storyboards and things like that, we actually think about okay, the Warrior of Light has done these different adventures. How would they look now? Imagining it with a time frame of 2 or 2.5 years each time, just like in reality, what you all have done.
なのでトレーラーとはあんまり作中ねゲームの中を紐付けないで時間経過のイメージをね結びつけないでいただけると嬉しい。
But he had friends that can.
But the trailers are really not reflecting the length of the story itself. So I would appreciate it if you guys could think of them as separate things.
で作中での時間その 2.0 から 6.0 までもうなんか数年としか言いようがないあんまりイメージしてないです。
As far as the actual story is concerned, I don't really have an exact figure in mind or an exact imagining of how long it's been since 1.0.
もう突っ込み出すとキリがないでしょ。じゃあヤシトラの実年齢は何歳なんだとかさ。
Yeah, I mean, because if I go down that rabbit hole, I will never stop. But how old is Yashtola? I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
なんであんま深く考えない。フィーリングで感じる。
It's better not to think about it and to just feel vibe.
Yes. 聞いて感じて考えて。
Hear, feel, think, perhaps.
Thank you very much. では続いていきます。Next question. As I understand it, Emmett Selk and Hyslodias returned to the Ethereal Sea, so they can now be reborn. If their souls are reincarnated, will the people they become to be able to use creation magics like the Ascians? なるほど。エメトセルクとヒトロダイウスは正解に帰り転生できるようになったように見えますが、 彼らの魂がもし転生したら古代人のような想像力を持つのでしょうか。
まあ正解に帰って魂が浄化され再び肉体に宿るとしても、まあそれは原初世界の人としておそらく宿るのみですね。
Well, their souls have been cleansed in the ethereal sea, so even if we say they're reincarnated, that's just their souls being reborn into new bodies in the source like everybody else.
まあ分割されてないっていう、まあアゼムとハイデリンの術で一時的とはいえ復活してるのを改めて正解に帰っていきましたけど、まあほぼ前例がないんで、まあ、どうなるのかっていうのは分かんないですね。まあおそらくは普通の人プラスアルファちょっとぐらいなんじゃないかなっていうのがイメージですけどまあ分かんないですね。
As for what would happen if they were reincarnated in that fashion, we've never had an example of someone who was unsundered being reincarnated like this, so we can't really say for sure. I think maybe it would be just like a normal person, but maybe a little bit cooler, a little bit better, but there's really no way to say.
まあこっからは僕個人の妄想ですけど、まああれだけやれることをやり託して世界に戻ったのであれば記憶も焼き付かず綺麗に現れるんじゃないかなって思ってるので、そんなもれを引きずって転生するイメージは僕の中にはあんまないかな。
In my opinion, they really, at the end, they had accomplished everything that they had set out to do. So their souls would be completely purified, and I don't know if they'd even really want to come back. They have nothing remaining. They have no lingering memories to address.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question. Please tell us whether the star will be named Isseris going forward, or if we are sticking with Hydaelyn. Also, does everyone know the name Isseris, or just the warrior of light and their allies? 今後この星をアーテリスと呼ぶのか、今まで通りハイデリンと呼ぶのか教えてください。またアーテリスという名前は非化線と周辺の人だけが知っているのか、全世界の人に周知されているのかも知りたいです。
まず今のところですね、光の戦士、まあ主人公プレイヤー皆さんですね、その周辺で、まあ終末の仕組みとか終末の結末っていうのを詳しく知ってる人はおそらくアーテリスって呼ぶことになるかなとは思います。
I think people who are close to the Warrior of Light or otherwise very familiar with what happened actually in the final days might start to call it Aetheris.
で逆に世界中のそれらの真相を知らない大多数のエオロゼア人はこれまでと変わらず別に惑星ハイデリンって呼ぶと思います。
On the other hand, most of the people on the star, most of your average Eorzeans would probably just keep on calling it Hydaelyn because they don't know any of that stuff.
まあただそもそも東方の人たちとかそれから新大陸にいるような人たちっていうのはもともと惑星ハイデリンと呼んでない地域もあるので統一されてないんですよ世界で。なので呼び方はまたそこに行くと星の呼び方変わる可能性はあるかなと思います。
However, there are peoples in the East, for instance, or the New World who never called it Hydaelyn to begin with because they have different cultures. So if we visit those areas, we might find another name entirely.
That's interesting.
一番実は困ってるのは宣伝チームじゃないかっていう気がします。
I think the people who are going to be struggling with this the most is PR team.
だってこう新規向けにさ惑星ハイデリンを巡る冒険があって言ってさ光の戦士たちがさ「いや分かってねえなアーテリスだろ」みたいなツッコミを受ける可能性もあるしさ。
Like now, if you make catch copy that says like, "Oh, a grand adventure on Hydaelyn," then the Warriors of Light are just going to be like, "Did no one tell them?"
すでにねエンドウォーカー前の時点でエオルゼアなのかハイデリンか問題っていうのがすでに PR チームありましたよね。We already, I mean, the PR team already had a problem of if we call it Elzer or Hydaelyn. Yeah, the bigger question.
はい。
Alright, thank you very much. 次の質問、シンプルなやつ来ました。The very simple question. Will Xenos come back to life again? ゼノスはもう復活しませんか？
まあ彼の肉体は、まあ、世界の果てでもなければなんだろう今 みんなが活動してる場所でもない世界の割と断りとは切り離された空間にまあ放置されてるっていう状態ですね。
So, as we saw, Xenos' body right now remains in a dimension that is separate from our universe and all of its laws.
まあゼノスの運命に関しては正直カットシーンで結構丁寧に演出したので、それを見た直感がそのまま答えです。はい。
I mean, we depicted his ultimate fate at length in a cutscene, so I think your answer is to watch that and see how you feel.
ちゃんと呼吸っていうか心臓止まる演出されてるでしょ？
I mean, we did show him stop breathing and his heart stopped beating, right?
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Please pay attention to our game, says Yoshi-P.
If you look at the source and its reflections today, they are inhabited by various races such as Mikote, Aura, Lalafels, and the like. However, all the Ascians seem to be of a hero-like race. Is there a lore regarding how mankind came to have such varied appearances? なるほど。現在の現象世界、共造世界にはミコッテ、アウラ、ララフェルなど様々な外見の人がいますが、古代世界にはヒューラン風の人しか存在していないように見えます。今のようにいろんな外見の人が現れた理由について設定があれば教えてください。
全然質問が頭に入ってこなかった。コメントでさ、ごめんね。はい、本当にいやまあゼノスがさ、友よ無人島で待っていたぞっていうのを見ちゃってさ。
It's really distracting because I'm looking at the comments and everyone is writing like Xeno stuff like my enemy, my friend. So
Welcome to the island.
無人島だっつってんだろ。
look, just leave us alone. Okay.
で
質問はですね。
種族が
はい。古代人は全部ヒューランっぽいんだけども、いろんな種族外見の人がいるけども、なんか設定あるんですかっていう。
But races, yes.
世界が分かたれた時に、まあ、人っていうのが全ての生物が不完全なまず存在になりました。
Okay, so when the world was sundered, all livings became so-called incomplete.
でも不完全だからこそ長所と短所っていうのがより強くこう現れていくことになります。
But it's that very incompleteness that allowed them to develop strengths and weaknesses, and that over time sort of compounded into racial traits.
その長所と短所っていうのが、まあ、長い世代をこう経ていくうちに種族との外見だったり特徴だったりっていう風にそれにこう現れてきたっていう風に僕らは解釈しています。
It's sort of things like, so if you have something that's a little bit less or a little bit more, over time it will increase, be stronger, and, in certain tribes will compound into distinctive features.
まあここは世界設定側からのコメントだったりするから、ちゃんと設定なんですよ。なんで耳が伸びたのって書いてあって多分もともとすごい聞こえてたのに聞こえなくなって一生懸命聞こうとしたんだろうね、多分その人は。
Look, I don't know the official lore for this, but people are asking things like, okay, but why are the Mikote's ears so big? And I think, maybe they couldn't hear that well, and they tried super hard to hear, and maybe that is what led to them eventually developing those big ears.
もうララフェルはじゃあなぜ縮んだって多分圧を強くしたかったんだね。
So why are the Lalafels so tiny? I don't know. Maybe they were under a lot of pressure. Maybe they were really intense.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。Next question. The ruins beneath the bounty, treasure islands, and fabled golden cities mentioned by Emmett Silk haunt by my daydreams. Can we expect to be able to loot them someday? エメット・セルクが言っていた壮大な伏線、北上海に、潜む海底遺跡、秘宝の島、まばゆき黄金鏡などが気になって仕方なく夜しか寝られません。これらの回収は期待してもいいのでしょうか？
Someday?
Quick answer.
Okay, so Gaia's Gunblade is a Garlean Gunblade. They don't work the same way as the Bossian Gunblades that Gunbreakers use.
Someday, you say? Yes. Well, I mean, as you know, we've had a lot of different place names crop up in 14 in the past.
まあイシュガルドの門も開いたし、アラミゴにも行ったし、あなたは東方にも行き、オールドシャーレアンへ まあ到達してね、サベネアにも今回行ったので。
And you know, we've been able to go to a lot of places. The gates of Ishgard opened. We went to Alamigo. We went to the Far East. We went to Old Charlian, and even Thavnair.
まあこれまで出てきた地名はなんとか行けるようにこう頑張ってきたんで今後も頑張るんじゃないかなと思います。
We've tried really hard to make sure that you could visit the places we've mentioned so far, and I want to keep doing that.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次です。Next question. In Elpis, Emmet Silk adjusted our Warriors of Light to be closer to the Ascians' height. Given how tall Medion was compared to us then versus in the present day, I feel like she shrunk. Did something happen to her in the intervening time, or is there another reason for this? エルピスで非化線はエメトセルクの術で、古代人サイズに大きくしてもらいました。その状態の非化線とメーティオンの身長差を考えると、現代で非化線と対峙したメーティオンはかなり縮んだように思います。長い時の中で何かあったのか、理由があれば教えてください。
わかりました。
Why are people so confused that the shapeshifter Meteor is able to change her size?
もう楽しみすぎて夜しか眠れないみたいなコメントが多くてね。
Just before that, I want to address everybody seems really excited by my response to the previous question, and is saying things like, "Oh wow, I will only be able to sleep at night because of this."
正常ってやつよね。まあまあでまずちょっと思い出してほしいんですけど、ウルティマトゥーレっていうのは思いの力のみが作用する空間だっていうことをちょっと思い出してください。
Okay, but back to size issues. So I want you to remember that Ultima Thule is a space where emotions are the only reality.
その冒険の中で皆さんに、ね、経験していただいたように、その見えている通りにものが存在するんじゃなくて、認識、あなたがどう認識しているかっていうのが光景に反映される中域なんですね、あそこ。
So what you see when you're in Ultima Thule is in accordance with the Warrior of Light's internal experience, not some kind of physical reality that's out there.
だから時光の戦士、冒険者が思っていたメーティオンに会いに行くっていうその思いが投影されてます。なのでそのメーティオンの姿っていうのは当然非化線がエルピスで見た時の光景を再現しようとするので、なのでそのエルピスの時、本人がとのだからスケール比をそのままイメージされているので、姿でビジョンになってると思ってください。
So as the Warrior of Light, you are traveling to Ultima Thule to find Meteon. So the space reflects that, and it reflects your internal perceptions. And the Warrior of Light has memories of Meteon from Elpis in a certain proportion relative to themselves. So the Warrior of Light is thinking, she's about this tall. And that's why she appears that way in Ultima Thule.
だからこれはそのウルティマトゥーレに現れたエメットセルクやヒトロダイエスも同じで、そのあくまで中域はデュナミス、思いの力がビジョンを取るので、やっぱり相対的に光の戦士である自分から見た時のスケールで、再現されてるって思ってもらえれば良いかと思います。
So, and the same kind of goes for Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus when we call upon them. Ultima Thule is a place controlled by dynamis and emotions. So really it is your internal conception of these people that determines how they appear.
もう確かに光の戦士大概記憶ガバガバだって言ってきたけどよっぽどあれだったんだね、大事な局面だって思ってたんだろうね。
This might make you judge the Warrior of Light just a little bit, but this is how it's remembered to them.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question is, I wanted to harvest some Savnarian onions while I was in Savnair. Where are they keeping them? サベネア島でサベネアの野菜を採集したかったです。どのあたりに生息しているのでしょうか。なるほど。
こちらはですね、世界設定に確認してまいりました。
I asked the lore team about this and came here.
チョコボの餌としてね、格別な効果を秘めているものなので、サベネア の野菜っていうのは、おそらく高原キャベツのようにサベネア島の中でも特別な場所でしか栽培できないものと思われます。
So these Thavnarian onions have these surpassing effects as chocobo feed, so they must be a really unique cultivar. And I think similar to in real life, the cabbages that can only be grown in a certain village in Gunma, they're probably only available in a very small area of Thavnair.
全てはライブ班ノンコンバットコンテンツチームという名の神様の、さじ加減次第ですというふうに回答が来ております。
Such things, they are dictated by the whims of the gods that we call the non-combat content designers.
つまりこれはあれです。華麗に世界設定からライブ班へヘイトをスイッチしたということですね。
シャークされてしまいました。
In other words, it's their fault that this is how they've interpreted the setting.
仲良くやってください。
はい
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。Were Zodiac and Hydlin completely destroyed? Or are there still standard parts of them on the other reflections? なるほど。ゾディアクとハイデリンは今回で完全に消滅したのでしょうか、それとも共造世界には分かたれた体があったりするのでしょうか。
これはもう明確に答えてしまいますが、ハイデリンは完全消滅です。
I'm just going to give a straight answer here, and that is Hydaelyn was completely destroyed.
Okay.
そしてですね、ゾディアークに関しても、ファダニエルに乗っ取られて核を完全に破壊されたので、
Yet people say no one died in
です。
Endwalker.
Similarly, Fandaniel crushed Zodiark's heart, which is his core, and that completely destroyed Zodiark.
各共造世界にこう分割されて封印されてたんですけど、ゾディアークって、だからまあ見てもらえれば分かるんですけど、ゾディアークっていくつかのパーツまだなんかこうワープしたかのようなこう次元の別次元にこの先あるみたいな感じになってると思うんですけど、各共造世界に当然封印されてたんですけど、本体が完全消滅したのでそれらのパーツも全部消滅してます同時に。
There were, of course, parts of Zodiark in the other reflections. When he was sealed, he was split across all of them. But at the same time that his main body was destroyed, they all would have also faded into oblivion.
はい。
なるほど。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次です。Next question. I don't really understand why the Warrior of Light messing around in Elpis didn't create any alternate timelines. Can you explain what happened? ガセンがエルピスで過去に干渉した後、未来が枝分かれせずにつながった理由がよく分かりませんでした。その辺の仕組みを教えてほしいです。
まあ正直なところ自由に解釈していただいても構わないっていうのがまず前提です。
Well, I think the most important thing is to say I think you all can come up with your own theories for this one.
ただまあ僕個人の解釈としては、まあそもそもつながっていたんだっていうふうに解釈してます。
My personal interpretation is that the timelines were always the same.
でまあつながらない可能性っていうのも当然あったと思うんですけど、ヴェーネスが光の戦士に対してまあその全力で対応してきた結果、なんとかつながったんだろうっていう解釈もまあできるかなと思います。
Another interpretation you could have is that maybe Vana worked really hard behind the scenes to make sure that the timeline didn't go awry.
まあだからそのベネスが描いた計画っていうのに光の戦士はまあ知らないうちにこうね全力を持って皆さんがこう対応してきたことによってまあつながっていくという奇跡が起きたんじゃないかなと。
And you know, therefore, the Warrior of Light was sort of always acting in accordance with this plan of Vana's. So the timeline that we're aware of didn't change when we went back to affect it.
嘆きの海で初めて光の戦士が降り立った時にアルゴスが懐いていたという時点で、つながることが確定したかなという認識ではいます。
I personally think that when we went to Mare Lamentorum and we first met Argos, and Argos, you know, really took to us and we were able to ride him, that is basically proof that, okay, at that point, the timelines were going to work out.
まあ6.1 で強くてニューゲームに行月のフィナーレ対応するので、もし気になる方はもう一度ね全部見た上でもう一回おさらいしてもらえるとまた見えてくるものあるんじゃないかなと思います。
We are adding all of this stuff to New Game Plus in 6.1. So if you're interested in this, I suggest you replay it and think about this question while you're playing.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So going to the next question. 次の質問いきます。
はい。
In the trailers, only the warrior of light seems to age, where the other characters always look the same. Will we ever get to see a grown-up Alfino and Alice?
Oh, this is.
トレーラーでは主人公であるヒカセンの年齢だけが上がっていて、他のキャラクターは年齢が変わっていないように見えます。アルフィノ・アリゼが成長した姿を見られる日は来ますか？
悩ましいんですよねこれ。
That's really hard to say.
いや僕もね正直ディレクターとしての遊び心っていうのを、まあ、ゲームの開発者としてその拡張でそして数年後ってやってこう物語の中でね成長した、もう実年齢としてその身長も伸びねよりこうかっこよくそのよりこう可愛くっていうのはちょっと違うな成長したアリゼとか描いてみたいって思いはあります。
On one hand, so as a director and the developer myself, it sounds fun to me when I think about depicting, years later, a taller Alfino and Alice who are cooler and maybe cute in a different way.
ただね、やったらやったでね、前のアルフィノとアリゼが良かったってすげえ言われる気がしてて。
On the other hand, I also feel like if we did that, we'd get a lot of comments being like, oh my god, I really liked them better before, I hate this.
でもさ、一回やったらさ、時を遡る以外にもう方法がなくなるじゃん。
And if we do it once, we can't go back, so that's a problem.
だからなんかちょっとやりづらいんすよね。
So it's kind of hard to pull the trigger on that one, I think.
まあなんか
Well, that's definitely
ワン
pulled
ピ
a.
ースっていう漫画とかでよく原作者の小田先生がコミックスのコラムというかね
That's made us less excited for future content.
読者の皆さんに何歳になった頃のゾロを見たいですとか言ってる、まあ、書かれてることがあるんですけど、まあ、あんな感じでもし年を取ったとしたらみたいなのをアートとしてちょっと作ってみるとかはありかもしれないけど
Sometimes you'll see with manga like One Piece, the author Oda Sensei, he will have a corner where he answers readers' questions, and they might say like, "Oh, I want to know what Zoro would look like at such and such age," and he'll draw that for them. So if it's sort of like a what if scenario, we might be able to give you something in that vein.
あれだね、意外とコメ
We
ン
can't
トではシナリオ上はそれはやらなくていい。なんか何年か飛ばして成長した2人が出てくるとかはまあ別にいいよ。
Like, I
やらんでいいよっていう
absolutely hate
声
it.
結構多いな。
I'm getting a lot of comments that are like, it's really fine. Like no matter how many years pass, it's fine if you just leave them as is.
コラム的にアートをやってほしいはすごい do it っていうコメントがすごい見
やれって
ますね。
言ってる。
Yeah, we see lots of comment to draw special artwork. I see lots of do it.
言ったらもうめっちゃまた do it になってる
Do
じゃん。
it. Everyone's just yelling do it over and over.
はいい。
やでも相当慎重にチェックしてフィニッシュしないと
本当ですね
怖いな。
大変なことになる。
We really have to be careful about the heights then. I'm kind of freaked out.
はい、ありがとうございます。次の質問いきます。Moving to next question. Bernard said that not even her soul would remain. But what does that mean? I'm very fond of her character and would like to see her again. ベーネスは魂も残らないだろうと言っていましたが、魂が残る残らないの違いは何でしょうか、好きなキャラなのでどこかでまた見たい気もしております。
魂というものもエーテルではあるので、まあまさしく本当に全ての魂のを構成するエーテルすら全て使い切ったっていうのが答えです。
The answer is that souls are also made of ether, and she used up so much ether that also all of her soul was gone.
まあゾディアークはまあニエ、その召喚のニエになった人たちを吸収しつつも、その魂だけは内部でこう保持してた。で消滅させずに残しておけたんですけど、まあ、ハイデリンってベーネス含めて召喚者のその魂を保管しておくほどの余裕がない。なぜなら14人委員会の決断としてはゾディアークを作り出すなので、猛烈な少人数なわけですよ。
By contrast, okay, so Zodiark was summoned using sacrifices of a lot of people, right? But he was able to only use their aether aside from their souls up, because he was very strong and he was summoned by the convocation of 14 and all of that. But Heidelin had a much weaker summoning, and because of that, she didn't have the option to sort of leave the souls untouched. And including Vinaz, she ended up using all of their ether.
パッチ 5.2 かな、ベネス派っていう単語が出てきてたりしてたところを、今一度ちょっと見返してもらったりするとまたちょっと面白いかなと思うんですけど、まあ全世界の大多数の古代人たちが協力しているそのゾディアークっていうものに対してっていうことなので、まあ、その辺の力関係っていうのはちょっと思い出してもらえるといいかなと思います。
So in 5.2, there was some discussion of Vinaz's group that assisted her in doing this, and also of how much of the ancient people were sacrificed to create Zodiark. So if you look back at that time, it might be of interest to you now.
だから最後の最後にその自分の魂という力だけをベーネスは残していて、それをまあ光の戦士というか暁と戦うために使ったっていうのがまあ回答です。
At the very end, Heidelin, she still had her own soul, Vinaz's soul, but that was the very power that she used in fighting the Warrior of Light.
だから言ってましたよね。ベーネスあなたもう力があって問いかけられたのに対して、大丈夫、この一戦をやり遂げるだけの力は残していましたって言ってるのは、まあ、自分の魂をそこに当ててるっていうふうに思ってもらえれば良いと思います。
When she tells you before the final battle with her that she saved enough ether for this fight with you, that is Vinaz's soul that she's referring to.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question. 大変重要な質問な気がします。Yeah, very important question. Next one. Now that Heidelin is gone, will the Warrior of Light no longer have the Blessing of Light? Or will he stick to around like the illusory amulet? 今回のストーリーでハイデリンは消滅してしまいましたが、光の戦士にかけられた光の加護の術も消えたのでしょうか、それともアーモロートの幻影のようにまだ残っているのでしょうか。
まあ、ベーネスが施した光の加護は、まあ、消えないと思ってますし、まあ、消えないであってほしいなっていうふうに思ってます。
I really don't think that the Blessing of Light will disappear, and I wouldn't want it to.
最後に、まあ、ハイデリンというか、まあ、ベーネスが、私の思いがいつまでも愛しき子らを守りますようにっていう願いがちゃんと加護として残り続けてる、いくっていうのが、まあ、ある意味最後にかけ直してくれたかもしれない加護だというふうに、まあ、思っていたい。まあ僕個人的にもね。はい。
Perhaps she re-granted the blessing at the very end, but either way, I want to think that it will always protect the Warrior of Light, just like she said, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
まあそれこそが改めてね、光の加護かなという気がしてます。はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Those words, I think, will be the blessing you carry forward.
Thank you very much. では次の質問に行きましょう。So going to the next question. In the cutscene after the level 87 dungeon, we see a red sigil appear before Emetselk's face. Does that mean such sigils aren't an Ascian thing, but rather identify one as belonging to the convocation number 14? Please explain the lore. レベル 87ID の後のカットシーンでエメトセルクが顔に浮き出る赤い印をね、こう発動させていました。ということは、あの印はアシエンの特性ではなく14人委員会の身分証のようなものなのでしょうか。 改めて設定を教えてほしいです。
まあ身分証というのはちょっと違うかなと思うんですけど、まあ14人委員会のそれぞれの座に選ばれるような人っていうのは、まあ、膨大な魔力とかそれぞれとてつもない能力をまず持っているので、それらの力を解放した時にその浮かび上がるっていう風に思って、もうリミッターというかねを解除したみたいな、なんとなくイメージだと思ってくれればいいです。
So it's not really just there for identification purposes, but yeah, if you think about it, every person who takes a seat in the convocation of 14 has really intense magic power. So basically, it's like it appears whenever they use grand magic, almost as sort of a limiter to constrain their magic.
で、あれはマークは14人委員会のそれぞれの座を示すマークなので、14人委員会以外の人が俺も力を解放するぜってやっても出たりはしないです。
However, each sigil does indicate the member's seat on the convocation. So even if someone who's not on the convocation was like, "Oh yeah, magic time, wow," it's not going to show up on anyone else's face.
そう、勝手にね、俺は第15の座を名乗るぜって言ったところで出ないです。
You can't just name yourself the 15th seat and blast it and hope it'll appear.
まあなのでまあわかんない由来いろいろ想像もできるかなと思っていて、まあそれだけ強大なパワーを持っていて世界から認められる14個の座についてるってことは、まあそんなに無尽蔵にバンバン力を振るうなよっていう意味もあって、まあ出すと14人委員会の人間であるっていうのがバンって出る可能性はありますよね。だから座を引き継げば多分、ヴェーネスには出ないですね。多分、座を渡してるので。はい。
I think it's also probably connected to sort of the convocation's responsibility. These are people who have been acknowledged by society as having this grand power and taking up these seats. So you don't want people just randomly wandering around blasting magic without knowing who it is and for what purpose. So it sort of indicates that they've been chosen for this role and keeps them in line. And for that reason, I also think that when you leave the seat, for instance, when Vana gave up her seat, she would have also given up the sigil, so it would no longer appear on her.
吉田の座はって聞かれて吉田の座はね、継ぎたい者が誰もいなくてちょっと寂しいんですよ。
So people are talking about the seat of Yoshida, but it just kind of makes me sad because I think there's nobody who could take up the seat if I gave it up.
しかも紋章も出ないからね。
Also, I don't have a cool symbol on my face.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では続いて次の質問に行きます。So moving to the next question. In concluding this story, were there any threats you found difficult to wrap up, or bits of lore that you secretly changed or disregarded? 物語を一旦完結させるにあたり、回収が難しかった伏線、こっそりなかったことにされた設定やなかったことにしたい設定はありましたか？
こちらもですね、世界設定チーム小田さんからいただいてきました回答をね。
This is also one that I had to ask the lore team, specifically Oda-san, about.
初期設定とか裏設定と呼ばれるものはその時点での想定でしかなく、物語を書き進めるうちにより詳細化されるものもあれば消えてゆくものもあります。
The initial setting and background lore are only plans that we draw from. So it's not unusual for the details to change or disappear as we write the story further.
まあそれはね、行月のフィナーレに限らず Q14 から新生への移行過程でも同じで、Q14 やってた方はご存知かもしれないですけど、回収しきれなかったという意味では相棒という存在は回収しきれなかったです。
That's not only true of Endwalker. Like you'll probably remember if you played 1.0, there was a lot of changes between 1.0 and A Realm Reborn, and some of them we couldn't really retcon properly. For instance, in 1.0, the Warrior of Light had a partner character.
Q14 知らない人に説明すると、相棒っていうキャラクターがね、いたんですよ。で、何者かよくわかんないんですよね。
Well, we had this very temporary partner though, and like so we didn't really know who exactly it would be or anything, and so we kind of just ignored it when we went on.
だからあれは共像世界の自分が来てたんだとかね、いろいろいやなんかこじつけようかなと思ったんですけど、もうどうにもならないんだっていう。
When you're making this world, you're sort of just like, I don't know what to do, and you'll just sort of sometimes ignore things that are inconvenient.
まあなのでまあ時々ありますよ。付箋として使おうかなと思ってたけど、まあ使えないからもうそのままにしておこうっていうのもあるけど、大部分は綺麗にいけたと思う。黒曜石サビクなんかはまだいけるかなとは思ってたりするからあれですけど、はい。
And so yeah, there are some things where you'll just be like, we'll just ignore that going forward. But in most cases, we do try to wrap up things, and maybe if there are things we haven't addressed yet, we can wrap them up in the future.
はい、ありがとうございます。それでは続いてですが、next question. Will we have a chance to learn the identities of the full convocation of 14? は今後14人委員会の構成員について全員の、真の名前を知る機会はありますか？
黒成績黒曜石ってさめっちゃ突っ込まれてる。
あ、黒成績ですね。
はいはい、
はい、黒成績
で14人委員会のその座とともにあるその真の名マナに関してはすでに決まってはいます。はい。
So yes, we have decided the true names and identities of every convocation member.
まあそれらを皆さんが知る機会があるかどうかは今後の展開次第ですねって悪い顔をして終わっておきます。
Whether we tell you that in the future sort of depends on how the plot develops. Sorry to tease you.
スマイル。
ありがとうございます。では続いていきましょう。次の質問です。Going to the next question. Benar had good intentions and her plan worked out in the end. But as a result, the world was sundered and most of the ancients suffered for it. Was sundering the star really the only way to save it? ベーネスは善意の上で行動して結果的に良い方向にはなりましたが、その経過では世界を分断し多くの古代人を不幸にはしました。今回の結果を導くためには世界を分断するのは必須だったのでしょうか？
まあシナリオ系とかはなっちゃんとも話をしてこうテキストをまとめているんですけど、その回答をね、まあ少なくともベーネスってヤシトラがまあ推測したようにエーテルが強すぎる古代人ではデュナミスにそもそも干渉することができない。結果その終末を根本的に止められないっていうふうに考えてます。
So I also consulted with Natsuko Ishikawa and the scenario team to come up with an answer that hopefully will make sense when we explain it. But at the very least, as Yashola theorized, Vina believed that the ancients, being so dense in aether, could not control Dynamis, and so she thought that they could not have stopped the final days at its source.
じゃあ別にそのゾディアークで、まあ、根本的に解決できなかったとしても天の断り、まあ、つまり天脈を強化して、まあ、絶望ビームを弾き返してるんだからそのままなんとかやってきゃいいじゃん、としたとしてもいずれ今の古代人たちの考え方では、まあ、大敗的な末路をたどってしまうだろうっていうのもそのまあヘルメスの言動とかを見てても自分自身気づかされるところがあったんだろうなというふうに思ってます。
So there were the other ancients who thought that okay, we summon Zodiark and that'll be our solution, but she saw them summon Zodiark and sort of use that to deflect Meteon's despair beam. And thought, even if we do this, if we keep going along as we are, the rest of the ancients will probably be unable to change. When she's looking at Hermes and everything, she thinks, okay, we can't change as a people, and we will always be our own undoing.
まあ確実とは言いはしないですけど、最終ダンジョンのラストレムナントのフェーズ3。ラーラーが暴れ回ってるところは、なんとなく古代人たちがあのまま続いてったらこうなってただろうなっていうイメージで作ってはいます。
If you look at the dungeon, the dead ends, at the very end there's a boss called Dala, and that is sort of our vision for what probably would have happened to the ancients if they had just continued as they were.
だからそのために世界を分割して人が持つエーテルをとにかく薄くしていずれデュナミスっていうものを使いこなし、人が終末そのものと戦えるようにしたっていうのがベネスの考えです。
So for that reason, she chose to sunder the star to dilute mankind's ether, so that someday they might be able to use Dynamis and to fight back against despair and the final days at the source.
まあ、本人も言ってましたけど、これは善悪で語られて良いわけではなく、その行いが果たして正しかったのかどうかっていう苦悩はベーネスが全部自分で背負っているっていう感じですね。
As she herself says, this is not really a simple matter of good and evil, and she agonized over whether her decision was correct, and took all of that upon herself for all of this time.
でもね、僕特に思ったんですけど、皆さんこうベーネスすごくいろいろな思いをね、プレイヤーの皆さん感じ取ってくれて、すごくこうベーネス疑ってごめんよと、ハイデリン悪いやつじゃなかったってなってるんですけど。
I think everybody has a lot of different feelings about Vina, and we wanted to communicate that Hydaelyn's not a bad guy, but
こんなね、世界を分割して人を14に分けて、そのデュナミストを使ってね、その終焉を歌う者にぶつけようなんていうことを決断し考えれる時点で、やっぱり彼女も古代人なんだなって思うんですよ。
But it's this very decision that she made to say, okay, I'm gonna split everybody into 14 parts so they can use Dynamis, so they can kill the Endsinger. That decision really makes me think, yeah, she was definitely, Vina herself was definitely an ancient, huh?
だから 5.0 の、ラストでね、エメト・セルフがこれが最後の最低だ、判じるっていうことをやるでしょ。何度も判じてきたんだと、その度になり損ないどものなんかダメなとこ見てきたんだ俺って、もういいよじゃあ最後もう一回だけ見てやるよって言うじゃない。
At the end of 5.0, so we find out that Emmett Silk, this whole time, he's been making these decisions about all of humanity, about how they were imperfect creatures these days. But at the very end, he gives you one more chance and reevaluates his judgment.
で、今回ヘルメスもやるでしょ。改めて正しく判じよう、人の行く先を。ものすごいなんか不必要なぐらい公平性にこだわるじゃない。その自分の記憶も全部消しておいて、自分は人間側につくから何してんの君っていう。
Hermes is also concerned with this to the degree that he erases his own memories so he can once again reevaluate humanity and everything. He's really concerned with fairness and humanity's worth.
でもベーネスこそ判じるっていう言葉は一度も使ってはいないんだけど、ベーネスの歩みっていうカットシーンの中で剣を構えてね、今から私は世界を分かつって、あれってまさにもう判じるだと思っていて、全世界丸ごと判じるんかいこの人っていうのがやっぱりね、僕が思う古代人の怖さというか完全性というか、普通あの決断人間にはできないぞって思っていて、その先の苦労も含めて計算した上でというか計画した上でだから、やっぱり彼女も古代人だなっていうふうに思ったりしましたね。
Vina herself never talks about herself in this lofty way that she's making a judgment on all of mankind. But when we see her in that cutscene holding the sword and saying, henceforth he shall walk and sundering the world, that really is a very ancient moment. Like that shows you how different the wholeness of the ancients were, because normally we wouldn't be able to make such a decision for all of mankind. So when I see that, I really think, yeah, Vina was one of them.
だからエメトセルクね、人気は高いけど、そもそも私が判じてやろうって、アルフィノに言わせればなぜお前にそんなもん判じられなきゃいけないんだっていう話だし、 ベーレスに至ってもそうよね。だから、その辺を意識してまた物語全体見るとちょっと違ったというか、もう一段その古代人っていうのがどういうこう人たちなのか、それがいろんなテキストにこうまぶされているので、今回サブクエストも含めてだけど、その辺見てもらえるとまたちょっと面白くなるかなとは思います。
You know, Emmet Self is very popular, but I sort of agree with Alfina when Emmet's talking about judging people. What right does he have to do that? And that may actually be the case with Vina as well. Like, what right did she have to do that? We've shown various things about the ancients and how different they were from us as people and how they were sort of the same. So I think if you go back and look at all of the different parts, including the side quests with the ancients in them, you might find it interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
そういうお前だって吸盤を感じて目手落としたやろって言われた。
If you play the game, you might know
You're
what's in the
criticizing me as a
game.
hypocrite, being the great decider here.
人間にはできない。
どうしようもなかったんだよ。
I'm being an asshole here, but like
I
seriously.
mean, I had to, though, to make this.
古代人だったんだ。
いやいやいやいや。
He may be an ancient?
He insists he's not.
はい、ありがとうございます。では設定関連もう一問いきたいと思います。The Solstice Moon was made to imprison Zodiac after the sundering, but what about the first moon? Was Iseris the only thing divided among parallel dimensions, or did the sundering affect the surrounding part of outer space too? 現象世界から見えてる月は世界が分かたれた後にゾディアークを封印するために生まれたと思うんですが、第一世界から見えてる月は一体何なのでしょうか。アーティリスだけが多次元に割れていて惑星外宇宙には影響なかったのでしょうか。おもろ。
Hermes
まず創造
depression
世界にある月にも意味はあります。
only a problem because
First of all, I
of
want to tell you that the
Amarotine
reflections moons
society.
have their own significance.
ありますなんですが、今はお話できません。
They do, but I can't tell you what it is.
まあハイデリンキック光の一撃で、まあ、ゾディアークごと世界が分割されて、その後共造世界においても原初世界でそうしたのと同じように分断されたゾディアークの一部を封じるために月が作られてます。月がまあ生じてるって言った方がいいかな。
So after the sundering, after the star was sundered and Zodiac was imprisoned in the moon that we know, moons were created, or you could probably say appeared in all the other reflections with pieces of Zodiac in them as well.
なのでこの辺りは破綻のないようにきちんと作ってはあるので、まあそれが何なのかはまだ話せないんですけど、意味はちゃんとあります。はい。
We're going to show this properly later, so I can't give you spoilers now, but yes, there is some meaning to these.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. それではですね、ここからはですね、シナリオとか設定以外の、動画関連の質問に行きたいと思います。So from this point, the questions are not related to scenario or the lore stuff. So the question is, during the development process, what part of Endwalker were you a perfectionist about? は
Okay, our
両筆の
question
フィ
did
ナー
not
レの
pick
制
up.
作の
We're not
中で
surprised.
吉田さんが
We
最
expected
も
that.
こだわった部分をお聞かせください。
Oh, well.
すごい海外インタビューみたい。
いやもうね、ありとあらゆるところなんですけど、まあ、特にっていう意味だと、まあ、今回より特にですけど、各カットシーンにおける、キャラクターのこう目線、それから会話と会話の間の間、あと喋ってる最中の仕草はかなりその1カットシーンずつ細かくその演出やってるそれぞれの担当者と話をしてこだわらせてもらいました。
So if we're just saying the things, okay, that I am the very most particular about, this time I would say in every single cutscene I was concerned with the direction the characters were looking, and also the time between dialogues and conversations, and also the motions, especially at the beginning of each character's speech.
なんか目線は目線と待って僕特に大事だと思っていて、やっぱり演出する。
I doubt it.
その
I mean, the only reason Summoner has
顎を
healing
向
at
ける
all
こと
is a
が目線
remnant
なのではな
from
くて、やっぱり目から先に
the
動く。
fact that
で首を振らなくても目って感情が出るので、そこをねやっぱりこ
Arcanist
う
is the base for Scholar.
その視線を送るってあったとしても、首が動いて顎ごと動くのか、目線目だけが眼球だけが動くのか全然違うんで、そこはかなりやりました。
Personally, I think the direction of the gaze and how your gaze works is really important. Your eyes convey a lot of emotion. It's not just
It's very important.
Okay, your whole chin moves, and that's your gaze, right? So in the stage
Yeah.
directions and such, I was really concerned with, okay, are your eyes going to move
The gaze are
first? Is their
important.
whole head going to turn? What's the most natural way to convey this expression?
あとは基本的に14の場合、プレイヤーの皆さんにテキストの進行度合いとかはちゃんと自分のペースで決めてほしいと思ってるから、まあボタン送りがあるんですけど、それを許さない。ここはもう演出マックスでいくから自動送りのみっていうシーンに関しては、やっぱり喋った後に言葉を飲み込んで次の言葉を発するとか、受けた相手がそれを飲み込んで自分なりに咀嚼してから答えを返すっていう、その無言なんだけどその間ってとても大事、みんなにいろんなことを考えてもらうために大事なので、そこもかなり今回しつこいぐらいちょっと調整させてもらいました。
Also, usually we like to have 14 as a game that you can play at whatever pace you want to, but this time we had a lot of scenes where they would go on autoplay through the text. And when a character talked in these scenes, I really wanted the other characters to take a little bit of time to process those words before responding, because that's important processing time for all of you as well. So I was kind of probably annoying about how particular I was about this.
あとはやっぱこう伏線を回収していくときに解釈の誤解がとにかく生じないように、解釈の自由度があっていいっていうところはちゃんとそのつもりでディレクションしてるんだけど、ここは誤解されてはまずいっていうところを誤解されないように調整するっていうところはかなり徹底したところです。
I also was very particular about things not being misunderstood. And obviously, like when you have something foreshadowed or hinted at, that's fine to leave it up to people's interpretation. But there are certain interpretations we don't really want to guide people towards. So I was particular about how we were portraying those.
でまあ、この辺りはやっぱり今回なっちゃんがやっぱりライティングを本当ギリギリのギリギリまでやってて、なかなかその演出までチェックしきれないっていうところもあったんで、もうここは完全に分担して、じゃあもうこっちで全部引き取るから。俺が一番石川夏子の中二に近いと思ってるからって言って。
Part of this was also because Natsuko, Ishikawa-san, was very busy writing the script up till the very last minute for this expansion, so she couldn't perform her checks as closely as possible. And in the respect of who could stand in for her, I'm probably the closest person, so I ended up doing it a lot and being very particular.
あとやっぱ天野先生のデザインの再現っていうのは、今回はもう僕今回行月のフィナーレが1回目のそのハイデリンゾディアーク編という1回目の14のフィナーレだから、ラスボスを是が非でも天野先生にしたいっていうところがあって、自分で絵の発注も言ってるし、だからこそ天野先生の絵を知る自分大ファンなんで、やっぱ僕がディレクションしたタイトルで天野先生の絵をまあ今のその14の技術にはなるけど、で極限まで再現したいって思いがあったので、そこはもうほんとしつこいぐらいリテイクして調整してっていうのをやらせてもらったんで、そこはめちゃくちゃこだわりました。はい。
Also, because Endwalker was really in a sense like the first finale, the first not ending but ending that we had in 14 with the end of the Heidelin and Zodiac arc. I really wanted to have Yoshitaka Amano's art. I'm a big fan of his, and obviously he's associated with the arts in 14 and all of that. So I asked him to do the art, and then when we were reproducing those designs in game, I was super particular about getting it right.
天野先生の発注は必ず僕が行くんですけど、全部申請1個全部自分で言ってるんですけど、まあ、今回久しぶりに天野先生にはラスボスを描いていただきたくてきましたって言って、その設定で まあいろんなそのラスボス書いてきていただいたと思いますが、今回先生に書いていただきたいのは絶望ですって
もうすごい発注。
Of course, ever since A Realm Reborn, I'm the one who's giving Amano his orders for what we want him to draw. And this time I was like, okay, I want you to draw the last boss. I want you to draw despair.
そう絶望かでも先生いつもそうなんだけど、僕とのキーワードを2人でこう会話していくの、その例えばこういう
Didn't realize ending there was an amount of design.
まあただメテオの期末が鳥をイメージには入れてくださいっていう話をしたので、
Makes sense.
だね、こうやってやり取りしていくとね、浮かんできた、大丈夫、いけるってね、
It has that
15
Shadow
分
Darkness
20分ぐらい
vibe.
みっちり話せば
Every time, this time he was like, despair. But every time he's very good about talking to me. We sort of have a back and forth about what to envision here. We'll talk about, in this case, despair. And, if we've, in this certain situation, okay, you feel despair, what comes to mind then? And in this case, we also added in the extra sort of difficulty of making the bird imagery as well. But, after like 15 minutes, he was just like, yeah, I got it. I have something in mind. Don't worry about it.
まあ今度ね、実はなんか見せたかったんだけどね、主演を歌うものの天野先生の原画をどっかのタイミングで、ね、お見せできる機会を作りたいなと思う。
I really want to show you the original design we got from him for the End Singer at some point, so I'll look for a chance to do that.
すごいです。
まあ他にはもういっぱいあるんですけど、
はい、
クエストインスタンスバトルの調整やってたりとか、あとまあサブクエストの開放タイミングが今回ね、申し訳なかった、そのなんか後ろ髪を引かれるようなそのサブクエストの出され方が多いなってちょっとコメントも見たんですけど。
The other things, for instance, the instance battles you do in quests, I was quite focused on, as well as the sub-quest timing for how they unlock and all of that stuff. I mean, we've got some comments about that.
今回ってやっぱり地域攻略型シナリオなので、しかも時系列時間軸が前に進む物語だから、なんかやっぱ週末に襲われている状態か襲われる前か襲われた後かって全然話の展開が変わるので、当然住民が週末来てる最中にさ、いやちょっとチョコボ連れてきてほしいとか無理でしょ。
Yeah, so this time, obviously, because we had the final days going on, it's very important to sort of have the quests unlock at the appropriate time. Like, is this happening before the apocalypse comes or during the apocalypse? You don't really want during the apocalypse someone to just be like, can you feed my choco or whatever? It wouldn't fit very well.
なのでやったので、かといってよし一旦落ち着いたから全部出せってやるとエクスクラメーションマーク出すぎると嫌になるの。もう見なかったことにしようみたいな。
Also, if you just have them all unlock at the same time and suddenly your screen is filled with exclamation marks, like, that's terrible. I hate that.
なのでもう何回も投資プレイをして、このクエストのこのシーケンスまで来たら3クエスト出して、で3クエストだったら消化する気になるだろうとか。
Still no onion boots.
So that's why this time I played through so many times, and I'd be like, okay, when you get to this sequence of this quest, then these 3 other quests unlock, and 3 is probably a decent number that people can get through, and that sort of thing.
でこのクエストまで来たら5個出して、まあこのクエストまで来たら残りを出してみたいな感じで、潰していってる人にとってはもう別に潰していきゃいいじゃんって感じだと思うんだけど、数の威圧感とかをね、あと話の内容とをそのフラグをお願いして1個ずつ調整してもらうのって本当にもう投資プレイするしかないので、すごい大変だった。
So yeah, I have it so like, okay, you go to this quest and then this quest unlocks, and when you're progressing through it, I mean, it's nice. It's nice to have it correct, but at the same time, in order to create a good experience for those who wanted to go through all of the quests, I had to do them a whole bunch of times, which was really hard.
また正直もうちょっと減らせばよかったかなって思わなくもないな。
Also, sometimes I thought, couldn't we have less of these?
まあそれ以外にもハイデリン透滅戦もめちゃくちゃこだわったし、フェイスの方ね、あと 今回久しぶりにテキストたくさん書かせてもらったんで、ID のフェイスのダイアログセリフとかはかなりの数書かせてもらったんで楽しかったです。はい。
Also, I was quite concerned with your showdown with Heidelin, as well as the trust system dialogue. In this case, I actually got to write some dialogue for the first time in a while. So writing all of that, all those trust lines was really fun.
はい、ありがとうございます。
アリゼのずるいもよしぴなんかそうです。ハイデリンと別戦はほぼフルスクラッチで、はい、やりましたんで。
I was keeping a close eye on Heidelin from the very start, so.
それでは次の質問です。Going to next question. Healers are currently putting out too much healing compared to damage taken, and have few damage dealing options and limited flexibility in battle. People are even clearing pandemonium with tank-only parties. Are there plans to make healers more vital to parties? なるほど。ヒーラーについ
That's a good
て
question, actually.
ダメージに対して回復量が多すぎるほか、攻撃の手段も乏しく、バトルでの工夫の余地が少ないと感じています。実際パンデモニウムではタンクだけのパーティーでもクリア報告があることです。ヒーラーの必要度を高める予定はありますか？
まずこれ毎拡張ごとにそうなんですけど、
はい、
やっぱりこう毎拡張スタートして最初のレイドって正直難易度的にはかなり優しめに作ってます。それは受ける非全体ダメージ量もそうだし、必要とされる火力パーティー DPS っていうのも普段のレイドに比べれば下げてつけてます。これはね毎拡張一緒。
Right, so I want to emphasize that we've done the same as we did in every previous expansion here, and that's at the start of the expansion. We sort of hold back on the difficulty for the raid in terms of damage taken and damage dealt and that sort of stuff. We make it a little bit easier so as many people as possible can clear.
どうしてもプレイヤーの皆さんって地続きではあるからパッチ 5.4 で実装された時のそのエデンの最終レイドと比較しがちなんですけど、今回改めてレベルキャップが上がって新しいジョブも増えてってところなので、一回難易度のイメージはリセットして、特に第1弾なので多くの人にクリアしてもらいたいっていうので敷地は下げてます。なので今後実装されていく第2弾第3弾っていうのはまただんだん難易度がプレイヤーの皆さんのジョブの使いこなしに合わせて上昇していくので、そういうサイクルを繰り返してると思ってください。
You're probably comparing the raid as it is now to what you had in 5.4, but you have to remember that at 6.0 we added new jobs and we're still balancing things. We want to give people a chance to clear if they possibly can, and then from this point we will raise the challenge level in part 2 and part 3 of Pandemonium.
それでも基本的にちょっともっとヒールワーク
Probably depends on how the quest icons function. If there's something that are automated based on what the rewards
I think even at that point, if you're still unsatisfied, thinking, okay, healing is too easy and I want to feel more like a proper healer, definitely try the ultimate content and suffer.
はい、はい、ありがとうございます。では続いてもう一問ジョブ関連ですね。So the next question. Dark Knights, Living Dead, and Blood Weapon are more difficult to use effectively compared to other tank skills. There are plans to adjust this? 他タンクに比べて暗黒騎士のリビングデッドやブラッドウェポンの使い勝手が、いまいちです。今後調整の予定はありますか？
暗黒騎士だけじゃなくてですね、パッチ 6.1 で、暗黒騎士も含めていろんなジョブに手は、入れさせていただきます。
So not just Dark Knight, but a whole bunch of jobs will be adjusted in patch 6.1.
で皆さんからのねフィードバックはかなりちゃんと見てますんで、それらを含めてできる限り要望にお応えできるようにね6.1 していきたいと思ってます。
We are looking closely at all of your feedback.And we'll fulfill as many of your requests as we possibly can in 6.1.
今まさに質問のあったその暗黒騎士のリビデとかに関してはもう今調整案が出てきて進んでるので、何かしら手は入ります。はい。
We are definitely adjusting Living Dead, so you can wait and see how it goes.
で特に結構今ちょっと辛いんだけど って言われることの、まあ、貴公子とか、あと白魔導士っていうのももちろんフィードバックを拝見しながら調整対象になってますんで、もうちょっとお待ちください。
We've also definitely seen your feedback about Machinist and White Mage, that you're having trouble right at the moment, and we are working on that, so please wait just a little longer.
あとは竜騎士でね、ジャンプの硬直をもうちょっと短くっていうのも硬直を短くする対応は入れて今テスト中なので、まあ、そういうプレイフィールに関わるところ、それから数値バランスに関わるところ、今回ね 6.1 また大きなプログラムコストかけて調整していけるので、で今日ここに上げてない名前のジョブもいろいろやりますんで
大事なところ
吉田が言わなかったって言ってこう黒い煙が最近出るってよく表現されるんですけど、いろんなジョブ手入れますんで、はい、お待ちください。
We're also looking at Dragoons who are concerned about the jump animation lock being too long. We're going to try to shorten that up. So we're going to adjust things that affect the feel of your gameplay in addition to just the numbers. And of course, I'd like to say that even if I didn't specifically mention your job today, we're still looking at feedback and making adjustments for those too. So please do not descend on us in a cloud of black smoke because I'm scared.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。ちょっと前半でカバーされた気もしますが、Given that we now have Sage and Reaper, will you be increasing the number of Glamour plates? リーパーと賢者が増えましたが、ミラージュプレートも増えませんか？
ミラプリ関連はですね、各処理のアップデート、まあ、数を増やすとか、まあ、プレートだったら数を増やすとか、ミラプリを反映できるエリアを増やすとか、チェストのサイズを増やすとか、まあ、いろんな候補があって、それぞれのコスト出しが終わって、まあ、やっぱ順番にしか対応できないので、まず今回最初パッチ 6.1 では、プレートの複数枚追加を行います。
Right. So there are various requests that we need to address related to the Glamour system, like the number of plates, the areas that you can use them in, the size of your Glamour dresser. We can really only address these slowly in a systematic way, but we are working on it, and in 6.1 we will increase the number of plates.
で、何枚が増えるのが嬉しいかっていうのはちょっと個人差があるので何とも言えないですけど、それなりの枚数増やせてるんじゃないかなとは思ってます。はい。
The amount of plates people wanted to increase by sort of differs by person. I can't tell you exactly how many we're adding, but I think it should be sufficient for the time being.
で、まあそれを第一弾としつつ、ボックスの中に幻影としてしまえる数に関しても大きく引き上げようとしていますし、それらあと着替えられる反映できる場所を増やしたいとか、それらいろいろ今やってますので、順次スケジュールが決まったら、まあとにかく 6.1 からミラージュプレート関連いろいろミラプリ関連ねアップデートしていきますよということだけお伝えしておきます。
And yes, we are definitely increasing how many pieces you can store in your dresser and how many places you can use these plates. So when we can fit them in the schedule starting in 6.1, we will be adding more features.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。Next question. Will we be able to obtain gear such as Imperial Officers' armor and uniforms, Galarian Gunblades, Imperial Lab Coats, and Shalian Forum members' uniform in the future? なるほど。今後、ガレマール帝国の帝国士官の鎧や服、帝国式ガンブレードや帝国学者のコート、またシャーレアンの議員制服などを入手できるようになりませんか？
まずシャーレアンの議員制服はね、予定があるはず。
So first of all, the Imperial Officer uniform is something we have already decided on.
まあこれまで帝国はやっぱこう敵として描くことが多くて、なかなかそのガレマール帝国の内面とか人間としてのそのガレアン人っていうのを描く機会がこれまでなかったので、まあやめてたんですけど、まあ、行月のフィナーレでそういったところも描けたので、これからその 6.0 以降のパッチ報酬みたいな形で増やしていくのはまあありかな、そろそろ解禁してもいいかなとは思ってます。はい。
Up until 6.0, we had mostly shown the Garleans as just these ruthless enemies. We hadn't really had an opportunity to show the normal people or other perspectives of that story. But now that we've done that, I think we could start releasing some gear that is Garlean themed.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. だんだん残り時間も少なくなってきましたが、もう数問いきたいと思います。Time is running out, but I'd like to continue a few more questions. The next one is, do you plan to implement the songs that played on the radio in Garlemald as an orchestral wall? ガレマルドのラジオから流れていた楽曲をオーケストリオンフとして実装する予定はありますか？
あれ人気高いですもんね。
いいですよね。私も好き。
It's awfully popular.
I like it.
パッチ 6.1 でですね、ノイズが入ってるやつ、皆さんがメインストーリーで聞いたやつ、あれのオーケストリオン風の実装が決まってます。はい。
And yes, we have decided to implement the version you hear on the radio with the distortion in it as an orchestrion in 6.1.
なんかあれノイズが入ってないやつと入ってるバージョンがあって、どっちよっていう話だったんですけど、ソケンがサウンドディレクターとしてゲーム体験に密接に絡んでるのはノイズ入ってる方だから、そっちでまず実装しましょうっていう判断をしてたんで、そっちが実装されます。はい。
We actually have a version both with distortion and without distortion, but Soken felt that as sound director, he wanted to give people something as close to the in-game experience of hearing it for the first time as possible.For the orchestrion, so we're going with the distorted version first.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では続いてです。Were we able to take up residence in Shalian or the lunar facilities that the operates worked so hard to make some one day? Even just apartments would be fine. レポリットが頑張って作ってくれた月の居住地やシャーレアンにはいつか住めるようになりますか？アパルトメントでもいいです。
サムデイでいいんですよね。
まあね。
もうまずは石ガルドに住んでくれよ。追いつかないよ。
Please just try living in Ishgard first. We cannot keep up.
もうね、今回ね 6.1 でハウジングの抽選システムもできるし、全世界にさらにこうサーバーをね大幅増強していくっていうのもこの前発表させてもらったので、ハウジングに関してもやっぱりどんどんやっていきたいとは思ってるんだけど、マジで追いつかないんで。
I mean, yes. So for 6.1, we've come up with the lottery system for housing. We've also announced we're increasing the overall amount of housing. So it's not like we won't do it or we don't want to do it, but maybe slow down a little bit.
詰めたら良いですね。
If we could, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
That would be nice. ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. 次の質問いきましょう。Next question. Will you add minions for Emmet Silk?Hades and Xenos、エメトセルクやハーデス、ゼノスのミニオンは実装されますか？
ここは何度か言ってる通りやっぱり役目を終えてないキャラクターっていうところに関しては僕が全権指揮取ってるところでもあって、キャラクターのミニオンを出す出さない僕が全部判断してるんですけど、行月まで来たのでありかなとは思ってます。はい。
Yeah, I'm the one who decides who we put out as minions, and I always hold back on putting out minions of characters whose roles are not yet done in the story, but I think now that we've done Endwalker, we can consider doing those.
ゼノスあたりは本望かもね。
確か
にくっついてくるわけでしょ。ついてくることを許されてるわけでしょ。
Is it okay to put Xenos out as a minion? He's just gonna follow you everywhere.
He should be happy. はい、ありがとうございます。それでは次で本日の最後の質問にしたいと思います。So the next question will be the last question of today.
Okay.
And the question is, do you have any updates regarding female Rosgal? なるほど。ロスガル女性について何かアップデート情報はありますか？そういえば。
僕らようやく行月出したばっかなんだよ今。
Finally, we're done with Endwalker. Okay.
ね、グラフィックスのアップデートもやるしね。ただもちろん忘れてません。
And yes, we are working on a graphic update, but no, we have not forgotten about female Hrothgar.
アートチームの方に、ロスがある女性のアートワークを何パターンも書いてもらい、その中から今、2系統に絞ってさらにデザインを進めつつ、それをどうやってその新しいキャラクタークリエーションにこうなんだろう仕様設計していくかっていうところまで今来てるので、まあ、もちろん実装するとなるとねまだ時間はかかりますが着実に進んでます。
So right now we've had the art team draw a variety of styles for possible female Hrothgar designs. We've picked 2 of them, and we're currently thinking about how those would look and what adjustments we would have to involve in putting those into character creation. So obviously it's going to be some time before we can actually implement them as a race, but we are working and we are making progress.
まあ本当にやるのっていうコメントもありますけど、やるって言ったらやりますよ。
People are saying, are you really going to do it though? And if I say I'm going to do something, I will do it.
だってやるって言ったんだもん。
I said I'd do it.
あとね、なんか使う人少ないんじゃないっていうコメントもあると思うんですけど、僕はねもうここまで来たらね多いとか少ないじゃないと思うんです。全種族がそれぞれ平均的に人気になるなんてことはなくて。
There are also people saying, but probably not that many people will play as female Hrothgar. But I'm thinking, we've come this far, and it's not really a matter of will they be super popular. It's not like everyone needs to use all races equally.
その世界に多様な種族、見た目を持った人たち、それから内面の個性を持ったさまざまなプレイヤーがいるっていうことが世界の広がりをすごく感じられる。まさしく一人でもみんなでも遊べる。RPG が目指すところだなと思って、だから使ってる人が多いとか少ないとかもうあまり関係がないからここまで来ると思ってるので、まあきっちり実装していくつもりではあります。
So, people decide what characters to play for a lot of different reasons. We'll focus on the inside or the outside, and some people may play a lot of this type of character or not a lot of type of the other character. That really gives the world flavor and variety. And especially because we're aiming to be a game that you can play solo or with friends. To be honest, we're not that overly focused on everybody will play this thing equally as long as everyone's having a good time.
もうそれを言った途端さ、新しい種族のアイデアを次々言うんじゃないよ君らって思うのよ。
And of course, because I said that, now everyone is coming out with their ideas for new races we should add. Please no.
思い出してくれ。5.0 を発表する時の、ファンフェスを思い出していただきたい。ロスガルの男性とビエラの女性をファイナルファンタジー14の種族実装の最後にしたいって思い出していただきたい。
Please remember when I presented Viera and Hrothgar at the 5.0 announcement, and I said, "This is the last one. This is the last one we're doing. Remember that, guys?"
いいコメントがありました。みんな
I was there.
の記憶力なんて曖昧だって知ってるよねって。So I mean that I found a good comment. You know the memory of the warrior of the light. So.
ならば覚えていろ。ロスガルの女性を持って種族実装を最後にしたいと私は思っている。
Okay, well, if your memory was vague up to this point, remember it now. The female Hrothgar is the last one I want to do.
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So, これで、今日の Q&A はここまでとしたいと思います。So, this is the conclusion of today's Q&A session. Thank you very much for sending lots of questions. はい、ということで、PLL の残りの時間ですが、締めに行く前にもう一つトピックがあるということですよね。So, before closing today's letter live, we have one more topic to share.
何でしたっけ？
ハウジングの件です。
そうだっけ？はい、なんかここから PC がなくなったから何すんだっけって思っちゃった。
画面が出ます。
はい、画面出してくださいじゃあ。
He's like, what is this?
ちょっとねパッチ 6.1 以降の土地販売に関してアナウンスとともにねちょっと皆さんの意見も聞いておきたいところがあります。はい。
Okay, so I have an announcement about the housing plot sales from patch 6.1, and I'd also like to ask you guys a question.
まず抽選販売についての補足です。
First, let's go over some details for plot sales.
どうぞ。まず1回の応募につき1プレイヤーキャラクター1回どこか1箇所のみ応募可能って言ってましたけど、FC のハウスを買うとき FC 全体で1回じゃなくて所属してるメンバー1回ずつ応募できるので、
はい、
これはもう大きい FC の方が有利っていうのは確かにそうです。
Okay, so for the lottery system that we announced, we did announce that each player may only enter the lottery for one plot of land during each lottery period. But when it comes to the free company, it's not like the free company entirely only gets one entry. Every single member from the free company can enter. In that sense, then yes, the free companies that are larger will get more entries if they want.
まあこれはやっぱり MMO っていうことを考えたときに非常に大きなコミュニティを一生懸命運営していて、メンバーもアクティブにたくさんいるっていう状況でFC ハウスがないっていうところがやっぱ抽選上有利に働くっていうところはまあそれこそが FC のそのサイズの力かなとは思ってるのでこういうルールにしてます。
I mean, after all, 14 is a multiplayer game, and we want to support the community. So if you have a big, active, free company, we want you to be able to have a house. And so that's sort of the reason that large free companies are getting a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
で、ただですね、これ、まあなんか40人いるからめっちゃいろんな土地に応募しようぜってやったとしてもですよ、まあ1個を買うっていう時に全員でそこに抽選申し込むっていうのはもちろん有利かな、数の有利はあるかなと思いますけど、バラバラにやると仮にバラバラに当選するとそれギル没収ですからね。1個しか当然購入できないので。
But again, I mean, you're only going to end up with one house for your free company. So yes, if you all enter for the same spot, you'll probably have an advantage. However, if you all distribute yourself among different plots, I mean, you may just end up losing money that way because in the end, you're only going to get one house.
あとハウス購入権利を FC メンバーに渡すって結構でかい権限を渡すことになるので、なんかポットで人集めてくればいいじゃんみたいなの多分怖くてできないと思いますよ。あとその権限を渡せる仕様も今回 6.1 と同時にもう変わってるのでそんなに簡単じゃないと思います。
Also, it's well, first of all, we'll be making some changes to the rights to purchase land in 6.1, but also, I mean, in order to apply for this lottery system, your free company members need to be given the right to purchase land on behalf of your free company, which is sort of an important right to give people. So we don't really think that most free companies are going to be going around shouting out for randos to come help do this because it's putting themselves at risk.
まあとはいえ抽選ではあるのでみんなでこう一気に応募したけど当たらなかったもまあありえるので。
Though please remember that it's still possible that if you all enter, you still might not win. That's just how it is.
で続いてどうぞ。で応募時に全額土地代を支払っていただきますよと。
There's also the point that when you enter the lottery, you must pay the full price of the plot.
でまあ落選した時には返却されるんですけど当たってしまったらキャンセルしたらお金ねペナルティがかかりますんで。
Obviously, if you do not win the lottery, that money will be refunded in full. But if you win the lottery and you decide to back out on the plot, you will lose some money on that.
どうぞ次。で、今回パッチ 6.1 で4種類の販売方法を、用意してます。
Okay, so as of 6.1, we have 4 ways to purchase plots.
抽選販売の、FC 向け FC ハウスとしか購入できない場所、まあ、抽選販売の個人宅としてしか買えない場所で先着早い者勝ちの FC でしか買えない場所、先着早い者勝ちで個人としてしか購入できない区みたいな感じで4種類処理としては用意されてます。
So we have the lottery version that is for free companies only to buy their free company plots. We also have a first come, first serve system that you're probably used to for free company plots only. And then we have the individual lottery and the first come, first serve for individuals.
で、この次どんなページだっけ？ でその販売方法のねちょっと分配に関してなんですけど、ハウジングエリアの区ごと、通常街第1区、拡張街第1区、この単位ごとに僕らが調整できるんですね。ここは、抽選の FC、
はい
拡張区第1区も抽選の FC で、これを、個人にすることもできるし、しかもパッチメンテナンスを入れればいつでも変えられるように今回作ってます。
Okay, so each of these purchase systems will be applied by ward. So, for instance, we can give a different system to each ward in regular neighborhoods or in subdivision neighborhoods. And so it'll be like, Imperium Ward 6 is for free company lotteries, things like that. And we are able to change these every patch.
でこれはどの区がどの販売方法になってるかっていうのはゲーム内で確認できるようになってます。
You will be able to confirm which wards are subject to which systems in game.
でしかもこれ最初例えば FC 用の区画として売り出して意外となんか小さいハウス買われないねってなったら、僕らがメンテナンス入れて残りは個人に開放しますみたいなこともできるようになってるので、混合していく区画もいずれ運用していけばあるかなと思ってます。
For example, if we have something set to free company system and then all that's left are small houses that people don't really want, we can always change that later.
次どうぞ。で、パッチ 6.1 では、全ての区画に対して FC 向けもしくは個人向けっていう抽選販売にだけする今のところ予定です。
So our current plan is in patch 6.1, we want to assign all wards to the lottery system, either for individuals or free companies.
でね、処理は用意してあるんですけど、早い者勝ちっていうのを今入れないつもりでいます。 6.1。
Right now, we are planning to not use the first come, first serve system at all in patch 6.1.
で一応1区画だけ抽選その早い者勝ちを入れようかっていうのもある、なんか案としてはあったんですけど、どうです皆さん。
We were thinking we could make maybe one section only first come, first serve, but what do you guys think about that?
I mean, we think that they should just not have first come first serve at all. Just do lottery. It's better. It's more fair. But yeah, we'll see. If it's really fun to actually stop and just check the chat.
全部抽選でいいの声が多いのは多いな。1区ぐらいは試しでもいいんじゃないっていう声もあるな。
It's pretty standard for
I'm pretty sure the majority is saying they'd prefer to have them all lottery.
Yeah.
There's a decent number of people saying, okay, just one ward, first come, first serve.
ただね、
It's pretty standard for
脳内シミュレーションしたんですけど、やっぱり1区だけでも先着があると、そのログイン戦争がすごいだろうなと思っていて。
Yeah, we tried testing this, and even if we only have one ward set to first come, first serve, it does kind of affect the login situation.
しかもそのシナリオやりたかったのにとかあるし、そのなんか結局スタートダッシュでその先着購入できなかった人は単に抽選に回るだけで、なんかその徒労感というか疲れた感を少数の人のためだけにやるのはどうなんだろうって考えたんですよ今回。なのでもっといろんなそのハウジングの区画を増やしていけた後に、やっぱりその空いてきたらとか土地がもっともっと増えて潤沢になってきた時に空いたらすぐ買えるっていう風に先着を使った方がいいんじゃないかなっていうのが今の僕の考えです。
Thinking about people who want to log in to do, main scenario or other things, we don't want to increase the login queue, and I'm sort of thinking that if you all try to go for the first come, first serve, you're going to be really tired by the time you get to going over to the lottery and trying to win that. So it might be better to just wait on first come, first serve until we have a lot more housing available for everybody.
それならそれで良さそうだね、みんなね。そう言ってくれて。
A significant number of people seem to agree with that.
よし、じゃあ、今回は先着なしでいこうかなと思います。まあ、よりね、もし先着でっていう意図が強いとかいうのが、こんなアイディアあるんだけどっていう場合は、フォーラムなどにね、またちょっとお寄せいただけると助かります。
So yeah, I'm thinking we'll just go with the lottery system for now, but if you feel strongly opposed or you have another idea of how we could do things, please feel free to comment on the forums.
はい。
はい、以上で、土地販売についてのお知らせでした。So that's it for housing plus sales. OK。
はい、ありがとうございました。
さて、ということで、第68回 PLL の内容はだいたいこれで全て完了いたしました。So this is all about today's Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live number 68. And then before closing, we have some announcements. So let's check it. このまま締めに向かう前に、いくつかお知らせ事項が例によってございますので、そちらの確認をさせていただきたいと思います。はい、画面お願いします。最初のお知らせです。The first topic is フリートライアルです。フリートライアルが2月22日から順次再開いたします。
Okay, Tuesday.
We will resume FF14 free trial on February 22nd and onwards. I mean, 再開は公式ストア何箇所かで配布しているところがあるんですけど、準備ができ次第順次という形になります。
まあそろそろ大丈夫そうだという判断をしましたので、はい、2022年2月22日から順次再開していく予定でございます。まあそのうちね、フリートライアルの範囲もまたいつかね、ガッと上げたいななんて思ってたりはします。
We're trying to start slow here, but yes, February 22nd, 2022, we will resume regular free trials and expand from there.
はい、はい、ありがとうございます。では次です。The next one, the next letter from the producer live. As 冒頭でコメントしました通り、第69回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレターライブを3月4日、日本時間午後8時からお送りいたします。So as we mentioned earlier, the next letter from the producer live will be streamed on March 4th, Friday, and then starting 8 p.m. Japan time. ということで、はい、内容はパッチ 6.1 コンテンツ特集パート1ということになります。So the content will be the patch 6.1 content part 1. So please look forward to it.
で、こうサーバーいわゆる14の、データセンターの拡張とかって、まあ、今年の夏から順次始めていく、まあ、その第一弾になる日本データセンターのワールドリグループに関しては、今詳細の内容を告知できる準備をしているので、この3月4日の放送の中で皆さんにどういうスケジュールでやっていくのとか、どういうグループになるのというのをお知らせできればと思ってますので、そこまでもうちょっと今準備してますんでお待ちいただければと思います。
We'll also be covering the server expansions that will be starting this summer and talking about the first set of those, which is Japan, and the way that we'll be regrouping worlds and the schedule.
ただ1個言っておくと、データセンタートラベルを入れる前にはやらないのでデータセンタートラベルができる状態にはなってるので、まあもちろんね、そのリグループっていうところなので4つ目の DC が出来上がるってことにはなるんですけど、行き来はできるし、ある意味日本 DC 全体でなんていうの固定を組むみたいなこともできるのでその辺も合わせてお伝えしていくので、どうぞ焦らずちょっとお待ちいただければと思います。
Don't freak out. We have data center travel working already. So all this server stuff will be happening after that is available.
はい。はい。お待ちください。それでは続いてのお知らせです。So the next announcement is the reminder of the Endwalker soundtrack. We are now taking the pre-order for this soundtrack, and then we'll be out on February 23rd, next Wednesday. So please make your pre-order if you do not do yet. サウンドトラック、エンドウォーカー、魚月のフィナーレのサウンドトラックが来週ですね、いよいよ2月23日水曜日に発売を迎えて、現在予約受付中でございます。まだ予約されてない方いらっしゃれば、ぜひこの機会によろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。では次です。続いて、The next one is another pre-order announcement. And then we are now taking a pre-order for the Final Fantasy XIV print collection, third installment. And then these will be available April 30th. 4月30日発売の FF14 複製原画第3弾のお知らせです。今回は全7種類の画像が出ます。先に画像見ましょうか。次のページお願いします。These are the artworks.
Oh, those would be really nice to have.
Actually. この7種類になりまして、で現物がどんなのかというと、今日私の後ろにずっとありましたのが、こちら実サンプルでございます。こんなようなサイズ感。良いセット。ね、こちら。ね。This is actually one of the examples of the よいしょ、アートワーク。ね、こんなサイズです。はい。ということで、もんです。ぜひご検討ください。では続いてまいりましょう。The next announcement. So this is we are now running the collaboration with the Square Enix Cafe in Tokyo. 東京のスクエニカフェで FF14 コラボが現在実施されております。でこちら期間の通り3月25日まで行っておりまして、いろんな限定メニューとかコラボアイテムなんかがございますので、ぜひともご利用ください。So this collaboration will last until March 25th. So there are some special menu and then some dedicated merchandise. So please check it out. はい、ということでよろしくお願いいたします。はい。そして最後にもう一つお知らせがございます。We are hiring ということで、FF14 を一緒に作ろうという方、現在ゲームデザイナーとグラフィックスエンジニアの募集を行っておりますので、どれどれと思った方はですね、ぜひともリンク先をご覧いただければと思います。
まあグラフィックスエンジニアはね、腕のいい人がなかなか捕まるわけじゃないんで、まあダメ元っていうのはあるんですけど、今ガリガリコード書いてるんですけど、もっと増やせればもっとなんていうのやれることも増えるんで、
確かに
もう我こそはというね、非課線兼
エンジニアの方、
グラフィックスのコード書けるよっていう方はですね、ぜひある程度能力に応じて交代額もご用意しますので強化していきたいので、ぜひぜひ。あとまあゲームデザイナーもですね、まあ随分この前お話ししてからご応募もたくさんいただいて、採用された方もいらっしゃるんですけど、まだまだ規模拡大していきたいので、ぜひご検討ください。
We are having a surprisingly hard time finding graphics engineers, so you know, and if we had more, we could really increase the number of things we could do. So you know, we thought we'd ask the Warriors of Light if you have graphics engineering skills, please join us, and game designers as well. Please feel free to apply.
まあ今ちょっととはいえ全くの素人じゃダメでしょって書いてるんですけど、ゲームデザイナーに関しては前回放送のアーカイブが多分残ってるんで見てもらえればいいんですけど、そっから今リードやってるやつとかもいるぐらいなので、14はもう課題の応募はなんだろう、試験のように ID 考えてきてくださいとかなんで、そんなの別に Excel とか Word 使えばできると思うんで関係ないです、あんまり。はい。
People are saying, well, don't we need experience to be game designers, even if you say it's okay not to? And no, really, I mean, as long as you can use Word and Excel, you'll be okay. So even if you've not done this specific job before, consider joining us.
そうか、条件が悪いんじゃないとか、こう契約社員でしょどうせみたいな書かれてますけど、私ずっと契約社員ですよ。契約社員の方が給料上がりやすいんですよ。僕正社員オファー蹴ってた人間ですからね。いらないっつって。
a lot of people are saying, oh, well, it's probably because you're only offering contract positions or something. And I'm saying, I was a contractor. I've been a contractor for this whole time because it's easier to know how much I'm going to be paid.
正社員っていうなんていうのその働き方の部下が増えちゃって、契約社員が正社員の評価をするのはおかしいだろうって会社に言われて
ついに
いやおかしいのはなんかその給与制度だろうって言ってじゃあ正社員でもいいけどいくらくれんのって言って僕正社員になってるんで。
At some point, you know, I was told I started supervising all these people who were permanent employees, and the company was like, yeah, it's kind of weird that we have a contract employee supervising all these permanent employees, so can you stop? And I was like, I think the labor system is the problem here, but okay, how much money will you give me? And that's how I became a permanent employee.
正直スクエアエニックスという会社の福利厚生は素晴らしくいいです。契約社員っていうその雇用形態が違ったとしても、本当にすごく良い福利厚生状態なので選択する人も増えてますよどっちっていうのを。ただこれもちろん人によって価値観の違いなので、どっちがいい悪いは言いません。ただどんどん上がっていくことができる会社だよっていうのは、まあ、正直変な話僕を見てもらえればこんな跳ねっ返りが取締役やれる会社なんで夢ある会社かなとは思います。
We have a good working system, and you know you can get promoted here. Obviously, people's values are different, so you know if you're thinking, "Oh, I want to be a permanent employee versus a contract employee," that's also fine. But yeah, we do have a good working environment here, so just so you know.
そうか、意外となんかみんなあれなんだね。サービス残業が加えてサービス残業禁止ですかねうちの会社。残業してもらいたいときは残業、このために残業、まあ自分で申請してもらうときもあれば。お願いする追い込みでねお願いする場合、全部お金ちゃんとお支払いするっていうのが前提なので。
Of course, people are asking about how much unpaid overtime they have to do, but actually we don't do that here. If we work overtime, we write the reason, and then we get paid overtime money.
はい、というわけで楽しくね、ゲーム開発参加してみたいぞと我こそはと思う方はぜひぜひご応募ください。
So we'll cut that off here for now, but yes, if you're interested, please send your resume along with those links.
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is it. And then before closing, we'd like to take some final comments. これで以上で全て終了したので、最後締めの前にコメントを一言ずついただきたいと思います。まずケイトさん、一言ご挨拶お願いします。So, ケイトさん、please.
まあ、久しぶりに、このような通訳をできて楽しかったですね。いろいろ設定について、まあ、通訳できてよかったです。これからもよろしくお願いします。Hi everybody, it's been a while since I've been able to do this kind of interpretation, and I was really happy that I got to do so much talking about lore while doing so, and I look forward to seeing you again.
ケイトさん、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. はい、それでは吉田さん、締めをお願いします。吉田さん、please.
はい、まあ今日ね、本当Q&Aも含めてですけど、まあ、いろんなお話しました、まあ、かなり未来のお話もしたと思うんですけど、まあ、冒頭に戻りますがまだまだ14発展していきますしチャレンジを続けたいと思ってます。
So we've talked about a lot of things today, including the Q&A, including the future of 14. But yeah, if I can just wind it back to the beginning, I want to say again, I really want to keep 14 going and take on new challenges from now on. So we will keep at it.
まあもしかしたらね家庭の中では、まあ、今回その日本 DC のね 4DC 目追加、ワールドリーグループみたいに、まあ、できるだけ避けたいとは思ってますけど、より安定的にこう運営サイズを上げみんなに混雑なくこう遊んでいただくために、まあ、本当にできる限りないようにはしたいと思いますが我慢をねちょっとお願いしてしまうようなこともあるかもしれないです。
Beginning with the Japanese data center expansion, of course, as we add servers, we're going to have to regroup worlds, and a lot of you will probably not enjoy that, unfortunately. But overall, we do want to increase the amount of space we have so that players can have a good time, not get stuck in queues, all of that.
ただ最終的には光の戦士プレイヤーの皆さんがこのゲーム遊んでてよかったなとかこのゲーム本当に楽しいなって思えるねこう未来のために僕ら常に考え常に努力をして開発を続けていこうと思います。
And just to sum up our goals, we really want all the people who play this game to say, wow, I'm really glad I played this. I had a great time. So we'll keep aiming for that going forward.
なので改めて皆さんにお願いです。ここまでQ14 からね11年一緒に歩み続けてくれてありがとうございます。
And to all of you players, thank you so much for coming on this 11 years so far journey with us.
まあ行月のフィナーレの英語タイトルはねエンドウォーカーですけど、これからまた新しいファイナルファンタジー14の冒険の旅に一緒に歩み続けてもらえるととても嬉しいので、ぜひこれからも長い間よろしくお願いします。
And I have one thing to ask of you. Obviously, this expansion was called Endwalker in English, but we're going to keep walking. We're going to keep journeying. So I hope you will join us on our adventures for as long as you possibly can. Thank you.
はい、それでは本日長時間ありがとうございました。
Thank you for watching such a long presentation.
Okay, this is the conclusion of today's Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live, and then see you all again in 2 weeks time at the next PLL. 以上をもちまして第68回プロデューサーレターライブを終了とさせていただきます。皆さん次回2週間後の69回、プロデューサーレターライブでお会いしましょう。それでは失礼します。ありがとうございました。さようなら。またね。
All right. Well, that was fun. Thank you for spending your time with us. I'm not sure how to. I'm not sure how to close out after the stream we're watching have closed out as well. Yeah, this was kind of an experiment we decided to do. We've never really done this kind of restream or live reaction kind of thing before. We enjoyed it. And we do want to do just generally more Final Fantasy XIV streaming, not necessarily in this format, but just generally chill out, not specifically like playing the story, but like just general 14 nonsense streaming. So there'll be more of that. And yeah. Oh, I forgot. Just the camera. So yeah. Thank you so much for spending this time, and we'll see you on another stream. Bye!